it's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC, go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. Defeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see what we done, GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
I hear you loud and clear, 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thanks, sir.
Okay, let's go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in S10. Okay, you sound good.
A negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Think you can stop what we do? I doubt it. We've got the energy, we'll tell you all about it. I searched for my spark and I found it. Everybody in the crowd start bouncing. Think you can stop what we do? I doubt it. We got the energy, we tell you all about it. I searched for my spark and I found it. Everybody in the crowd start bouncing. Making bangers at a young age. My pen setting fire to the page. I will show you how to rock that stage. Listen to this in the car, you'll be getting road rage. Listen up, cause what we do every day is decent. Cabin crew on stop on top of every playlist. If we see a dream, you know we're gonna chase it. So get over any fear you have, just face it. That's my passion and I couldn't live without it. You can do it like we do it, don't doubt it. Any obstacle, we find a way around it. If you're proud of who you are and what you do, shout it. Think you can stop what we do? I doubt it. We've got the energy, we'll tell you all about it. I searched for my spark and I found it. Everybody in the crowd start bouncing. Think you can stop what we do? I doubt it. We got the energy, we'll tell you all about it. I searched for my spark and I found it. Everybody in the crowd start bouncing.
Cruising through my town, people be like, who are they? Moving to my music, yeah, that gets me through the day.
I create my own way, feeling super slay. Express my art, that's how I communicate.
In my imagination, never feeling out of place. Blast off like a rocket of the outer space.
Living large, reaching for the stars. Let them all know us kids are in charge.
Feeling awesome anytime I rap. Thoughts blossom when I'm on a track. Spin bars, top class, full of energy, no cap.
Rhyme islands on that map. Think you can stop what we do? I doubt it. We got the energy, we tell you all about it. I searched for my spark and I found it. Everybody in the crowd start bouncing. Think you can stop what we do? I doubt it. We got the energy, we tell you all about it. I searched for my spark and I found it. Everybody in the crowd start bouncing.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Well, guys, it is the day. Today is the day where we have the interview with Kim Campbell. Today at 2 p.m. during Power Hour. I'm really hoping that Power Hour is going to be like this really, cool Power Hour. I don't know what's going to happen. We'll see. But it'll be fun. I want to deviate from this and just kind of move to a new topic here real quick. I got a really touching message this morning, a DM, and I opened it up and I read it. And I'll tell you what it reminds me to think about. It reminds me to think about that I don't reach out enough to people and tell them thank you. That's probably one of my major flaws in a community is that I just don't maybe make one-on-one connections as much as I should. And but it's just kind of a flaw of mine. So I want you guys to know from the bottom of my heart that I appreciate everything that it is that you guys do in this community, every single one of you. And if I don't reach out to you, doesn't mean that I don't appreciate what it is you have to offer or what you bring to the table as a part of the community. But I want you to understand that I do appreciate it. And it's just very difficult for me to go around and make that one-on-one contact with every single individual, or even people who maybe there's a time where I did make contact with you for a while and then it stopped, right? Like if that happened to you, I want you to understand that that's it's not a bad thing. Don't take it as a bad thing, or maybe don't think that I just decided to stop talking or something like that. Just remember that I got a lot of stuff on my plate. I got family to balance. There's so much stuff, and I love you guys. I really do. But I have to move around, and in high school, I was the kind of person where
I didn't fit in any one kind of clique, and I would just bounce around from clique to clique to clique. And there was like the preps, there was the nerds, there was the band crew, there was the skaters, there was the druggies. And I went around to all those different groups, and I'd hang out with kids and the socias. I was always going from one place to the next and just trying to meet with people. And I always felt like it was very tiring a little bit, because I always had these like different groups of friends in each one of these different cliques. And but I enjoyed people from all these different cliques because they were unique and different. And I have to bounce around like that. That's just who I am as a person. I move around, and I talk to people, and it's just kind of cool. It's neat to see and experience all these different things, and that's what I do in life. And so anyways, I just want to let you guys know that I care. I really do care. I just don't do a very good job of expressing it. Anyways, before I get all emotional, I do love you guys, and that's why I spend so much time with you. I wouldn't do that if I didn't. So just know that. I guess it's just about we're just about ready for numbers here. Let's see here. I can't even read what you guys are writing because I don't have my glasses on yet. I can see there's some sentiment in going on. We love you too. What's up with the mic? Grub, I think you might be the only one that's having problems. It sounds like everybody else is okay. You might want to try closing out the stream and then reopening it. Maybe that'll help you, or rebooting your phone. I'm assuming it's a phone you're on. I don't know. But yeah. Let me see. Hold on a second. I gotta clean off my glasses. Cool stuff happening over the weekend. I got some stuff to share with you guys, which I'll probably do after I go through numbers. Well, maybe I should do it before. Well, let me put my glasses on and we'll talk about it. Give me 1 second. Almost clean. Clean glasses. All right. Oh, yeah, that's nice. Very nice. Clean glasses. All right, so first things first. I'm going to, for those of you who were maybe there and heard it, you're lucky, because that doesn't happen very often. On Friday, I went over to the One's Space Call. Friday nights they do karaoke nights, and I say karaoke. It's not even karaoke. It's open mic nights. It's not karaoke at all. But on open mic nights, they usually have people come in and do music. But I was going in there to talk about Kim Campbell's interview today, to just kind of let everybody know that it was going to happen and they could come and listen if they wanted to. And when I got in there, I sat down and somebody was like, "Hey, Casey, you play the guitar, right? Like you should play a song for us." I was like, "Oh shit." Because you guys, if you've been around here long enough, you know that I just don't like playing live. It makes me very nervous. And so they got me to play live. So for the very first time ever, I played Buy and Hold live on Friday night. There's a recording of it somewhere out there. And I miffed it a little bit. I knew there was going to be, you have to imagine after a 5-day week of doing live streaming for, 6.5 hours a day, my voice is trash. I mean, it's just absolute trash. And I was like, well, I guess I'll just try my best, and so I did. And I miffed it in like 2 different spots, but it was all right though. I just I played through it and as best as I could and tried to fake it as I was going through. But yeah, I did it live, and it was nerve-wracking for sure. Yeah, I don't like live performances. But anyways, I don't like my live performances. I'm a perfectionist, and it's not. I always want to do better. It's I don't know. It's just hard. Anyways, over this weekend, I had told you guys I was going to do I felt like I was missing volume predictions like really, really often over the last couple weeks. I mean, really bad. Like it seems like for like a month I've been missing them. So I decided to do a volume profile analysis of AMC over the weekend. and just kind of come up with perhaps maybe what I felt was going on with volume. See if there was some way for me to be able to get back on track again on volume predictions. I have good news and I have bad news. I did post a tweet on this. The good news is I think I can do a lot better on volume predictions. The bad news is we're going through a very turbulent time in volume, and that's what I'm going to share with you now. This page is going to probably blind you a little bit, so I'm going to probably minimize it down just a tad so you're not as blinded. Let me move this over here. So, here's what we got. I went back to January 2nd of this year, so I'm basically taking 6 months worth of data, a little over 6 months. It ended up being today will make point number 111. It's on line 112 right now, but I've got the title line at the very top. So today will be the 111th data point. And basically, what I did is I went through and I took down all the volume for each day that was traded. And then I put down a specific point in time. We usually look at our pokey stick of volume. And then from that pokey stick of volume, we usually derive a prediction in volume. So I have a ratio that's set up over here on the right-hand side that basically shows like what was the ratio of pre-market volume at that point in time to the daily volume, and it gives you a ratio there. It's just simply the pre-market volume divided by the daily volume. And then over here I've got a formula set up for predicted volume, and it spits out a predicted volume. So when we get our pre-market volume this morning, I'm going to plug it in here. It's going to give me a predicted volume level. On the left-hand side, if you see volume in red, based off this calculation that I'm using, I would get volume prediction wrong for the day. So you can see there's a lot of red in here right now that's going on here. And as I scroll down the page, though, what you're going to find is that there's actually a lot of days where I wouldn't get it wrong in the past. So we've really moved into a turbulent time of volume that is unusual from the past, anything normal at all that we've seen before, at least within the last 6 months. Very, very, very turbulent. And there's actually a cool little thing going on here. Over here I've got volume difference, meaning what was the difference between or actually first I have percentage off, like how much was I off by as a percentage. Volume difference, the amount of volume in different from what the actual was versus what the predicted was. I know it says volume difference. It's cumulative. Cumulative volume difference is over here on the right-hand side. Now, what is cumulative volume difference? It's taking a difference in what the predicted amount is versus what the volume difference was for the day versus what it was from the previous day, and adding them together so there's a running tally. So you can see right now that over 6 months of time, with the predictive amounts that's coming in here, the predicted amounts are only 23.6 million shares off in predictions, which is amazing if you think about that. Like, even though the predictions are off on several days, more recently, the total amount of volume that it's off by on a daily basis is only 23.6 million over 110 trading days. That's absolutely spectacular, which means that there's some variance going on in here with these swings that we're seeing that is unusual variance, but it's not just in one direction or the other. It's actually in both directions. That's what that's telling you. And then I've got an EWMA that I've calculated over on the far right-hand side by 0.05 EWMA. And that's basically going to help smooth out perhaps that swing, and we can chart that and be able to kind of maybe guess where there's going to be swings on volume that's going to change dramatically in one direction or the other. I know a lot of this is probably right over some of your guys' heads, and that's, don't worry about it. All I'm trying to say here, guys, is that this is going to help me. A lot of this information here is going to help me to be able to predict volume. I have a theory on how I'm going to reduce some of these missed days in here. And the way that I'm going to do that is what you'll notice is that some of these days when they swing too much higher than 0.06, it tends to swing back the other direction eventually. So you'll see 0.08, 0.08, 0.08, 0.07, 0.8, 0.08, 0.03, right? So there's a big swing the other direction in expected versus actual. Then you got these are kind of normal in here, and I get these 3 days would have been correct in predictions. And then you get another big swing the other direction, and then back the other way. So it's almost as if it's a sine wave in some respects. I'll show you. I was talking with John Hannaford about this, and he posted up this data as a histogram. And hopefully he'll be okay with me sharing this. But that histogram on volume, let me take a picture of it real quick. Hold on. That pendulum in volume versus predicted swings on both sides of predicted versus actual amounts that end up trading that day. And you can see there's a lot of volatility going on over here. Hopefully I pulled up the right chart. If I didn't, he's probably going to shout at me here in a second and be like, that's not the right chart. But yeah. Just kind of, it's kind of interesting how that works out, that the volume is managing to do kind of something that's very predictable. It shouldn't do that, right? Like you shouldn't wake up one morning with 24 million shares. Like if you go back to 10th of May, you shouldn't wake up one morning, have 24 million shares traded for the day. You get the price prediction correct by less than 4 million shares, and then you wake up 13th of May and there's 23.5 million shares in the pre-market, and the day trades 522 million shares. Like the pre-market should not be that predictable on volume for the day. It just shouldn't. Which means that the market makers are signaling that there's going to be something that's going to occur before the trading day even starts to happen, and it has nothing to do with the previous day's trading volume. Zero. Has zero to do with the previous day's trading volume. And here's what's even more crazy. What's even more crazy is that as I scroll to the right here, I pulled the data for GME as well. Using the same exact formula for my predicted volume as AMC, I pulled 50 data points, half the data points that I did for AMC, and the same thing applies. You can get really dang accurate to at least 80%. Over 50 data points, I was able to pull an 80% accuracy on volume predictions. Same exact ratios and formulas used for predicting volume. Nothing different. It's just simply applied to GME's numbers, and it spits out damn good predictions. Strange, right? Two companies that have nothing to do with each other, and the same way that you would predict volume on one stock. And oh, by the way, the percentage, the accuracy over the 110 data points of prediction of volume in here was a 89 point, shoot, I can't remember. It was 89 point, hold on a second. I know what it is. It was an 89.09% chance of accuracy over 110 trading days on AMC, without changing anything. Like I have ways where I'm going to improve that to be above 90% accuracy rate which I have not implemented just yet. I need to, I kind of want to run this for about a week before implementing that, because I do expect to see some more volatility this week, and I want to just kind of see what happens with continuation of what it is I'm doing right now. But 89.09% accuracy over 110 trading days, I think is pretty damn good results. Like, I'm okay with that. In poker, an 89% win rate is amazing. Nobody has those kind of percentages. So, yeah, there you go. There you have it. But I think you guys want to probably move on to actual other numbers. Let me see what you guys are writing. Oh, you guys are talking about my other tweet. The YXXOO space.space.com. Yeah, because I didn't put a website in there. I was very, very purposeful not to do that. Apex says it was an awesome performance live. Thank you. Appreciate that, man. Twisty Swifty says, did you apply them to any other stocks to see if it works for other stocks? We have not yet. It does take me a while to compile the data. And once I had done AMC and half of GME's data, half the amount of data that I did with GME versus AMC, I was pretty much burnt out, and I was like, yeah, I'm done. I think here's what I would say about it. I've always mentioned to you guys before that your average 3-month volume is very important to let you know about how heavily a stock is shorted. So if you take the average 3-month volume, divide that by your free float, and then multiply it by 100, it gives you some value. We can do AMCs real quick here. AMC, for example, right now we're sitting at an average 3-month volume of 55.79. I'm going to divide that by the free float of 294.69. Even though I know we have more. Actually, I'm gonna put in the outstanding amount of shares just to give an even more amazing number. 368.09 times 100. What that means is that on a daily basis, on an average 3-month volume level, AMC trades about 15.15% of our daily or total outstanding shares. 15% of all of our shares are traded on an average 3-month basis. 15%. For a company that is not heavily shorted at all, like a company like Amazon, for example, it's less than 1%. Less than 1%. When you look at volume profiles on a company, if the ratios match up, then probably what you have is a situation where those companies are probably being treated equally in regards to positions that are being created by institutions who trade volume back and forth like crazy to avoid discovery of their positions. So, if you were to take the same formula and apply it to, for example, something like Amazon, which I can do today, I can do that just for shits and giggles. My response is that the formula will probably be very inaccurate, but we can try it just to see with Amazon for the day and see what happens. But my guess is that that formula will not work on Amazon because Amazon doesn't trade the same quantities of volume in a daily basis compared to AMC because of the fact that somebody's not heavily manipulating the price. So that should be even more proof, or should prove, that there's a reason why AMC's price is heavily manipulated is because of the outstanding volume that is traded on a daily basis, because somebody's hiding their positions that they've created to keep or suppress price from going up, because large quantities of buying would normally cause price to rise. But in this particular case, high quantities of buying volume has not caused that to happen because somebody's suppressing price. So it should prove that. But we'll run in the numbers later this morning and find out. So let's get into it. We're already like 15 minutes past. JT says, thanks for the amazing DD, Casey. You're welcome. Chris says, Casey, your win rate in hand grenades would be pretty good too. I hope so. Did you apply your... Okay, you already asked that question. I already asked. I read that one. Okay, cool. Let's do it. Let's move on. I've taken you guys over to the other page here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the back of the big tramp again. Price predictions. Talk about something else I was not very good at getting lately. Hold on a second here. Notes. There's sticky notes. I got to pull up my notes. Apparently, I did not pull those up yet. Sticky notes. All right, price predictions. So I'm pretty sure Twisty just sweeps the week. We ended up at 491. That makes myself, Twisty, and Apex ineligible for any kind of points whatsoever. Rex ended up getting. I said Twisty. I meant Rex. Rex ended up getting a point on Friday. He didn't need to get any additional points, but he did get one. So he ended up getting the most points for the week, and so Rex gonna steal the week and not steal. I mean, he wins it straight out, just like stomped on the rest of us. What a poor showing for the rest of us. That was pretty messed up. Price prediction tallies was really, really rough on us last week. Short exempt volume. You can see those are all the numbers from last week. Let's get the new numbers. Short exempt volume from Friday was 2.154 million. Super high number. Our day-over-day price change was a decrease in price by 15.2%, which is going to get rid of that, and we're going to change this cell back to a red number. And utilization, let's run the numbers. Utilization for the day-to-day on AMC is currently at 79.85%. So it's up. Max Payne. All the numbers are refreshed on my page already here, guys, because I did reboot the computer last night. So we're dealing with all the refresh screens here. So Max Payne is 450 for the week. Let's see what we got going on here for next week. Next week's Max Payne for AMC is $4. And we'll go one more week out. 628 is $4. GME's Max Payne for the week this week is $29. Let's see here. For next week, it has probably gone up. No, wow, that's crazy. Okay, so $29 is what Max Payne is for this week. $20 is still the Max Payne for next week, ending the 21st, and the week after that is $20 as well. Moving on. Exchange traded volume on a normal day. Give me 1 second here. I got to try and... Let's see. Put that there. Let's see here. So normally by the end of a day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off-exchange and EDGX. We had 46.8% going through off-exchange. EDGX was at 12.23. The combined total was 59.03%. That is 4.97% less volume going through those exchanges than normal, meaning we could have potentially seen a worse down day than we actually did. We were only down 15.2%, and it could have been worse. CHX volume ended up being 124,503 shares. Anything over 30,000, you guys know, is a lot, in my opinion, is a lot of volume. It kind of signifies somebody returning shares. CHX volume for GME was 640,464 shares. Again, anything over 30,000 is a lot. That was a massive amount of shares being returned for GME on Friday. Taking a look at borrow fees for this morning. Let's see what we've got changed here. There were some piddly amounts of shares being borrowed and then returned over the weekend. And then it looks like at 1 o'clock in the morning, about 250,000 shares were returned. Then by 15 minutes later, they borrowed 100, returned 100, actually returned 200. Actually, they've been on a pretty big return level this morning. So far for the day, only about 100,000 shares have been borrowed. 150 actually. So last week on Friday, we saw about 700,000 shares borrowed. So we're at 150 right now. Fees are currently at 2.19%. That's down from 2.25 from last week. We'll just take a look at rebate real quick here on GME and see if it's still negative. It is not negative any longer. It's now just barely positive at 0.26. A negative number would signify that it's hard to borrow. Moving on. Institutional ownership this morning showing up at 85.434 million shares. That has not changed from last week. And let me take you over to the other screen. We'll move some screens around and take a look at the rest of the data. All right, starting with open interest this morning for this week. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Last week on AMC, we had our highest amount of open interest at a $5 strike for calls. This week, it's 6, so it's driving up a little bit. And the highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4 strike. That's where it was last week. And actually, there's the same exact amount of volume in open interest. That's actually kind of interesting. There was exactly 16.8 thousand contracts in open interest at $4 last week. That's exactly what we have this week. Very, very interesting. At a $6 strike on calls, we have 35.9 thousand contracts. It was 32.8 last week. Market's suggesting a closing price somewhere, based off of this open interest, the market's suggesting a closing price somewhere around $5. That's the midpoint by the end of this week. I'm going to scroll through the options chain just so you guys can see the data, and we can document it for historical reasons for both this week and next week. Okay. Let's take a look at GMEs real quick, just for documentation purposes. Highest amount of open interest, closest to where price is kind of running right now, is at a $30 strike with 10.8 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts for that level is rated at a $30 strike. So it looks like the market's kind of trying to target 30 as of right now in open interest as bets on where price is moving towards. Don't forget that max pain, I think, was 29. Yeah, 29. So a buck high, right now the option contracts are targeting about a buck higher than where Max Payne's at. And we'll take a look at next week's and document those. At $30, there's a big chunk of call options for GME, about 34.4 thousand contracts at 30. Cool. Let's take a look at the Ortex data. Utilization, driving up from 79.22 to 79.85. Our on loan amount day over day increased from 78.33 to 79.85. I'm just going to pull up a calculator. I'm not feeling like mathing this morning. I did enough math this weekend. 1.52 million new shares loaned out. Ortex almost estimates about 0.33% of that to be in new short interest. So I'm imagining that they're probably going to be estimating something around probably like 600,000 shares. Let's see what they put in here. Estimated short share interest of the free float rose from 13.78 to 13.93. 15. Uh, 552,000 is what they estimated. I don't feel like 1.52 million new shares is a whole lot, considering how many are on loan. So I would expect the on loan average age to be driving upwards still, or maybe moving back upwards again. But let's check it out and see. Yep, still moving up. Went from 23.55 to 23.92. Security lending volume day over day did decrease from 8.77 million shares down to 4.22. Taking a look at GameStop. Utilization increased quite a bit from 68.81% to 76.25%. On loan amount increasing more than likely. Yep, increasing from 64.95 million shares on loan to 74.25. The on loan, the estimated short share interest of the free float will obviously rise as a result, and it rose from 19.92 to 20.62. And this should cause the on loan average age per day to just massively drop. Okay, well, it wasn't real massive, but it did drop. Went from 21.97 days to 19.98. What that kind of tells me, since it didn't drop more, is that there was more than likely some older positions that were closed out as newer positions were being created. SSR is on for both AMC and GME for the day-to-day due to price movement on Friday. But new SSR trigger point for AMC would be 442, and GME is at 2540. For AMC, there's currently 171.7 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 9.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 44.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 13.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. Taking a look at GME's numbers. There's currently 177.7 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 18,000 contracts that are in the money. 38.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 4.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. One thing I'm starting to see here, so for almost, not quite, but for the very first time since the beginning of May, or beginning portions of May, the out of the money calls is almost getting to the point to where it's beating out the in the money calls. So there's probably a lot of ill-informed investors that are probably taking on positions in calls that, as of right now, are not doing so hot. But nonetheless, there's still a lot of in the money calls right now. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. GME ended out the week last week number one with a 66.35% buy to 33.65% sell ratio. Absolutely amazing numbers. I love what I'm seeing here. AMC finished fourth with a 63.19% buy to 36.81% sell ratio. Also looking equally good, equally nice. I will scan through the rest of these just so you guys can see what the market was doing on Friday. MMRI. When we finished out the week last week, it was 288.68. Remember, the closer this gets to 300, the more risk there is in the marketplace. It is now up to 291.87. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates is 0.426. Last week when we started out the week, it was 0.391. We ended the week at 0.45. It's now dropped back down to 0.426. But we're starting out the week higher than we were still than last week. 0.426. Futures. VIX is showing 1328 for the futures. It closed at 1222. So a full point higher is what this is suggesting for an open for the day today. And you can see that overnight numbers are showing up 2.08%, which means that the market should be down for the day today this morning. We have Nikkei up 0.83, Hang Seng down 1.81, and Nifty 50 down 0.41. What are the markets doing right now? They're not, wow. Okay, well, I would expect to see some big moves here at market open because things are not nearly down as much as I would expect based off of a -2 VIX move, a -2%. But the worst down right now is the mid caps down 0.48. But then you have like the NASDAQ 100, which is breaking even for the morning. So kind of unusual numbers here. We could be seeing a slaughter fest at market open. Of the Mag 7 this morning, 3 are green. One of them close to flipping. Financial institutions in the pre-market that have changed more than 2.5% will get a shout out, as I feel that's a pretty big change for a pre-market move. Nothing. Wait. Yeah, nothing. Let's see here. Gold currently up 0.49% and taking some pretty good moves right now. Overall, throughout the weekend, kind of stagnant after finding a bottom around 22.86. Silver is up 1.9% and trending up. Over the weekend, there was over the weekend, 7th was the weekend, right? Let me see here. Yeah, that was Friday. So over the weekend, silver took quite a bit of a tumble. In fact, actually, gold may have too. Let me see. Yeah, gold did as well. But by the time of the end of the day, that was actually on Friday itself here that we saw both gold and silver taking that tumble. So over the actual weekend, including the Saturday and Sunday portion, it was really kind of flatlining. Silver, on the other hand, over the weekend kind of rose a little bit continuously throughout. Ethereum Classic. Actually, let me go back. Okay. Ethereum Classic is currently showing a trend up. The current trend is down, but it has not broken. Actually, it might be breaking it right now. Yeah. Let's go with this. Might be moving into. This is a little bit of a test right here. Maybe moving into or changing directions and moving into a downtrend, but we'll see if this starts dropping pretty quickly. We'll know for sure, but it is breaking a level of support that it's held before. The U.S. dollar is currently trending up. Over the weekend, between basically last night, the U.S. dollar gapped up and continued on its trend upwards. It wasn't too long ago that we were testing 104. This was back at 3 o'clock in the morning on the 7th, so Friday. And you can see it's already pushing for 106. I think I have, if I'm not mistaken, I should have a red line in here somewhere. Oh, I have a breakout box. That's right. I forgot about this breakout box here. I have a potential breakout box set up to for the U.S. dollar to break above 106 somewhere around middle of July. When the U.S. dollar trends up, it usually means the market's going to go down. SPY is currently down 0.08. At pre-market open, it did trend down a little bit, then started trending up, and it's starting to consolidate a little. Tesla is down 0.27, trending up after an initial trend down earlier this morning. It almost looks like an ascending parallel channel. Amazon is down 0.05, also initially opened down and then started trending up. Cinemark is down actually no, Cinemark is not yet traded. Doge is down 0.72. Let's see what it did over the weekend here. The current trend is up. Did come down a little bit on Doge over the weekend. Bitcoin in the beginning portion of the weekend trended up to about 69.8K as a high and has been on a tear down since about 1550 on the 9th. 350. GME is up 7.37%, and it's fluctuating quite a bit because our pokey stick of volume's kicking in right now. So far, with the pokey stick of volume, GME's traded exactly 2 million on Webull. One thing I forgot to mention to you guys was all the data that I had pulled on that volume study that I had done through the weekend was pulled from TradingView, and TradingView's pre-market numbers do not match the volume numbers from AMC, or from Webull, I mean. So I'm going to have to recalculate, or not recalculate, but I'm going to have to use TradingView now for my pre-market volume numbers. But 2 million shares in the past, well, I'll just tell you what I would have said. I would have said 2 million shares would, in the pre-market would have, well, this is for GME. I can't really say for GME. for AMC, 2 million would have netted somewhere close to 200 million shares for the day. HYMC is up 7.27 in the pre-market and is trading on some volume, and I would say is trending up pretty good. NCMI is not yet traded. Hood is up 0.77 and trending up, and AMC is up 1.02%. Our pokey stick of volume gave us about 452,000 shares in total for the day today. That would kind of get me guessing somewhere between probably somewhere between 40 to 60 million shares. But let me just check something real quick here. The volume profile that I'm pulling up right now. I think I have to wait a little bit longer. So my volume predictions, actually it says 8 o'clock. Is it going to include... I may not be able to give you guys any volume predictions until just before market opens. So volume predictions are going to maybe get pushed out by an hour. I'll verify this in a little bit. I couldn't do it over the weekend, so I was just kind of winging it a little bit. So if I were to take the current numbers though right now, we'd be looking at this is actually some really low volume here. Well, AMC so far has 455,000 shares traded so far. I'll come back to volume numbers. Probably we'll do those at right around the time when I do price predictions. Inflow versus outflow this is from Friday. There was approximately 8.9 million more inflow than outflow in dollars. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure, with the divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI is at 48.38, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying. More buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 41.21, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 42.5, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 48.56. Let's take a look at that Ichimoto. Lagging line is, oh wow, okay. This is a little bit worse than I had expected it to be, because I felt like we would see price driving through this cloud somewhere in this range in here, and it was a little bit lower than that. But Ichimoto's got lagging line below price line, conversion is below base. In order to turn this into a positive move, or something that would cause a buy signal, we got to get the lagging line above price line, which is right here. By the end of today, that's got to be somewhere in the range of around 660. And that would cause conversion to go over base, and it would get price above the cloud. So 1-hour chart suggesting 660 is the value we're looking for additional buying pressure to come in. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is on price line. Conversion's above base. To turn this back into a buy signal, price is going to have to get above the conversion, and the lagging line also above price line, which is going to be about the same price as the conversion. So we're going to call it 585. So 585 for a 4-hour and 660 for a 1-hour. Do note, on the 4-hour, we've got some red cloud ahead. So I said red cloud. Green cloud ahead, which usually means price likes to push down below the green cloud, but it doesn't have to be on the front side. It can be on the back side as well. So we could get that push up that we need in order to get some more buying pressure in, form some thicker green cloud for a while, and then have thinning out green cloud for us to move down through at a higher price. But as it stands right now, there is green cloud forming as early as the beginning portion of today. And we already did get the break out of a red cloud here. With that, I think that's all I got for you guys. Let me head on over to the back of the big tramp. I know it's been like a full hour of me just nonstop talking. $270. The old way that I would have done volume predictions, as it stands right now, I probably would be doing a volume prediction of somewhere between 40 to 60 million shares traded for the day today. But I'm going to yield to the system that I was working on over the weekend. Like I said, that'll put me at giving a volume prediction just a little bit just before market opens. So I'll give you guys a better number a little bit later. It might even be right after market opens. All right. Let me head over to the back of the big tramp. There's probably questions for me. Rad, good morning. I'm hoping so. Apex is going 20 to 40 million. Tim's saying 20. Andrew says, great job, Casey, on Freddie. You sounded fantastic. It never turns out like you wanted to, but thank you. I appreciate it. I need to give me 1 second here, guys. I gotta adjust my microphone just a tad. I just want to make sure that my I want to try something real quick here. We're gonna do a test with Bobblehead Ross. I noticed the people in the back of the big tramp, whenever I played Bobblehead Ross, couldn't hear him. And I think that has to do with the input sensitivity for the microphone to cut certain sounds out of the background. So let me just test him real quick here to see if he gets cut out or not.
Anything that you try and you don't succeed, if you learn from it, it's not a failure.
Okay, that actually looks pretty decent. I think I can move this up just a tad bit more. Let's try that. All right, one more time. Bobblehead Ross, what do you think about sound checks?
You have to have dark in order to show light. It's just like in life.
Okay. All right, not sure what that means in regards to sound checks. Maybe he meant like fluctuations in like tones, relating it to, you know, what he knows, painting. Tim says, did Hunter have a good birthday? I didn't get to see a whole lot of him on his birthday. He's got a girlfriend. And, you know, when girlfriends are a thing, you know, you tend to, you know, want to spend time with your girlfriend on your birthday and stuff like that. And I totally understand. That's probably how I was too growing up. So, but I did see him for his birthday, and he had a good, I think he said he gave us a, you know, he said he had a good birthday. So I guess he did. Tendi says, yeah, essentially he did. He pretty much that's exactly what he did. He quoted exactly Chief Red Cloud. Yep. Maybe he was just reading from the screen. Aaron says, when this hits 100K, I'm shaving my head and changing my name to Bezos. I can understand that. How do I get back to that screen? I'm still trying to mess around with my stuff here. Test. Might be a little too high on that. I'll put it down just a hair. There we go. Break Nation Sports says, how many shares, Venus says, how many shares did you buy him for his birthday? You know, it's funny you should say that. He thought that's what we were getting him, but it wasn't. So Hunter is actually going to be moving into his own place starting the end portion of July. And so he got grown-up gifts for his new place because, you know, you want to make sure that your kids, if they're going to move out on their own and have their own pad, you want them to have the things that they need in order to sustain life, I guess. So he got the stereotypical grown-up gifts that you would give somebody who's going to be moving out on their own. You know, practical things, not shares. You can't cook with shares. But maybe he could in the future, but he can't now. That's the one thing. 10 grown-up shares. At these bottom rock prices, I mean, you know, getting him a gift of 10 shares would not be that difficult. Apex says, "Yep, did the same for three of four of my kiddos. Got one left in the next looking." No, we got them pots and pans, and one gift that I got from my aunt a long, long time ago when I first got my own place and first married and all that kind of stuff was one of those toaster ovens, and I thought, what a weird, lame gift to get, a toaster oven. I just didn't think it was very practical. And, you know, I was like, I got a microwave, I got an oven. Who needs a toaster oven? Like, nobody needs that. But I'm telling you, there were two things that I remember that we used more than anything else in the entire kitchen. And one of those was the toaster oven. It was by far one of the most helpful items to have had. And I told Hunter, I said, I know you're not going to get this now. Because he didn't, at first he was like, Dad, my place is small. I don't know if I'm going to have a place for it. And I'm like, you need this. Trust me. You're going to want to have toast someday. And there's life. You can't just live life normal without toast. You got to have it. And if you only got a microwave and you don't want to wait a half hour for your oven to get up to heat, you got to have a toaster oven. So toaster oven it is. It's like, it's got the air frying possibilities. It's like kind of like a multi-in-one type of deal, Mac Ned and Bees. So it's definitely an air fryer as well. But you gotta have that kind of stuff. And I just don't think that people really, when they're first going out on their own, they don't realize that they're going to need it until they actually start using it. They're like, holy crap, this is the thing I use more than anything to cook my food. Cause you know, maybe you want to melt a little bit of cheese on your toast, and you don't feel like waiting a half hour for your oven to heat up, and and toast it through there or something like that. And it's just so much nicer. Just throw it in a little toaster oven. It's quick and easy, and now you got cheese and on a toasted bun. Who doesn't? That's perfect. It's excellent. Truth Sika says, then after that you'll be buying prams, car seats, wet wipes, and nappies. let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Yeah, I know. I believe it or not, Mac Nedenbees, I have lived. I'm 40. Almost. Oh gosh, I'm almost 48 now. I've lived 47 years of my life. That's not true. Subtract 20. I've lived 27 years. It's actually 28. 28 years of my life. I've lived 28 years of my life without a food processor. And I don't have, I mean, I know it's probably all great and everything and nice to have. Excuse me. Whew. But I hate cleanup. It's probably like my least favorite thing to do after making food. And food processors are not something I want to be cleaning up on a daily basis. And I don't mind cutting my own stuff. I know it's quicker and faster. Get a Ninja. If you really need to chop stuff up, just get a Ninja and call it quick and easy. Don't forget the minivan. Oh my gosh. Well, I told Hunter, I said, you might want to invite some friends over one day and you're not going to realize it, but being able to cook your friends a bunch of chicken nuggies real quick or some hot chicken wings without throwing them in the oven, having to wait forever for them, you can just do it really, really quick is a huge, it'll make you real popular. People always want to come back over to your place and be like, Hunter's got the wings. And so there's that. Apex says all you need is a slap chop and a ShamWow. That's right. Actually, believe it or not, I did have that slap chop thing. I used to have that. I hated that thing with a passion. It was so hard to clean. Parrot, good morning to you. Oh, Mac, I don't eat hummus, so I'm good there. And I'll tell you what, like in our family, we very rarely eat like super fresh stuff. Like we don't typically like go to the vegetable section and pick out like if we wanted for example like diced tomatoes, the chances that we'll be using a can of diced tomatoes versus actually dicing up a tomato is probably more of a possibility. Like the can will be more likely used than somebody actually going to the fridge and opening it up and grabbing a tomato and cutting it up. So I hate to say it, I know, because it's everybody's like, oh, everybody's gasping right now. How terrible! You use cans? Yeah, it works. But we just don't. We don't take the time to process any food whatsoever from scratch. So we're not like that. We're like a steak and potatoes kind of guy. Family over here, it's just like it's steak, potatoes, corn, out of a can usually. It's not even on the cob. Sometimes it's on the cob, less rare. But I really can't think of anything that we would puree. There's like literally nothing. Maybe I'm trying to think like garlic cloves maybe, but I don't even the process on I'd rather just buy. I know this is terrible. I'd rather just buy a jar of minced garlic or even a paste garlic in a bottle than actually peel a garlic clove and take the time to press it and puree it. It's so time consuming, and it's like ugh, I don't have time for this. Now you're getting an insight to how we eat. You. Well, now you know you're not going to be coming over here for dinner. You can invite me to your place and show me how much better the food tastes. Tendy says time equals health. Yes. Now, see, Mac, that's a different thing, and that's only more recently because I had the herb farm that I started a while back. We started using some fresh herbs more recently, but I've since I what do they call it when you when you decide to start over from scratch when you're cultivating something. I killed my I purposely killed off all my herbs that were growing next to me over here on the side. The reason being is because I was getting cilantro, not cilantro. Gosh, why can't I think of what it was called? Was the rosemary. The rosemary was growing in such a way that it was kind of starving everything else out of light because rosemary grows is like it doesn't grow up; it just kind of grows out. So it's like it's a flat growing herb. So in this little hydro growing device that I have over here, this hydro plant box, it was starting to take over everything. So it was killing off my. Maybe it's not rosemary. It's gosh darn it, oregano. I said it wrong. It's the oregano. The oregano is growing flat. The rosemary grows up, and so the oregano was killing out the rosemary, and then it was starting to get to the cilantro, and it was killing everything out. And I'm like, okay, I need to kill. I just need to take everything out of here, and I need to replant everything and start from scratch and do only one spot of oregano because the oregano was just without tons and tons of pruning, it really just kind of takes over the surface area. In case you need to build a trellis, apparently, but it's a height. I should take a picture. I mean, you saw the pictures of it from the past, I think, right? Like the goers. Let me show you. The problem is that it's such a small little unit that I'd have to make like a really I'd have to go buy some popsicle sticks and make something out of those. Let me see if I can find a picture here. Yeah. Actually, okay, so this is actually I've got a picture of what it looked like before I killed everything off. Oops. So check this out. It's crazy, right? You're going to be like, holy crap, what the hell? So, like everything that you see, like 90% of everything that you see here, you can see one little stalk of rosemary right there. In this particular picture here, I'd already kind of cut back or had trimmed back really well the cilantro, which was over here. But the oregano, believe it or not, I think there was only 2 spots of oregano growing in here that caused like all of this stuff to kind of be what it was. And it was just like it was growing way out of control, and like I couldn't keep up with it. It was just like growing like way too fast. I was like, holy, what's going on here? So but yeah, I was like, okay, it's time to I just yanked it all out. I yanked it all out. I cleaned it all up, and I was like, okay, time to start from scratch, and we'll redo this. So it was a learning process. Ice cream says, try dealing with mint. I can only imagine. Yeah, see, that's the problem though, is that I told my mom originally because she wanted to have me start growing some stuff outside, and I was like, if I grow something outside, I'll never ever go out there and take care of it. I'm like, it literally has to be in my face for me to remember that I need to do it, and it needs to be in my face like on a constant basis. And even then, you can see how far it got out of control because it was just growing so quickly that I barely even was able to keep up with it. So to be honest with you, that's like the only thing I've ever been able to. Only because the water was in there already and I didn't have to constantly water it on a daily basis was it able to grow. If it were me, normally, I kill everything. That's because I just don't think about it. But I know now, like I use oregano very rarely. So I only need one plant. I don't need like three or four. I use a lot more cilantro, and in fact, I would love to use a lot more rosemary, but I only had like one or two stalks of I don't know if that's what they're called or not, but I only had one or two stalks of rosemary growing, and those weren't growing fast enough considering how much steak we eat around here. So I need to, when I replant this next time, I'm going to be doing a different ratio of plants in there. So there's only going to be like one oregano, maybe like three or four rosemary, and maybe two cilantro. Yeah, that's Mac and Ed and Bees. That's what I need to do. Well, what I was thinking about doing was cutting it all off and taking it to my neighbors and being like, "Hey, you want some free herbs?" Good morning, hon. Asking my neighbors if they wanted some free herbs, but I never got around to it. So this next time when I do this different ratio of planting, I'll make sure and you know, anything that's excess or anything like that, I'll try to make sure and bag it up and take it to my neighbors. All right. I think I'm gonna head. Oh, John. Good morning to you.
Good morning, JC. How are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing today? I already asked you that. Sorry, I just asked again. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
How was your
Came
weekend?
in.
How was your weekend? Was your weekend good?
Uh, yeah, it was okay. The weather it was a little bit, some clouds, a little bit rain, sunny, again a little bit some showers, but it's okay.
It's nice to have a
Good.
little bit of a mixture. It's not bad.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a little bit fresh too, so we're not dying with the humidity and heat and stuff like that.
Well, that's good. Very
You
nice.
you had a good weekend?
Yeah, I did. I felt like a lot of it was just kind of like working on numbers and other stuff. So it didn't feel
Yeah,
long
I know it.
enough. I wanted it a little longer. That 3 day weekend was very nice. So I guess maybe I was looking for that again.
Yeah. Listen, now we have, like you said, a lot of numbers, a lot of excitement, and let's see what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Oh yes.
Well,
We're preparing ourselves for a long time.
that's right. That's absolutely right. Well, I hate to break it to you, but I'm gonna take off for a break here,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
then I'll be back a little bit later for price predictions and whatnot.
Yes, yes. Catch up later. Don't worry.
All
Enjoy
right.
your break.
In case I don't see you later.
I think I'm gonna jump in.
All
I'm
right.
gonna have a little bit of time.
All right. Well, I'll see you later then.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. All right. Let me put the message up on the screen. We'll be back at, let's see here. That's like I forgot. 8:15 a.m. All right, I will see you guys back in a bit.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Walls roll down, the weight in my head, I embrace the gritty grind. There's my castle, lose my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. AMC ticker keeps on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all in stride. Oh, ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Bed, living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan of the beer, tinker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
All right, I'm back, and as if you couldn't tell, so I'm just looking at some of the numbers here, and I feel like, I mean, this pattern of numbers that are happening right now are very, very similar to what we kind of at least this portion of it right here. As I scroll down in on this on like a 5-minute time interval, this looks very, very similar to what we saw on a 30-minute time interval on a much larger scale right here. Let's see here, right here. So, where do I think price is moving to? We could be so max pain is 450. So you know the market's going to want to try and drive price that direction. We also know SSR is tripped for the day to day, which means they can complete orders. Any excess amount of buying pressure that's going to be happening today, they can complete that with volume that's can be marked short exempt. So any additional volume that occurs today, and from the looks of it, based off of what I'm seeing, I don't believe that there's going to be a whole lot of volume today. As it stands right now, our pre-market volume numbers are extremely low. Yeah. Jeez. 201443 is what we're looking at right now. I'll go ahead and plug that in just so I can kind of get an idea. So the predicted volume based off of these numbers, and I think I'm gonna have to wait until market opens to get the final number here for me to be able to list off for the day. I'm starting to think that I think I need to put in the actual 811 right now that's showing up. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to put this to a different time interval. It's very low volume this morning. Yeah, predicted volume for the day is super low. So I'm going to go with falling price and falling volume is actually a really bullish indicator. So I'm going to guess on a lowering of price today, and a very strong possibility at testing this level of support here. So I'm gonna probably go for like a 4. And we get 50 cents today. So I'm going to go for, I think, 461. What's SSR? SSR is 442. I'm going to go with a 461 today price. So 411 to 511. All right, let me check and see what the other guys have for volume predictions for the day today. Let me put the Bollinger Bands back up. Let's take a look and see what they got. We've got Apex going 495 to 595. Twisty's coming in with a a price prediction of, let's see here, what you got? 470 to 570. And last but not least, Rex coming in with 468, so he's going to go 418 to 518. Rex and I got the bottom end. Twisty and Apex have the top end. So here's the ranges: 411 to 511 for me. Then Rex 418 to 518. Then we've got Twisty with 470 to 570, and then Apex with 495 to 595. We do have. Let's see, how much of a range is that? An 84-cent range, it looks like, between us. We are getting some additional volume here just before market opens. I'm going to give you guys a new volume prediction at market open, only because I need to see what that final volume is just before market open happens, and then I can give you maybe a little bit more of an accurate number. Cool. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead, so when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GT. Go, guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GT. Go, Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting.
Guidance, we cleared all of our autonomy constraints. From weather
We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
STO, hear you loud and clear, 5 mics. Coming. Have you loud and clear as well, thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Think you can stop what we do? I doubt it. We've got the energy, we'll tell you all about it. I searched for my spark and I found it. Everybody in the crowd start bouncing. Think you can stop what we do? I doubt it. We got the energy, we tell you all about it. I searched for my spark and I found without it. You can do it like we do it, don't doubt it. Any obstacle, we find a way around it. If you're proud of who you are and what you do, shout it. Think you can stop what we do? I doubt it. We've got the energy, we'll tell you all about it. I searched for my spark and I found it. Everybody in the crowd start bouncing. Think you can stop what we do? I doubt it. We got the energy, we'll tell you all about it. I searched for my spark and I found it. Everybody in the crowd start bouncing.
Cruising through my town, people be like, who are they? Moving to my music, yeah, that gets me through the day.
I create my own way, feeling super slay. Express my art, that's how I communicate.
In my imagination, never feeling out of place. Blast off like a rocket up the outer space.
Living large, reaching for the stars. Let them all know us kids are in charge.
Feeling awesome anytime I rap. Thoughts blossom when I'm on a track. Spin bars, top class, full of energy, no cap.
Crew no, rhyme islands on that map. Think you can stop what we do? I doubt it. We got the energy, we tell you all about it. I searched for my spark and I found it. Everybody in the crowd start bouncing. Think you can stop what we do? I doubt it. We got the energy, we tell you all about it. I searched for my spark and I found it. Everybody in the crowd start bouncing.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Lots of different things to talk about for the day today, but I want to start off saying the same thing today that I feel like I said. Well, I'll start with the title. Interview with Kim Campbell today at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time during the Power Hour. We'll have that interview. We will have the one-on-one interview here for the Power Hour. I don't know if we'll go the full hour or not. We'll probably try to do like 45 minutes. We might even start a little bit later than 2. But we'll be in style, like starting late, like DFE. But anyways, we'll go for about 45 minutes to an hour-ish. And then once that's done, I'll end the live stream interview portion. And for those of you who wanted to ask or talk to her personally, ask any questions or talk to her personally, she will be in the back of the Big Tramp, not live, to discuss with you guys who she is, whatever questions you may have, anything. So it'll be an open forum, and for anybody who wants to join that, and you're more than welcome to speak with her there. So JMC says, haha, nice choice by Kim, very appropriate. Yeah, I thought that was pretty... when I first saw it and first started listening to it, I was like, oh no, it's kids. People are going to think Casey's gone off his rocker. It wasn't my choice. I just want you to know. I can't pick that out. So, and I was more than happy to accommodate. So I think the song's pretty kicking though. I think it's kind of fun. I don't know if there was like an adult version to that song or not. I should probably check and look and see. But anyways, I really wanted to start today with talking about a DM, and I'm not going to say who sent it to me or anything, but it's really, I put a lot of time into this, and that's not what I'm trying. I don't want you to, who cares? That's my time. I choose how to spend my time. I'm not trying to get your sympathy for that. But I want you guys to remember is that I'm only one person. I can only be so many places at once, and I have to kind of balance work life as best as I possibly can, and that those one-on-one reaction or times that I have with some of you guys and individuals to tell you or thank you are missed because I'm trying to get downtime or whatever, stress relief or who knows what it may be. For whatever reason, I'm just not available. And so I just want to say thank you, I guess, in general to everybody here. You guys make the community what it is. I don't say thank you enough. I need to say thank you more often. It's like a major flaw on my part. I wish I could spend more one-on-one time with a lot of individuals to like just kind of pull them aside and be like, thank you for what you do. I appreciate it because I do. And I just don't say it enough, and it's my fault, and I own it. I'll try to be better about it, but about saying thank you more often. But just know that I do appreciate every single one of you. I love you guys, and it is what it is. But I'll try to be better. Having said that, I wanted to talk about some other things here. I know it's like Casey, you just said thank you, and then just immediately go on to a new subject. Well, I'm trying to keep the moisture away from my eyes. So let's talk about some other stuff here. I had some tweets out over the weekend. Some of you guys may or may not have seen those, so I'll share them with you real quickly here. I know this is big talking point one that I'm going to save for later. Like you guys were thinking that there's some kind of hidden message in one of those, and there kind of is a hidden message a little bit there, but it was more meant for one specific individual and nobody else. And I'm probably not going to say what it is, but anyways, but you guys can ask questions, and I don't know, maybe you can convince me to talk about it. But where am I going next with this? Oh, the other tweet that I posted out, 6-month volume analysis completed on AMC with 110 days worth of trading. I'm showing an 89% chance of being able to predict volume within my normal ranges by 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. 91.6% of the failed predictions started May 13th to current day. I'm going to show you guys what that looks like on a chart here in just a second, but let me pull up something really, really quickly here. It looks to me like the volume, I got to plug this number in. Is it changing? It is changing. So I realized after the fact that some of this data analysis that I did pulled into a little bit of the trading morning, the beginning portion of the trading morning. So I do need to take an account for that somehow, and I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to do that. I'll have to probably rework some of my numbers a little bit. But as it stands right now, I did plug in a number which I don't think is accurate. So 4 plus 3, 7, 7.5. Let's call it 7.8 million. I'm gonna roughly put in a number right now just so I can give you guys a more accurate volume prediction for the day. But I'm gonna have to continue to watch this. So it's, as of right now, the predicted volume is going to be about 100. It looks like it's going to be about 121. And I know it's going to be too high. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of modify that value a little bit for just for argument's sake, and suggest that we're probably looking like somewhere between. I'm going to go with some of my original numbers that I used to go with, 40 to 60 million shares traded for the day today. I needed a single trading day to where I could kind of test these numbers out a little bit here, and I'm finding that I'm already running into some problems. So I'm going to have to kind of iron these out. But I will show you the results that I've got. And I'll show you somewhat how I got there. So I did a volume pattern analysis of pre-market volume from current day on Friday, the 7th of June, all the way back to the beginning of the year, the 2nd of January. In each one of those columns, in this column right here, volume, I pulled up the data for the volume for each one of those days. Anything that you see in red is a day where, if I had made a price prediction based off of a predicted volume amount, I would have been off on those days. Other days that are not in red are days I would have gotten correct. And you can see that more recently, volume predictions are unreliable based off of a formula that I'm using for predicted volume. So the question really kind of comes down to is what's going to happen? Are we going to continue to see more predictable volume like this, all this non-red stuff that from January 2nd all the way up till about the 13th of May, or are we going to continue to see an increase in fluctuation in volume per day? And I don't know the answer to that just yet, but hopefully I can give you guys, let me just check something real quick here. 4, 8. Yeah. All right. Anyways, moving on. Ratio. I've got a ratio over here that basically is just saying it's just a simple calculation of pre-market volume that I've got recorded versus volume for the day. It's just that number divided by the other number, which gives you a ratio. Predicted volume is, again, it's a formula that I'm using to derive these. I use a formula to come up with a number that I wanted to put in to this to give me a predicted volume, and then percentage off I'm looking for anything. I'm looking for things that are really close to 100% accurate, right? I want a volume prediction that's really close to 100. Anything plus or minus like 20 or 30% more or less than 100 is going to get a red flag over here. Volume difference is the difference between the predicted amount of volume versus the actual amount of volume for the day. Some days are going to be negative, some days are going to be positive. Cumulative volume difference is simply taking the values that are showing up in volume difference and saying, what's that add up to? What number is that? Is that a more positive number or a more negative number? And when I ran the numbers up to June 7th, so 110 trading days worth of data, the cumulative difference in prediction and volume was 23.6 million shares. Now, considering that 110 days worth of volume predictions were put in, and it's only off by 23.6 million, is I think pretty damn tight. That's really damn tight. So I like that, and I think that gives me a little bit of hope and encouragement that I'm going to be able to predict these volumes much better going forward in the future. And then I also have an estimated weighted moving average that I've plugged in here on the side as well to kind of give me an ability to be able to chart a smoothing moving average that will help me to identify when there's like a swing and change in volume direction. So that's kind of a breakdown of the volume analysis that I did over the weekend. The interesting thing is I use the formula that I'm using for predicted volume on AMC to predict the volume for GME as well. And shockingly, and I only pulled 50 data points. I went back to about the 28th of March just to kind of try and save time, is that I had an 89% success rate on AMC over 110 days on predicting price. I had an 80% success rate on GME. Again, the more volatile time of volume on the predictions, all happening since May 17th. So just throwing that out there. But anyways, I think it's really interesting that I could use the same formula to look at GME and come up with a value or a prediction on volume on a daily basis that would be that easily predicted using the same formula. I would think that you would need to change the formula based off of ratios of the trading that happens on GME, but it's not. It's just how heavily. I believe the reason that you can use the same formula is because they're equally short, not equally shorted, but close to equally shorted to the same amount, and that's why we see so much volume trading on a daily basis compared to what other stocks might experience. For example, right now our average 3-month volume is 55.79 million shares on AMC. When you do a rough calculation of how many shares that is compared to our outstanding amount of shares, it's like I ran the numbers this morning. It's 15%. We trade 15% of our total daily outstanding shares every single day. 15%. Most stocks that are not heavily shorted are trading like under 3%. So that should be a very, very good indication to you that there's something going on here, and it's been constant for a long, long time. But anyways, let's go back over to the main screen. That's all I think I got for you guys, unless you guys had anything specific that you guys wanted to talk about. You're more than welcome to bring it up. I'll head over to the back of the Big Tramp now, and we can discuss it. Oh, yes, Papa Mac is here. Papa Mac, good morning to you. Papa Mac has... do you want me to talk about that, Papa, or you wanted to talk about it?
Good morning. Well, I was going to wait to hear back from Corey. I sent him a message this morning.
Okay, all right. I won't say anything until you do.
Okay.
All right.
Good.
All right. I figure it's your baby. I don't want to step all over your thing here. Because, I mean, let me tell you, I'm just going to say this, Papa Mac. I got to say this. Papa Mac put something together. It was really cool. And as I was watching, I was sitting there going like, damn, man, that's pretty sweet. So nice work. But you guys will have to wait until he's ready to talk about it to see it.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Let's see here. Stella says, sexy spreadsheet, Casey. Thank you. Appreciate it. I do like sexy numbers. Why are numbers sexy? I don't know. But they are. They're just sexy.
It's all the curves.
It's all the curves. That's exactly what it is. It's got to be what it is. Sexy curvy numbers. Good morning, Quack Quack. How you doing today?
Good, good. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning to you. Stella says, I love a good looking spreadsheet. Me too. I really do. My spreadsheet's actually really not that sexy. I've actually never been. I've been told before that I need to improve on my spreadsheet presentation abilities. And I know, but I'm the kind of person where it's like, I get it. I understand what I'm looking at. Why can't you? so it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, I know I need better presentation skills, but some people are artists. Some people are artists and some people aren't, and I'm apparently I'm not an artist when it comes to presentation of data. Japan Ape says, the most surprising thing about your spreadsheet is that it's in Excel. I didn't think anybody used that still. I come from the semiconductor industry. I feel like Excel's like a main staple. So I don't know if that's why. I don't know. But every company I ever worked for, that was like a main staple for engineering. UPS delivery guy says, how did you feel about the questions asked in Discord? I liked them. Believe it or not, as I went through and read some of them, I felt that some of those same questions are exactly the ones that I was asking, which means that we're on the same wavelength, and I like that. I like the idea that we're all kind of just feel what feels like a hive mind. And so there might been. Let me go back here and look real quick again. Tech, good morning. The JJ, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah. I'm looking back through them. I don't remember. There might be one question that I see in here that maybe is not on my list of questions. So I like it. I like what you guys did. You guys were very thorough in your questioning, which is awesome. It tells me that you guys are thinking about your future and wanting to learn from somebody from the past about what you have to expect for the future, and I think that's great. JMC says, everybody uses Excel in the company I work for. People are obsessed with Excel. I love it. I mean, I've loved Excel ever since I first was introduced to it back in 1998. Yeah, 98. That and oh man, I'm trying to remember what that was called. It's been so long. I can't remember the name of it. There's another one. There's another program, and I can't remember the name of it now off the top of my head because it's been so long since I've been using that stuff. But flowcharts. There's another Microsoft product out there for flowcharts, and I want to say it starts with a V. And I want to say Vizio, but I know that's a TV brand, and but it's something like that. It's maybe it is Vizio. I don't know. It's something like that. It's been forever. PowerPoint, yeah. PowerPoint's like a main staple. Like if you're not using PowerPoint, get to it because I feel like everybody uses that one. Yeah, Roadrunner, I have, so believe it or not, I actually do have a graph. I deleted it just before I got onto if I go back, well, let's see, if I go back enough here, I can show you guys. I actually did have a graph already set up on here. Let me go back just a little bit and some of my changes. Oh, dang it. It's not going to work. So I'll just show you the graph that I had pulled up. So, oops. Unfortunately, I have to change this back because it won't. The graph doesn't like it when you put in numbers into that. So we want date, cumulative volume difference. Oh, let's see. Volume difference in EWMA, and then I'll insert a line chart. So I actually had this on the page here. Oops. Earlier this morning. I have not really gone through this to. I got to a certain point over this weekend on doing numbers and got tired and was just kind of like, meh, I'm done. But let me just show you kind of like maybe real quickly some things that kind of stood out to me. So what you've got in here is you've got cumulative volume difference and volume difference. So days where I'm missing volume where it's suddenly spiking. And then you've got your EWMA in here. And so there's specific times where you've got your cumulative volume difference passing through the volume difference. And there may be some key dates in here that might be worth looking into. Maybe this one here. Anyways. But then there might also be places where the estimated moving average, if you're looking at like the cumulative volume difference, which means any point where the cumulative volume difference, meaning I didn't get price predictions really well for that day because there was some kind of major fluctuation that would have occurred where it crosses the EWMA on, or the EWMA on this. Those might also be interesting points or times to take a look at to see if there's like anything unique about price movement or volume movement during those specific periods of time. There could certainly be something there. But yeah, I hear you. I am with you on that. I was working on it this weekend, but at my own pace. Let's see. Let's get rid of this. Delete that again. All right. It's a work in progress. How's that? Let's see here. John, welcome back. Pirate, good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Japan Ape says, can't you have numbers in the title if you do equals title 200? Probably. I'm not real familiar with some of the little intricacies like that in Excel, so you probably got me on that one. If you're really from Japan, I would imagine you use Excel quite a bit over there. And let me tell you, some of the smartest people I know with Excel come from either Japan or South Korea because they really know their way around an Excel spreadsheet. Let me tell you. Sometimes I wish that in the United States that the high schools would have kind of pushed that on perhaps maybe kids in school. It should be part of math or some kind of math related subject, statistics maybe, I don't know. I guess actually the French too. You know what? It's like every country. Now that I think about it, because I worked with French people from France as well. I feel like it's every country besides the U.S. Everybody from other countries are better Excel than I think people here are in the U.S.
I think that's because we waste time learning cursive and other things.
Right? Yeah. Let's. Well, they don't anymore, but let's learn cursive because we'll use that down the road.
Yeah, that was for me. Yeah.
I'm with you, man. Yeah, that cursive, it's gonna really come in handy later. That's so true. That's so true.
I had a friend who would write his papers in cursive up until like 10th, 11th, 12th grade. He was dedicated to that.
Those multiplication tables are sure doing us a good job.
I'd so hate to read his papers and grade them.
Oh, Ducking Bullish says they actually do still teach cursive. My 9-year-old is hating it right now. I don't know where you're at exactly, but here in the U.S., like a lot of school systems give like it's not the same kind of version of cursive that we knew as when we were growing up. It's different. I've seen it. It's not the same. That's really interesting, Ducking Bullish.
Hey, Casey, what do you think about like senior year? Like the school should always have like a financial advisor, and every kid has to take a class.
Yeah, like a budget class, how to create a budget. I mean, somebody said home economics, and that's probably kids should probably take some kind of home economics class as a senior. I don't know if they have them or not, but just how do you create a budget? How do you look at your finances? Maybe how do you invest would be a good one.
You know what? I actually did take something like that in like 3rd, 11th grade, I think. But I think it's so important that you should have to take one each year of high school, so that it sticks.
Right.
It's not just a flash. Because I remember doing a class, but I don't remember much about it. You know what I mean? It's just one of many.
Tyler Stone says thoughts on Batman meme. Hold on a second here. The Joker one that. There's a lot of people are pulling out a lot of stuff out of that kind of interesting. What are my thoughts specifically? Some people just want to see the world burn. I thought it was really interesting. A lot of people put in a lot of different things that they were saying, in regards to like the 5, some in a later portion of the movie. If you watch it, when he gets into the car, they start talking about 5 payouts. Some people are suggesting that it's 5 days away. Yesterday, it was 5 days away from the earnings report from GME rather. So yeah, I don't know. Apex says 5 shares is enough. DFV cut my number of 10 in half. He's like, 5? 10? We don't need no 10 stinking shares. We need 5. Yeah, Hodar says there's definitely a 5 on that cat mask, maybe a 5XXX. Some people, I think, were comparing it to the original picture, and were saying that it looked like there was a 5 there in the original picture already. So whether or not he's been using something that's had a 5 on it all along, I don't know. CPE, good morning. That's right. Apex says we got 3 in the car and 2 on the roof. 5 shares is enough. Let me check something real quick here. I just want to make sure I've got a the way that I'm pulling this data for, let's see, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's too late. $1.394 looks like it might be the final number. Hold on a second here. What I'm doing right now is I'm trying to get the predicted volume numbers in for you guys here, and the way that I was collecting the data over the weekend was without me being able to actually watch the day as it unfolded. And so I needed to see how that's going to, like, as I'm looking at it on the chart here, I need to see if I need to see when this ends, and so I can recalculate some of my numbers a little bit and come up with a more precise number. So I'm just tracking it right now and trying to figure out. But as it stands right now, volume is predicting somewhere around like 21.7 million shares. So like a prediction of like 20 to 40 would probably be like a pretty decent volume prediction. But again, give me like a day or two to kind of tweak this before I finally start giving you some good volume predictions. And what I'd like to do eventually is to give you those predictions at 7 o'clock, like at 7 o'clock my time, like I normally would, or 8 o'clock Eastern. So give me just a little bit of time to fine tune this, and maybe we can put out some price prediction or better volume predictions for you. But as it stands, let's take a look at what we got going on here. I'm going to take you guys over the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device and you have to get access. So yeah, have that secondary device ready to go. And then last but not least, make sure you guys are getting a statement of your portfolio through your broker or brokers. It is your responsibility to know what it is that you hold. In case something should happen, you'll have proof. So please, please, please make sure you guys are getting that proof and having it for your own records. It may save you in the future. All right, starting in the top left-hand corner, we got to give a huge shout out to Rex for winning out last week in price predictions. The rest of the group did horrible as a group and as a whole. We missed an entire day, every single one of us. It was a rough week last week, really, really rough week. I think that was probably, I mean, you guys could feel it as it was happening. So rough week, but hopefully we're starting off here a little bit on a better foot going into this week. We have price predictions for the day. Remember, this is not meant as financial advice. It's just simply four apes trying to figure out what we think price is going to close at the end of the day as a fun little bet against ourselves. I've got 411 to 511. Rex has 418 to 518. Twisty has 470 to 570, and Apex has 495 to 595. There is Twisty and Apex are the only ones eligible for an extra bonus point if price closes within 50 cents or 10 cents of their closing price prediction. Taking a look at short exempt volume from Friday, it was 2.154 million shares. That is extremely high. Anything over 300,000 is a lot. Utilization did go up to 79.85%. Day-over-day price increase, we had a decrease of 15.2%, so we had to drop that 3 of 3 off of there. Max pain is still 454 this week. Let's take a look at where our volume's going right now. Exchange traded volume so far for the day. Normally by this time of the morning, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange, and EDGX be somewhere between 11 and 12%. We have off exchange at 49.87 and EDGX at 14.7 for a combined total 64.57%. Going through those exchanges, it's about 10.57% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is super low at 610 shares. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 5,034. Anything over 30,000 is a lot to me, so none of those numbers are for CHX are very high. Shares borrowed so far for the day today. Last time I took a look at this, there was a IBKR was reporting about 150,000 shares borrowed. Since then, it looks like they've borrowed an additional 300,000 shares, so we're looking at 450,000 shares borrowed for the day. Fees have gone back up a little bit from 2.19 to 3.37, and rebates gone down to 1.95. If rebate goes to a negative number, it means things are becoming hard to borrow. Let's take a look at GMEs real quick here. GMEs did go back to a negative number from 0.26 to negative 3.48. So GME shares are hard to borrow again. Taking a look at institutional ownership on AMC. Last week it was at 85.434 million shares being reported on Fintel, and that number was still the same this morning and is now changing a little bit. It's now 85.429. So just a slight bit down. Options. So far for the day today, wow, there's a lot of call volume coming in at different call amounts, strike prices. But the highest amount of volume so far for the day today is coming in at 5. Last week we were at 6, so it's about $1 lower on the call side. There's 6.5 thousand contracts in volume so far for the day today. On puts, the highest amount of put volume is coming in at a $4.50 strike. That's where it was last week, although it's very, very close on 3.5, 4, and 4.5s. But currently at 4.5, we have 2.6 thousand contracts. The market is suggesting right now a close somewhere between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the day, based off of current volume levels that we're seeing in the derivatives. So moving on, let me take you over to the other page, and we'll move some screens around and take a look at the rest of the data. Let's see here. All right, starting with Ortex. So far for the day today, Ortex is reporting 2.17 million shares borrowed for AMC. That's going to raise the estimated short-share interest of the free float to 14.14%. The cost per borrow ends at 3.14. Average is 6.22 and max 9.87. Shares on loan for the day today is at 79.85 million shares. That's 1.52 million shares more on loan today than there was on Friday. And Ortex is estimating about 552,000 of that is in new short interest. Let's take a look at what some of these numbers look like on the chart. Here's our utilization driving up from 79.22 to 79.85. The on-loan amount increasing from 78.33 to 79.85. The estimated short-share interest of the free float rising from 13.78 to 13.93, and then the on-loan average age per day slightly increasing day over day from 23.55 to 23.92. So basically 1.52 million new shares was not enough to drop, newly loaned shares was not enough to drop the on-loan average age per day. Security lending volume day over day dropped from 8.77 million shares down to 4.22. Taking a look at GME's numbers real fast, we'll just see how much, according to Ortex, has been borrowed. 334,000 shares so far for the day today. SSR is on for both AMC and GME from Friday's price movement. Today on AMC it trips at 442. On GME it trips at 2540. Currently there's 171. Whoa. There's currently 171.7 thousand contracts out of the money on calls versus 9.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 44.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 13.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. On GME, 179.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 16,000 contracts that are in the money. 38,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 4.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. This is the first time since earlier in May that we're actually seeing more out of the money calls than we are in the money on the 21st. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is number 2 on the list with 62.57% buy to 37.43% sell ratio. Looking pretty decent on that buy-sell ratio. And AMC is also on the list. AMC has a 54.42% buy to 45.58% sell ratio. So not so good because I like to see anything. I like to see 60-40 or better on that buy-sell ratio on orders. Just kind of gives me warm fuzzies. It is still more buying than selling orders, but I'd like to see 60-40. MMRI was 291.87 this morning, and I'm still seeing the same exact value right now. Let me update this screen here just to make sure this is not... Okay, it's still the same value as it was earlier this morning. Interesting. Is it live? Yeah. All right. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.426 earlier. It's now 0.419. NASDAQ is down 0.3, Dow Jones is up 0.03, and the S&P 500 is down 0.17. We have 3,226 decliners to 2006 advancers. The market, anything under 2,000 I call on hot lava fire, anything under 1,000 is burning up in the sun. So we're just about ready to approach hot lava. Don't touch the floor or else you burn your feet off because it is looking kind of nasty in our marketplace right now. Of the sectors, 5 out of the sectors are green for this morning. The top performing sectors are recessionary sectors of utilities, followed by energy. Our worst performing sectors for the day today are financials, followed by communications. Of the Mag 7, 3 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% or more will get a shout out. FRC is up 50%. NYCB is down 3.04. First Horizon's close enough. Let's just drop a little. I won't count it now. Let's see if there's anything else. I do not see anything. Let's see here. Gold is currently up 0.48. It went from an uptrend earlier this morning into a downtrend. Silver is up 1.01 and trending down. It wasn't an from a consolidation period earlier. Ethereum Classic is now down 0.15. It did break this threshold and it kind of broke it sideways and didn't drop out until a little bit later, but we are starting to see that downtrend now on Ethereum Classic. And the US dollar is up 0.42 and appears to still be trending upwards. Got a little bit of a flag going on here. Oil is breaking even for the day today and currently on an uptrend. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.13 to 0.16 and trending down. SPY is down 0.14 and initially opened up moving down and broke that trend and is now trending upwards. VIX is up 6.71%. It gapped up to almost exactly what pre-market futures were suggesting that it should move by, which was a full point higher. It is now starting to trend down after that gap up to 13.26. The futures are suggesting that it should be somewhere right around 13.23, so it's a little bit on the low side here. There may be an attempt to try and crush the VIX back down again. VB is down 0.15 and trending up after a gap down at market open. VBR is down 0.37, also gapping down at market open and trending up afterwards. Tesla is down 0.6. I'm going to call it consolidating a little bit right now with some volatility. Amazon is currently up 0.73 and trending up. Cinemark is up 0.77 and trending up. Doge is down 1.26 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.36, trending down. GME is down 2.76. Initially opened up the market down and made a reversal after around 26.50 and started trending up. Currently 31.97 million shares traded so far. HYMC is up 1.45 and is consolidating after a downtrend at market open. NCMI is down 1.32 and trending down. Hood is down, or up rather, 3.01% and trending up. AMC is down 1.02% and initially trending down at market open and trending up afterwards. We have inflow versus outflow, approximately about $300,000 more inflow than outflow. 10.22 million shares traded so far for the day today. After, what are we at here? I don't know why I'm having a hard time with the numbers. 49 minutes. After 49 minutes worth of time having traded in the market since market open, we're on a pace right now for about 81.34 million shares traded by the end of the day. I think that 40 to 60 volume prediction that I kind of gave you earlier this morning, it will probably end up being a pretty good volume prediction. I still have to, again, I'm going to be working on the Excel spreadsheet over the first 2 days of trading and just dialing it a little bit to make sure that I get you a more accurate number. But that 40 to 60 number, I would still stick with. Let's see here. Because I told you this morning that if I were doing the numbers the way I used to do them, 40 to 60 is the range that I would have given you. Let's see what we got going on here on the 4-hour chart. On the 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 4 hours. RSI is at 45.94, which is slightly below average on a 1-hour time interval. There's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.63, which is going to be below average on a 30-minute time interval. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.79, which is below average, and on a 5-minute time interval. Sorry, I got a text. On a 5-minute time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.1, which is pretty much average. Taking a look at Ichimoto. If you're new to the channel, I know that's not what it's called. It's just for fun. It's laugh a little. It's okay. We have lagging line below price line, conversions below base, and prices below the cloud. We did have a break a little bit earlier than the green cloud was forming, and so we did have a breakdown below that. I was expecting price to break through the green cloud over here. It's kind of unusual to see this breaking below in red territory, and it makes it actually kind of ultra bullish, or ultra bearish rather, to see that happen. But after it did break through it just kind of consolidated. So I think there's an attempt to try and create a little bit of consolidation here. Do note that we have red cloud forming as early as tomorrow and going forward, which means that price will probably start to make that turn back towards that direction to try and break through potentially the cloud, which is up at a 5.75 price range. If price, I mean, it doesn't have to break through this section. It could wait for the backside of a red cloud to form, but we'll see what happens. If we start seeing price moving that direction, we could get the breakthrough here. in order to see a buy signal for the day today, we got to get lagging line above price line ultimately, and that should cause conversion across base, and price would be above the cloud. That would be around $6.60. So big move upwards would have to happen in order for us to see that. On a 4-hour chart, we've got lagging line at price line. Conversion is about ready to cross base, and you can see price is breaking through before the green cloud even gets here. Normally, price likes to move down through green, up through red. We already got the move up through red here. Is a little bit early on the downwards momentum on green, but notice that there's not really a bit. I mean, there's a little bit of a red cloud right here. Very tiny one. I have to zoom in way in there. So we may see like a temporary jump back up above this line and maybe get that crossing through this wall here. But ultimately, I think they're going to try and keep price underneath this cloud here. And the top of this cloud is going to be $5.44. So the market's going to try and probably keep price underneath that. If we at any time see price driving up and crossing through this green cloud here going upwards, that will be ultra bullish to see that happen. Just as much as it's ultra bearish to see it dropping down through a red cloud. And with that, let's see what the news is. Not that I care, because it's never, I shouldn't say never, it's mostly always bad. Yep, just top 10. Apparently, AMC and GME are top 10 trending stocks on Wall Street Bets. And with that, that's all I got for you guys.
Hey, Casey.
Yes, sir.
Corey loved the video, and he gave us permission to show it at will or whatever. So if you want to show it during a break or something or whatever, that'd be great.
Yeah, man.
Want to do it.
I would love to. I almost feel like I want to start off the morning that way. So, you know, like just have like a morning. But we'll do that. We'll show it. We'll show it a couple times, I'm sure. Just because I think that it. You know, I think it's really cool. Somebody's asking me what the last movie was that I've seen here. So I'm pulling up my AMC app just so I can, because I'm so bad at remembering movies. Garfield movie was the last movie I saw, I think, on May 27th, and before that was The Strangers on May 24th. So I haven't been to a movie in a couple weeks here, 2 weeks. Time to go see one. I know Melissa was talking about, which one is she talking about? Let me see. I think she wanted to see The Watchers. So we'll probably be going out to watch that. We'll watch The Watchers. Ducking Bullish says, what was the date that green cloud begins? Are you talking about the 4-hour or the 1 hour? Because there was two. I imagine you want the 4-hour green cloud. That starts today. So price is moving down through red just by like 4 hours or so. If you're talking about the 1 hour, that green cloud started in the aftermarket hours of Friday and extends out to basically the morning tomorrow when red cloud starts to form tomorrow pre-market. But yeah, 4-hour. This green cloud right here, if we that I was talking about, like if we were to move through this, it would be extremely bullish. That starts on about 6/14. Is the date for that? Which is that? Earnings is on. Earnings for GME is on the 13th, I think. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome. No problem. Papa Mac, did you want to talk about it? We could play it now.
Sure.
Do you want?
And by the way, I think Corey might be on the live stream later today. He said he's looking forward to the Kim Campbell interview you got coming up today. So
Nice.
well, the other day during when Corey, aka 401 Doge, was on KC's live stream, he had mentioned if somebody could clip out his 3 times that he was at the annual shareholders meeting, and have it all in one place, and somebody could do that. So anyway, I volunteered to do that, and then UPS delivery guy contacted Corey and got some photos from him, and anyway, we kind of put it all together and put it into a video format instead of just audio, and that's what we have now. And Corey's watched it, loved it, said I have permission to share it with the world. So with that, if Casey wanted to play, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, let's do it, man. I'm gonna pull up the full screen so you guys get the entirety of it. I'm gonna mute myself in the back of the Big Tramp while I play this so people can hear this, and I think I have to boost the volume just a little bit. So let me mute myself real quick, and I'll be back as soon as I'm done playing this. Mute, deafen. All right, here we go.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be here. I have a statement.
Give me 1 second. Audio adjustments being made. Okay.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be here. I have a statement rather than a request that doesn't require a response or more than a response. I want to credit Boss One from YouTube for reminding me of Thomas Pettigrew. He founded Interactive Brokers and explained the stock positions which facilitated the risk of the entire financial market collapse. The event was contained but well illustrated in the GameStop stock from January 26th to 28th of 2021, when the stock surged from $77 to $408. In the aftermath, it was determined that GameStop had 50 million registered outstanding shares, short interest of 70 million, and derivatives representing rights to exercise purchase of another 150 million shares. Meaning market makers are facilitating an infinite liquidity practice that recently referenced and confirmed by Virtu Financial CEO that created an obligation to potentially deliver 270 million shares of a stock that GameStop only issued 50 million for. If the price of a stock was jumped from $77 to $408 in 2 days, and the registered outstanding shares leading up to the volatility were conveniently at or just under the number of issued shares, then aside from that being a red flag of cooking the books, it illustrates that the stock price was not reflecting true demand. And while GameStop stock price easily could have and may very well still run into the thousands of dollars, it did not, because brokers of Apex Clearing took away the buy button with position close only, effectively suppressing new demand, increasing selling pressure, and likely covering positions they had otherwise simply accounted for with share lending rehypothecation. So I remind us all of that real life example of the current market making practices and unregulated risk that many AMC shareholders believe is pose a threat to our current stock price. Many retail holders and agents bought AMC shares to save AMC from predatory short sellers that may have been trying to bankrupt or devalue and buy out AMC during a very vulnerable pandemic period. We have been successful, and you have successfully embraced our community. At this point, I would ask that you clarify the process of fixed share counts referenced in your recent tweets so that we may better understand if those actions are addressing the true shareholder concerns. And I ask that the board utilize some of our resources to identify and communicate potential risk to our current stock price. I, for one, do believe it's significantly suppressed. The metrics on ownership, utilization, short interest, shares on loans, and daily volume appear to be similar to how GameStop was being reported before it experienced historically significant price increase. And I expect our leadership to adequately address our concerns, or simply state, in light of potential legal liability, we cannot or prefer not to comment or investigate. If that is the case, Corey, you have 10 seconds left. I'm all set. Thank you for everything you've done. I really appreciate you. I'm happy to be here to meet you. Thank you.
I had a mic
First
be
of all,
dropping right now.
Thank you for sharing your observation with me. And I think we have been pretty clear that, as recently as yesterday, that we know of 516.8 million issued and outstanding shares. We have said repeatedly over the past year that there is no reliable information about any shares above that number presently. We've heard all of the speculation about so-called big shares or synthetic shares, concerns about trading practices that you all voice on Twitter and Reddit every day, which I read almost every day, not quite every day, but almost every day. And we've said it because we have no reliable information and we are a public company and securities laws are quite precise about what the CEO of a public company can say and cannot say, that the best thing for us to do is make no comment. It doesn't mean that we're not looking carefully at what's going on around us. And I will disclose today, for example, some of you are not aware. I know that one of the many concerns that you all voiced is something about sales and deliver shares. You should know that we have contacted the New York Stock Exchange on more than one occasion over the past year to inquire of the exchange about the sales and deliver shares in AMC stock. And I wouldn't be surprised if we do that again in the near term. So we are watching, we are mindful. The laws are quite precise about what I can say and can't say, but I appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us.
Last time we spoke, I was here at a shareholder meeting, June 2022. And at that meeting, I expressed concern with the price manipulation of AMC stock. Those remain, but I just want to say thank you for taking action as far as following up with FINRA, following up with the New York Stock Exchange on the failures to deliver, which were rampant this year. And thank you for continuing the operations the way that you have, right? We've expanded the revenue streams, the credit card, the only one I use, the popcorn, vertical integration, along with the distribution and the partnerships we're doing there. So I'm thankful for everything that you're doing. What I would ask, my question is that we look for, so with my price concern, I believe that's a custodial issue. And as Gary Gensler would say, except I would say for the stock market, it's rife with fraud and manipulation. And whatever the case is happening there, I think it's healthy for our company to explore additional ways to raise capital. So in the current system, what the crux is, I want to give my money to the company, right? And I want to participate in the operations and the revenue generated thereof. But what's actually happening is the market is setting our price, not you, it's not your fault. And when they do that and they know that we're going to raise money, some reason it goes down to rock bottom levels, and then you issue those securities to Goldman Sachs or Citibank, and those go to brokerages, and I have to give my money to brokerages to participate. And the reality is, I don't want to. I've given them $170,000 so far. It's currently worth $45,000. I'm happy as the next person to buy the dip, love buying the dip. But what I don't like is that you're not actually getting my money. And I'm not participating because, as we know, the stock price is not necessarily reflective of the operations. You guys are increasing revenues. Operations are continuing to go up. And we see the stock prices down like 90% on the year. I don't know, it's insane. So all I'm saying is there's other options, and I would appreciate if we explore them. So one, and I'm not saying this is the solution. For instance, blockchain technology, that is a public, immutable ledger, right? And right now, you can register security there. Now, I know there's a lot of stuff going on with token and tokenized stocks, and apes are going to have an uproar about it. But the reality is that's a custody problem as well. I think that FTX thing should be a public hearing. But either way, you can create a smart contract that says, we're going to offer you X, and we're going to use it for this project, and you can raise those funds, and we could go wallet to wallet or whatever, find a custodian that you trust, that we all trust. We can fix those. But if we wait for the public market to fix it, shit, we've been waiting, Adam, right? Like it could be 10, 20, 30, 40 years. And I appreciate everybody that's helping out, right? Dave Lauer and people that are coming out with Lit Exchange, yada, yada, yada. But what I'm saying is, if we explore additional capital raising opportunities, at least the market has to recognize that and can't guarantee the price drops when they know we have to raise funds from this. So I know that's a bit much, but I'm just explaining that.
There was a lot in there, but number one, I want to thank you for coming to Kansas City for the meeting, as you did for the last one. I was listening carefully to what you had to say, and we will continue to explore as many creative options as we can for the betterment of all shareholders. If you look at what separates AMC from others of our competitors, Regal, which went into bankruptcy, big chain, Alamo and ArcLight, small chains, which went into bankruptcy. It has been our creativity and our willingness to explore all options that has been the reason for our success. So I continue to listen to you, and we will continue to explore all options. I share your pain as a shareholder. I am the largest individual retail shareholder of AMC. So our interests are completely aligned. If you benefit from share appreciation, so do I. If your shares go down in value, so do mine. And I have a lot of them. So we are totally focused on what we can do to drive success with this company going forward to increase shareholder value over the long term. And again, thank you for your comments and thank you for your support.
Hello, Silverback. My name is Corey Seaman. I'm a proxy shareholder through Fidelity and also a direct registered shareholder.
Corey, nice to meet you. If my handle is Silverback, what's yours?
My handle? I don't have it. I'm on Twitter, 401 Doge, but that doesn't matter, right? We're all just people. Yes.
Sure. Okay, Clay.
But I really just stopped by to say thank you, because I'd be remiss if I didn't say I'm also a GameStop holder. And you may be aware that there was a $200 million investment disclosed. And if that lights the fuse to Moab, that it's been a pleasure riding for 3 years with you. And if it takes another decade, then let's ride together, right? So it is what it is. But just thank you for embracing the shareholders the way you did. I remember when you were with Trades on your calls, the AMC calls, and just you've done the NFTs, you did the Ape dividend. I mean, you have embraced us, so thank you for that. And also, I want to say thank you to the AMC shareholders as well, the other shareholders that are out there, because when I was a young man, first took my son, 3-year-old, to his first movie. We saw Kung Fu Panda. So, you should be proud of what you've got here with the company. We appreciate what you're doing, and we're going to keep going at the show. And I just thought it was super cool that I got to take him to his first movie. So thanks for doing that. Here.
Sorry, so keep going. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
Okay. And the last thing was just to thank the shareholders, because when I was a young man, I served in the United States military for 8 years. And one of those years, I served in Iraq shooting down missiles and mortars for, our brothers and sisters. That they didn't ask me to kill anybody. I was only protecting people. And that gives you a sense of public service. It gives you, a reason, right? Some camaraderie that you just don't anticipate seeing ever again. And I have seen it in this community. I wasn't looking for it, but I'm telling you, there are other veterans that get out. Unfortunately, suicide is a very, very high rate for veterans, and it is a lot because they lack that camaraderie. They lose that sense of purpose. So I wasn't looking for it, but I see it here. I think that all the other apes, most of them, have a great moral compass, and I appreciate what we're doing, what we've done over the last 3 years. And if it takes another 20, hey, I'll pass it on down to my son. So let's go.
So Corey, there's someone next to you. I keep on seeing thumbs ups. Is that person with you, or is that person not with you? I don't know, but I see the thumbs up. Look, I think what I should do is simply say, after that comment, Corey, we should adjourn the meeting. But I can't do that because I need and I want to respond to what you said. You were quite eloquent in what you said. And so I'm about to say from the heart. This company was dealt a rough blow by COVID-19 in March of 2020. We lost $1 billion of EBITDA that year. And the box office, the industry-wide box office, 4 years later from COVID, is still 25-30% down from what it was before COVID struck.
And there are a lot of companies in the movie theater industry who fail and had to go into bankruptcy court, or actually stop being in business at all. And that did not happen to AMC. Through it all, AMC has been the strongest player in the movie theater industry. It's a weak industry, but we're the strongest player in it. We are the leader of it. And I'd love to tell you that some of that credit goes to our board of directors and the manager of the company who made wise decisions, took bold action over the past 4 years to prevent AMC from failing. But it's far more important than what our board did, or what I did, or the management team of the company did, or what the employees in our theaters did, is what you all did. Retail investors rallied around AMC. They embraced AMC. Retail investors saved AMC. And as you know, I have enormous respect for our shareholder base. I wanted to not only embrace you, but communicate with you. I went on to Twitter. I tweeted about 1,000 times in the last couple of years. With most of those communications aimed just clearly at our shareholders who watch and read on social media. And it has been the honor of a lifetime. This is the 5th company I've run over the past 30 years, but it's been the honor of a lifetime to work to help save AMC for the benefit of moviegoers, for generations to come, and also for our retail shareholders. And I will tell you that one of the things that has driven us to succeed and not throw in the towel has been the passion and enthusiasm of our shareholder base. So as you thank us, Corey, and you thank your fellow shareholders, I'd like to thank you and your fellow shareholders, because you've given us the energy to sustain this company. But I am aware, painfully so, that the share price has come down in the last 2 years. I personally have lost tens of millions of dollars on the share price decline. Having not sold a share of the company since January of 2022, and having no plan to sell any shares anytime soon. I've said publicly that I ride with you. I do believe that's a two-way street. I ride with you because you've ridden with us. And I look forward to a time when the industry is back, strong and healthier, above pre-COVID levels, and the company is back with EBITDA and earnings levels higher than pre-COVID levels. Clearly, we're not there yet, but we have made great progress since 2020 and 21 and 22 and 23. And I look forward to 2025 and 2026, which I do believe will be better years. So on that note, I think this is an annual meeting of stockholders, and the right way to close the annual meeting of stockholders is to thank our stockholders for your massive support of AMC Entertainment. Are there any other questions or comments in the room? Seeing none, that concludes the business of the meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Mr. Cox, as stockholder, I move that this meeting be adjourned.
Is there a second? Thank you, Chris.
Debbie Weber, a stockholder, I second the motion.
Well, all in favor of the motion to adjourn this annual meeting of shareholders, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Say nay. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you one and all for joining us today.
That was so well put together. My only thought process through that entire thing as I was watching it was, holy crap, can can Papa Mac actually really write really I mean, his hand is fast. What? He's a skilled guy, but the ladies like him in the bedroom. Just saying. No, I'm teasing. Of course, that's not what I was thinking the entire time. Let me head over to the back of the big tramp and let those guys speak over there real quick here. Hold on a second. Let me put the volume back. Put you guys back over here. Excuse me. All right, I'm back. Man, it's a very well put together video, Papa Mac. Man, I tell you, that was great. I was watching it yesterday or whatever. I can't remember what day it was. Days meld together for me. But the day you sent it to me, I was watching. I was like, man, that's really freaking cool. And I was just really happy that you guys took it upon yourselves to help out somebody in the community, and I think that's awesome. What that's done in return has inspired another ape to want to participate in helping out wherever possible. And I think really that's kind of key for our community, is getting people to be able to step up and do something for the community. And because ultimately then it either ends up helping us or helps the company. And so that participation is amazing, and I love seeing it. And so Papa Mac, thank you for that olive branch and that time and effort that you put into it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Glad to do it.
Yeah.
The one thing I realized is after the fact is I spelled his name wrong, so I'm going to redo it one more time with the right name to make the official one. So that'll take me a bit, but I'll fix that.
Yeah. It's freaking awesome, man. You should post that up. When you do post that up, and you're going to publish it live, right? For like history to.
Yeah, it'd be on my YouTube channel. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then what I'll do is when you do post that, let me know, and I will link that to my Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it. I'll link it there so that people go see it, because it's worth a watch. I think it is.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem, man. Anytime. Good work. Let's see here. We got about 11 more minutes before we take a look at numbers again. Let's see here. There was something I was going to mention to you guys, and I can't remember what it was now. Yeah, I don't know. Currently, we have 11.62 million shares having been traded so far. Let me just check on something real quick here. $1.836. Yeah, my volume prediction estimator is currently showing. So I've got to go in and I got to make some changes to it, because I can already see where I made a mistake on one thing. It doesn't really change anything. It's just I got to refigure things out so I can get ultimately what I want to be able to do is get you that estimate at 7 o'clock like I normally used to. 7 my time or 8 Eastern. And so because of the mistake that I made, I'm going to have to fix it over like a 1 or 2 day step process. But as it stands right now, it's kind of predicting or estimating that there's going to be about 28.6 million shares traded for the day today, which seems like that might be a little bit on the low side here, but the data is not completely in yet, so I'll give you a better number here in a little bit. But that would be within that. That would be lower than the 40 to 60 million I was suggesting earlier. So that maybe this will end up being a really good thing that I end up doing this volume analysis. Let's see here. How's y'all's weekend? Everybody have a good weekend? Preacher's here. Morning, preacher.
Yeah, I had a relaxing weekend. I to a friend's cabin.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
You went to a friend's cabin?
Yeah, we have
Sounds like that movie that
I
we
mean-
just watched. Did your car break down?
No, thankfully everything was good. I
Okay.
needed it. Yeah.
That's good. Vacation time's always a good thing. Don't forget, I got mine coming up. You guys are gonna start moaning and groaning when I tell you. Let me remind you of the dates for that. The dates, I actually may be taking the 21st off. I'm not sure, but tentatively I'll be gone the 24th through the 26th, and then I may be back on the 27th and 28th of this month. But tentatively, so far, the vacation's going to be the 24th through the 26th. We're going to head down to the beach in Corpus Christi. And actually, we're going to go to Port Aransas, but Corpus Christi is real close by. It's not too far away. And have a little beach time. Beaches are nice.
Yeah, the 15-day counter, did that start like the 30th or what was that? For the, remember when we said like the short volume?
Wait, say
I was
that.
wondering if that.
What was the question again? I'm
I was
sorry.
wondering if that. You know how we did probably a week ago or so. We were looking at the 15-day counter for the.
Yes. You're asking what day that started? May 31st, and that means it ends on the 21st of June.
Very interesting.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, right? What are the chances? One of the indicators that I rely on the most to tell me when an incoming price increase is coming is signaling for sometime between May 31st and June 21st.
Yeah. Well, and I was wondering, like this is my my ideal situation is something positive happens with the price that week and the next week, and if you look at the typical trends, maybe AMC does the offering, to help out with this quarter,
Right.
and they'll do it at a much higher price.
That would be awesome if they could. The higher the price, the better.
Yeah.
It's really funny though.
It's kind of cool.
I feel like it doesn't really matter when they do it. There's always going to be somebody who ends up complaining about it one way or the other. It's like if the price is too high, they're like, why did they do it when the price was running? And then if they do it too low, they go like, how come they did it when the price was so low? They should have waited till it was higher. It's like there's never anybody who's satisfied completely with when it's done. So I guess my message is that you just know that it has to get done one way or the other. I would personally like to see them get more value out of their shares so they don't have to sell as many, but that's,
Yep.
Their timing is their timing.
And typically they've been doing it like the last week or two, quarter. So hopefully it's up. We'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm seeing Furiosa.
Oh, when is that? When you seen it?
Like 4:30.
Oh, okay, today. Nice.
Oh, no, tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Okay. Do me a favor and let us know how that goes, because I know I've heard. I asked somebody else before because they said that it was that there was enough action in it that didn't really feel like a rom-com. So it makes me feel like maybe I should go see it now. So I guess it's always good to get like a second opinion. So I can't wait to hear what you have to say about it. All I want to know is it? Oh no, I'm thinking of Fall Guy. I don't know why I just said that. Furiosa is the other. I was thinking of Fall Guy. Furiosa is the Mad Max thing. Yeah, no, I need to go see that. I just don't know if I can get Melissa to want to go to see it or not. I don't know if she's into that. I'm gonna have to go see that one with Seth or something alone. Like him and I just go check it out. A dude day.
Mhm.
Yeah. Dude's going to go check out Mad Max. I totally just mixed up Fall Guy with Furiosa. They start with F's. Come on now. Give me a chance. AMC Hawkeye says Bad Boys 4 was very good. It actually did. I think I'm hearing that it did really well in the box office over the weekend. It's really kind of odd. Like sometimes you'll see a movie make 50 million in the first weekend domestically, and then people go like, "Oh, it did horrible. It's not doing very well." And then you see the same number pop up for another movie. And they go like, "It's doing really well." And so I just don't understand like.
Which one?
Well, the Bad Boys 4 is the one that they're saying did. I think it was 50 million domestically, and everybody's giving it praise and saying that it's a great movie and that it's doing really well in the box office. But then I can't remember. I think it was like I'd have to go through the list of movies to remember which one it was. But there was another one. I want to say it was like maybe it was If. I don't remember which one it was. It was something. It could have been Garfield. I'm not sure. But it was one of those, and people were saying, and it got like 50 million the first weekend. Everybody was like, it's not doing as well as it should have. The budget was 150 million, and they only did 50 the first week, and it's like, what the hell? I don't know. I can never understand like how they decide to talk about the movies.
It's just like whatever lens they want to do it, It's like, okay, well, here's what it cost. Here's how much they need to get back, or like it used, like you're like, oh well, Apple doesn't need to get all of it back because it has enough with other marketplaces.
Yeah. Sam says they should have come up with a popcorn bucket. Keep my wife's name out of your effing mouth. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know how that would have gone over, but... Nuh-uh, get out of here. Andrew Morgan's spoiling the movie for everybody. I don't believe you. I don't believe it. That would be really funny if it did happen, though. That would actually really be funny. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. It is time to take a look at the numbers. GD Zima says, can't believe people think the movie industry is dying. It's still raking in millions. Yeah, you know why they're saying that, though. They got to. If they don't make or give or perceive an image for people to think that the movie industry is dying, then they can't possibly win on their bet. So that's what they got to do. All right, I'm taking you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here for these numbers for the day today so far, starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 49% going through off exchange and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Off exchange is at 55.3. EDGX is at 13.45. The combined total on that is 68.75%. That's about 8.75% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 2,442. Nothing unusually high on that. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 8,517. Also nothing unusual. Borrow fees and shares available to borrow. It looks like in the last hour, an additional 50,000 shares have been borrowed. That puts us at 500,000 shares in total borrowed for the day today, according to IBKR, with fees up to 3.37%. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago, Ortex was reporting 2.17 million shares borrowed for the day. It's now 2.29. That's going to maybe slightly raise that estimated short share interest of the free float. Yes, it did. It raised it by 0.01 to 14.15%. Cost per hour at 2.73. Average is 6.11. Max 9.87. Shares on loan for the day today is at 79.85 million shares. That's 1.52 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, or Friday rather. And Ortex is estimating about 552,000 of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is at a strike price of, what is going on? We got a lot of $10 strike calls, something's going on there. There's 8.6 thousand contracts in volume at 10 today. There was already 8.7 in open interest, so it's a very, very similar number there. I'm not sure what's going on with that. That I'm hoping that's all brand new. It could be options that are rolling over, but we'll find out tomorrow when we see the open interest. But anyways, the highest amount of volume for the day today is at a $5 strike. There were 6.5 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now currently 8.8. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4 strike. That's 50 cents down from where it was an hour ago. At $4.50, there was 2.6 thousand contracts. It's now 7.2 at 4. The market is now suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4 and $5 by the end of the day today. Those call options at 10, those will have an impact, especially with the amount of volume that we're getting at $5.5, $6, $7, and then also now at 10. That's going to have an impact on tomorrow's max pain and could potentially increase it from 450 to 5, especially if the call or the put volume at 4 and 4.5 is option contracts that are closing. So we could, some of these numbers here are kind of suggesting that we may end up seeing a spike here in price movement. At least that's what I'm perceiving I'm seeing on this chart here, on this options chain. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two that I'm looking for. GME is second with a 65.36% buy to 34.64% sell ratio. Looking pretty decent. AMC was on the list earlier and has fallen down on the list a little bit, but it's still on there. Our buy-sell ratio has gone up, though, which is better. It's but not quite where I want it. I want to see 60-40 or better. It's at 57.52 buy to 42.48% sell. Selling. MMRI was 291.87 as of an hour ago. It's now to 292.07. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates an hour ago was 0.419 and is now currently at 0.415. NASDAQ is up 0.13, Dow Jones is down 0.19, and the S&P 500 is down 0.04. We have 3,181 decliners to 2,283 advancers. The market is more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day today. The worst sector is financials, followed by consumer staples. The strongest two sectors are the recessionary sectors of utilities, followed by energy. Or I'm sorry, other way around. Energy followed by utilities. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since the beginning of, or for the day, will get a shout out. FRC is up 50%. NYCB is down 3.04%. First Horizon down 3.09. Lots of red on this page. That's it. Gold is currently up 0.43, but looks like it's starting to consolidate a little bit more now after the downswing it had earlier. Silver is up 1.18 and is consolidating after a little bit of a downtrend. Ethereum Classic is up 0.37. I mean, it's currently trending up, but I'm not quite sure that it's broken that downtrend that it started. I guess I want to say probably as early as 6 o'clock earlier this morning. The US dollar is currently up 0.42 and still trending upwards. Oil is down 0.47 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities down 0.24 and trending down. And SPY is up 0.01 and trending up. Trending up on 7.22 million shares traded so far for the day today. It's actually really low volume. VIX is up 5.97 and getting crushed again here. It's at 12.95 with futures suggesting it being around 13.18. So it's starting to lead the futures again. VB is down 0.22 and trending up. VBR is down 0.42, trending up. Tesla is down 0.54, consolidating. Amazon is up 1.44 and trending up pretty heavily. Cinemark is down 0.57 and consolidating. Doge is, I said consolidating. Let me just check that again. Yeah. Doge is consolidating with volatility. Doge is down 0.32 and starting to break a downtrend into an uptrend. Bitcoin is up 0.13 and breaking into an uptrend. GME is down 3.63% and consolidating after a downtrend. HYMC is up 3.21 and consolidating. NCMI is up 0.71 and trending up. Hood is up 3.43, trending up, and AMC is down 3.05 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC. There's approximately $600,000 more inflow than outflow. 12.46 million shares traded so far for the day. After 99 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace for about 49.08 million shares traded by the end of the day. My volume prediction, based off the way I used to run the numbers, would have been 40 to 60 million shares. The volume prediction that the new chart would have suggested was an hour ago would have been a 28.6 million shares traded by the end of the day, which I would have, if I would have used that number, I would have said a volume prediction of probably something between like 20 and, or I would have said 18 to 38 million shares traded, which is probably going to be a much more accurate prediction than what I would have normally said to you guys. But the day is not over. And let me just check one more thing real quick here. 1987. 1987. Give me 1 second. I want to plug in another number. Yeah. It's really the volume prediction is really narrowing in on like that, like kind of like a 30 million share traded day, which I have a feeling it's going to be a little bit, it's going to end up being a little bit lower than that, I think. All right. Moving on. Where was I? On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.12. That is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be a divergence in the future. RSI is at 35.5, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.28, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 10 minutes. RSI is at 35.78, which is below average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp.
Hey, Casey.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I know, Ape's not supposed to attack Ape, but I have a banana to pick with a dirty B33. I'm not sure if he's on here right now, but he turned me on to this Suno AI song generating thing.
Uh-huh.
Now I'm obsessed with it. And now I think I'm going to actually have to pay $10 because the free version, you only get to do like 5 song generations before you run out of credits. So you get 5 a day for free. So I think I'm gonna have to spend $10 so I can get like 500 credits a day, so I can
Wait.
mess around with it even
You
more.
get
But
5
pretty
free
fun.
songs per day?
Well, you get like 5 times to hit the create button, and it creates 2 songs with each time you hit the button. So you technically get 10, 10 versions of whatever you give it.
You get
So
10
that's
free a day,
basically.
and you're having a hard time with
Well,
that.
like you put it in there with your words, and when they do it, it doesn't sound right, so you change your word or whatever, or you want to change something, and so it's not as many as it
Oh.
sounds like.
This
'Cause,
is this sounds like a hook, line, and sinker. Like next thing you know, they know exactly what it is that you want, but they're gonna make enough errors to cause you to like have to like up the amount of money that you're spending for the service. I see where this is
Yeah.
going. Yeah, you're getting
I
hook,
mean,
line, and sinker here.
yeah. I mean, $10 a month. You can do it $8 a month if you pay a whole year in advance. But I think I might send them $10 and just see if that feeds my need, or if I'm going to even be more obsessed about it. But for a
Mhm.
guy that can't play guitar and can't sing, it's a lot of fun to mess with.
You should go in. I did this back when ChatGPT was first created. I asked ChatGPT to outline a business plan to where you would create an AI software and get enough users to create a business plan where users would become accustomed to using the software and generate a way to be able to maximize the amount of money that you start getting from the software. And it basically outlined the entire process for what I think the future for ChatGPT is going to look like, where it's basically comes a pay to play kind of situation where if you can rely on the accuracy of the information better if you pay money into it, and it's basically going to you should do that. You should go to ChatGPT and ask like to outline how would you make a music AI service more attractive to people to have to pay more over time. Like how would you create a business model that eventually causes people to pay more out of pocket? And then
Probably sounds like it would come up with Suno, which is now what I'm
yeah,
hooked on.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's gonna. Man, these business models are just they're so predatory. It's craziness. It's really it feeds on people's like emotions and stuff. It's scary.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say, the fact that they gave me 5 free, I'm not going to diss them for that. And with $10, you get 500 credits, I'm sorry, 500 songs. So I think that's 250 a month attempts. So it doesn't sound like it's ripping me off or whatever, but
Not yet.
we'll see.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Wait till you're hooked and then they up the price. It's like Netflix, like we all got hooked on Netflix and they just slowly raise the price more and more and more.
Well, I'm going to write that one hit wonder, and once I get my one perfect song, I'm done. So
That's right.
I'll be out.
You don't need anything else because then you get paid back in return for all the money you sank into it. Yep.
And if you use the free version, everything you create, they own. If you pay,
Oh, yeah.
then you own. So
damn
that's the other.
this is
so if you write a one hit wonder with their free one, they own it.
Oh my goodness. Ugh. What a business model this is. I might have to lean more on the side of what Pirate was saying. Pirate, I hate to give you credit now, man.
Well, there's nothing new about that.
This is starting to smell real fishy here. It's not about just writing good music anymore. It's about pinching every penny out of it you can.
Like music and pirate in the same sentence. There's something wrong there.
I'm digging on it, man. I like the hustle. And I think the guy's got a good hustle. He's like, I'm gonna give you a little taste of what I got. If you like it, you can pay up. If not, It's been nice knowing you. I got no problems with any of it.
I tried 2 other music generated ones that were free, and they sucked compared to Suno. Suno is awesome as far as what it does create.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Ain't nothing free in this world.
Nope.
You guys know that.
That's what I tell my kids all the time. And then they go,
Somebody
air's
tells you
free.
they're giving you something for free, you better grab your wallet with one hand and cover your asshole with another, because they're coming for you.
Well, if they can come up with a business model where I'm wanting to give them $10 so I can do more, I guess they figured out the crack experience. Get them addicted.
Yep. Well, that's life. I hate that there's so many different like paid subscriptions for everything that I feel like you lose track of all the paid subscriptions that you have. And like you have to go through and like clean house like every couple of years or so and just kind of figure out like what paid subscriptions you have that are worthy of continuing to have payments coming out of your wallet versus ones that you don't, because
there's actually an app out there that does it, tracks all your subscription services to help keep you
good.
Current.
We need it. We need it.
Yeah, it's only $5 a month.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah. Figures. But you know where this all started? This all started with free apps, right? Like everything, we were all getting these free apps on our phones, and we were like going like, "Oh, this is the best thing ever. We can play video games, and we can get our weather, and we can get we can get our maps."
That's right.
Huh?
And with Facebook, nobody realized we were the product. We're like, wow, this is so cool. It's free. We can share everything with our family and
Yeah. Nope.
find out you're the product.
Now everything's got a subscription for it.
They know your likes. They know your religious views, your political views, your shopping habits. They know everything about us now.
Have you seen I'm gonna probably slaughter how you say this, but the geocaching stuff that's out there? I'm probably saying it wrong. You guys are going like, what? Have you heard of that?
Like a digital fence they put around you so that it provides information to you that's correlated to where you're at.
So it's maybe I'm saying it wrong. So it's an app that you can pull up, and they have it's like a treasure map, and you can go to different longitude and latitude locations, and then search for
a
hidden.
That's been around for a while.
A hidden box. They call it. I think they call it
Prize.
geocaching. Yeah.
Yep.
And so you're geocaching, searching for these hidden treasures that are just all over the place, apparently. And sometimes you find something, sometimes you don't. Well, in order to get into this one particular one, the kids were really into it. They're like, let's go try it. And I was like, it sounds like fun. And I'm always looking for something to kind of pull the family together to do something together. And so I ended up spending like, I don't know, I think it was like $25 for a yearly subscription to this geocaching. We went out like two, maybe 3 times looking for stuff, never found anything, and $25 poor. It was terrible.
Amazing Bluetooth is saying that sounds like Pokemon Go.
Yeah. Yeah, it was only there's actually real physical things. So the way the game's supposed to be played is that when you go there, it's supposed to be just some kind of trinket in some kind of treasure box. It might be under a rock or, it's usually just kind of hidden in the area and you have to kind of look for it. Sometimes they'll provide like clues for you to kind of like guess where exactly it's supposed to be.
Yeah, sometimes it's done in a puzzle fashion where they do one here for the Billy Bowlegs Festival, which is in honor of a pirate of all things. But every year the community here, they put out, I don't know, it's like a $4,000 or $5,000 prize. It's a little treasure chest. But to find it, they publish every day. They put another clue out, and so it's kind of like the popular escape rooms they have now, where you gotta you do a little deductive reasoning and try to solve the puzzle in order to make the clue make sense, and then each clue gives you another link in the chain. So some of them are have some pretty nice prizes on them.
Well, you're supposed to take, and whatever you take out, you're supposed to replace something back into it so that it keeps the thing going, right? So So
is that how it works? I wasn't aware of that. The only one I was aware of was the one that they do here in our community, which is just put on by the township. So you just take the treasure and look forward to next year. But
yeah,
I can understand what you're talking about now. So if me and my family happens to be the ones who find the box and we take out of it, 5 candy bars or whatever, then it's on you to put, a pack of gum in it or something.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's not really what you don't usually want to do, something that's edible, but yeah, we were gonna, you could take maybe a Pokemon card, or I don't, whatever, just some kind of something small.
Bob Ross trading cards.
Yeah, sure, Bob Ross trading cards. Who knows? Whatever, just something fun for
that your wife gave you for Christmas.
Those are cool, man. I just didn't open them yet. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. I got to talk to Mason Blue too. But yeah, so it was fun, but it was $25 out of my wallet, and I never once went and used it again. We went out like twice or 3 times, couldn't find anything, and gave up. So.
And then you forgot to cancel your subscription.
Yes.
And now you paid $300.
Yes. No. I paid $25. You're right. No, that's where I was going with this. I paid $25 the first time around, and then that subscription came back a year later, and I ended up paying $25 again. Still only used it the twice that we went out, and so I ended up $50 poor for a game that we didn't even really get anything out of. But you're right, though. I totally forgot. UPS delivery guy says some of them you sign a log. Yeah, it just has something in there for basically you to say that you found it.
Where's censored content?
I don't know.
You should have been all over this a long time ago.
Geocaching?
Damn it. Nah. Prime Minister of Canada.
What happened with the Prime Minister? Oh.
Her name is Campbell.
Okay.
Apparently she's on your live stream today at 2.
Yeah.
Oh.
Damn it, where is he? I don't understand.
I don't know.
Maybe that's probably why he's not here.
I have no idea. Mason Blue 2 says Casey's going to send me last year's white elephant gift. No, but I still need to contact you. Yep. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you one of my old dry erase markers that's used. I have a stash here of 3, 6. I have seven used dry erase markers that I've gone through over this entire episode of live streaming so far. Did you ever think you would? And don't forget, I don't leave my dry erase markers open. Like these are legit getting used all the way through and through. I didn't think I would ever go through 1. I'm through 7.
Yeah, but if you're gonna give them away, you gotta sign them.
Oh, of course. Wouldn't have it any other way. I should sign them with dry erase marker. Here's a dry erase marker with my signature on it in dry erase marker.
I went through 3 dry erase markers on that Corey video I made, so I know what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. Your hand was just all over the place. That's such a quick hand you got there.
That AMC logo took up a lot of dry erase ink.
I love how you draw, too. It's amazing. It's really kind of interesting.
Years of experience.
Yeah, like you start with the outside edges and work your way in. I like it.
Oh, yeah. I bet you Danny could do that as a teacher. He's good at chalkboard stuff and drawing.
I can't stand the sound of chalk. I'm so glad that most classrooms have moved to whiteboards, because the chalk on a chalkboard is just awful. I can't stand the sound.
In junior college, I had a job, work study job, that I had to clean chalkboards with a towel and a squeegee, and that's better than having to hear the chalk all day. But that's how old I am. Chalkboard days.
That's awful. Yeah, I passed.
Robert B. You see Robert B in chat. He figured out a cheat with the Suno AI song generator. He just used different emails and built up a bunch of credits and beat the system.
There you go. That's how you do it. Oh, wait. Yucca. Good morning. He probably can't.
Hey, Robert B,
Thank
do
you.
those
Good
credits accumulate? I thought you just get 5 per day, and I didn't think they accumulated. But if they accumulate, then that I may not have to spend the $10 because I won't be doing it every single day.
Looks like SSR just got tripped on GME. Let me just verify to make sure. GME was 2540, so yes, it did definitely trip.
All you songwriters out there, all you new budding artists with this new AI, I want to see some product come out that doesn't use the standard language. We don't need any more songs that say buy and hold or apes or diamond hands. The low fruit has already been picked. I look forward to seeing some of you do some creative writing, some double entendres, make us dig a little bit harder to find the reference. So impress me.
I've got to walk before I run, Pirate, so I'm starting with the basics, but I'm heading that direction, so see what happens.
Well, there's other ones out there like who's the guy that flies the Apache helicopter? I forget his name. He was one of the first ones to do the AI songs.
Novocaine.
What was his name, Casey? Novocaine. I apologize, Novocaine. My short-term memory's done. But Novocaine, he's already got this down to a science. So ever the asshole and ever the critic, I'm asking everybody to up their game.
So I guess I'll discuss real quick here because it's just kind of on my mind a little bit. But later today for the interview, what I'm going to do is normally I take a break at what 1:15ish or 1:20. This is about 1:20 to 2:10. So today what's going to end up happening is I'll take the break at 1:15. At some point, probably around 1:45, you'll see the live stream just suddenly end. And then I will probably put up a scheduled live stream. No, not a scheduled one. I kind of wanted to give people an opportunity to be able to join into it and talk in the chat without starting it, but I'm not going to do that. You'll see us start the live stream up probably a few minutes after 2, and the live stream will go for, I don't know, I'm guessing somewhere between 45 minutes to an hour. After that's over and I end the live stream, Kim and myself will come to the back of the Big Tramp and y'all can ask away any questions you choose. How long she's there?
PG-13.
You can ask whatever you feel is comfortable. If you
you know me.
it is what it is, right? I mean, it's not live. It's not live.
Are you gonna let her slap me?
Sure. Yeah.
Can I go
absolutely.
up?
And she might. I mean, maybe she just walks away at some point. I told her, I said, like, you just leave whenever you feel comfortable leaving, or whatever. Just because she doesn't have any. Go ahead. Sorry.
Are you gonna let me grow up, Papa? Let her hit me, Papa. You're protecting me too much. Let me.
Aaron, the interview will be separate, so it'll be a single stream that is something that you can just watch without having to see the whole rest of the day. It'll have its own title.
Drama queen.
Yeah.
So you'll stop this stream and then start the new one?
Yes.
Okay. Are you doing that just to get a double, to get monetized twice?
No. So I always put interviews into a separate category for us to be able to watch. And so I want to be able to file that in the interview section of the channel. So it's to be able to give it a standing point and something that people can watch without having to see the rest of the day's information. Also, if I ever decide, I was thinking about playing because she had requested a song, and I was thinking about I don't normally play songs for the interviews because that's one of the greatest ways to get the video taken down. So I don't normally play songs for those, but she had requested a song, and I thought, wouldn't it be fun to play it at the end of the interview? The song is like kind of like the outro kind of thing. And I'm thinking about doing that.
Yeah,
and
I like that.
If it's a standalone interview, I can always, if they decide to delist the video, I can just go in and edit it and chop it off.
Right.
It's not a big deal.
Snip that right off the.
Yep.
Yeah, you can leave that on the editing room floor at the end and
If
repost it. Yeah.
if I have the interview through the day live stream, I can't edit things that are that long. Like a 6-hour or 9-hour video, YouTube won't let you edit them. It's too long. So that's the other reason why. Six Sun says, who are you interviewing? I'm interviewing Kim Campbell. She's the, if you saw the movie Dumb Money, there was a character. Actually, I'll read you the stock, the overview of the movie here. It says, America Ferrera plays Jenny Campbell, a nurse and single mom who's, actually, you know what? I think her, no, that's right. Okay. A nurse and single mom who's heavily in debt and watches Keith Gill's GameStop live streams in the 2023 movie Dumb Money. The character is a fictionalized version of multiple people, including Kim Campbell, a nurse from the book, The Association or Antisocial Network, that the movie is based on, and Harmony, a character in the book. Jenny is also representative of the types of people who participated in the GameStop mania. There's a little breakdown. Which I have not read the book, admittedly. Which I had talked to her a little bit before this.
Movie?
I saw the movie, yeah. In fact, actually, Melissa watched it last night. She has to stay up all night on her first night before work, and so she watched it last night before while she was staying up. Before she had to go to sleep and all that kind of good stuff. No, I'm usually asleep. She's up. She stays up through the night, and I'm asleep.
It doesn't wake you up to play?
No. Sometimes I sleep on the couch down while she's, awake on the couch, watching TV or something. But last night I was really, really super tired. Last night she actually was working, but I guess she watched it 2 nights ago. Yeah, Saturday night. Yep. But we've all seen it. At least, well, I know I've seen it twice. I think Melissa's seen it twice now. So it's a good movie.
I've seen half of it. The first half was really good. That's all I can say.
Chi-Town Turtle says, Casey, wasn't she one of the ones that in the end of the film that never sold? That's how the film portrays her, yes.
Oh, well, thanks for ruining it for me. No, well, I guess now I don't have to watch the end. Save me some time.
But we will find out more about her from her own words later today. So, but that's the thing that I would just encourage everybody to remember is that anytime there's ever a movie or news report or anything like that, always remember that there's always facts that are just not correct or embellished upon, or just completely just made up. I've had it. I want to say probably at least 3 different times where I've been on in a news report, either in a newspaper or on TV, and was quoted as saying something that I did not say at all. Each one of the times. So I have a special love-hate for media because of that. I know that whenever they talk to you, the minute you give them the right to publish what it is that you've said, you can just go ahead and expect that they're going to alter it somehow, that it's going to be wrong. Or at the very least, put it out of context.
Are you saying there's bias out there?
Yep. Lots of them.
What?
Yep.
Glad I was sitting down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then I'm gonna ask my moderators right now, for those of you who are here right now, go anybody who's disrespectful, just clear them out. There's no need for it. We'll probably get. I had considered maybe changing the because right now we've got it set up that you have to be subscribed for 5 minutes, and I'd considered changing that to being like no time because I didn't want people to feel like they had to be subscribed in order to talk. And the more I started thinking about it, I was like, that's just going to put more work on you guys to have to boot people. Because the whole goal here is not for me to try and get people to subscribe. I could care less. But the goal really was more of like, can we get people who can put in comments without feeling like they have to subscribe to do so. But unfortunately, I just think I don't want to put you guys through that kind of hassle because if I put it down to 0 minutes and to subscribe to chat, it's just going to be chaos, and I don't want to do that to you guys.
Well, in the spirit of efficiency, I'll just go ahead and whack Yucca right now.
Damn it all.
Yucca needs a good whacking.
Might as well just do it now. Get it over with. Oh, that's funny. I'll wait until we're in the back of the tram.
Yeah, wait.
I'll behave. I mean, unless he gives me the green light. Well, obviously, I'll behave on the live stream.
I don't think we already kind of did like a microphone check and video check to make sure everything was set up for today. So I can tell you right now, she's not going to be able to see what's being said in the chat, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to be the one who tells her what's being, any questions that come through. I'll have to be the one that transfers them. I'll let everybody know in advance. I'll be like, don't ask the questions till I say, because I probably won't see them if I'm trying to focus on what she's saying. But I'll tell you guys that in advance.
So you didn't phrase it to her that you wanted her to join you in the back of the big tramp at the end?
I did. I had to explain. Actually, you know what?
Explain to family and friends.
I don't know if I did explain it to her. I don't think I did explain to her what that means. Shoot.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I think I got some explaining to do.
And I try to explain to my family what I do on days, and they're like, "Back the what? What are you talking about?"
Yeah, I need to explain that one. I forgot about that. Oops.
She's a nurse. She's seen it all.
Yeah.
She's seen me naked.
I guess I completely I even said it a couple times out loud too. Didn't even think about the fact that I was saying it without explaining it at all. I'm sure there's gotta be some questions there. I did introduce her to Bobblehead Ross though.
What's going on over there?
I don't know.
What's happening?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Pirate emptied the ice tray out. Ice maker. I didn't realize it. I didn't realize it was that loud from across the house.
That ice
I just went and checked my wife. I thought we had a major house disaster.
That ice sounds like metal. Is metal okay in your ice?
It's just like a big tray. It's at the bottom, and it makes 2 different size cubes. And sometimes they build up too much. They get a little stale, so she just dumps the whole thing out.
Are they those designer ice cubes that I've seen on TV?
They just have, you can get your 2 choices, either the big old standard size cube or little drink ice cubes. And it's not too handy. It's like a tray. It's like a tray that's built at the bottom of the freezer. The freezer on our refrigerator is at the bottom, and when you open it up, the left hand side is ice maker ice, and the right hand side is chicken tenders or what have you. But yeah, pretty nice little setup they got.
Blink twice if you're okay, pirate. Oh, here's the other thing too. I'll go ahead and tell you guys this. She asked about like whether or not she would be able to see you guys in the back of the big tramp, and I said because and I said I typically find that when people share their video, the screen of themselves, that usually people will do the same thing in kind. And so, but I think she's planning on having her video camera on. So, I guess, so I guess, you guys can reciprocate if you so choose to. It's up to you, obviously, of course.
Nice.
Clothing necessary. Don't make my eyes go blind.
Can I wear my cat mask? My Halloween.
Of course you could.
Okay.
Make sure D Mello gets the message.
Yeah. I've never
listening to us now.
Oh, she might be. You never know. I'm gonna have a drink today with her. Guess what I ran out of?
Respacito.
I have no Respado. I have no Respado tequila left, and I'm a little bummed out. I don't know if it'll get here before.
Uber to deliver it.
I mean, I got a break coming up. I could go on my break and grab some real quick. I guess.
Go.
I could just make rum and Coke, rum and Dr. Pepper though too. I mean, that's easy.
No, you need to go buy that Digirono with Coronas.
Yeah, go get that.
Let me ask you guys a question. What do you think would be more appropriate? Do you think an adventurous ape or a green can beer?
Why green? Because of the kitty?
Yeah.
The kitty.
Yeah.
Definitely a green can beer.
So you're saying go with it?
We'll get a Bud Light.
I've got some Dos Equis in a bottle I could pull out.
No, just be a gentleman.
What's that mean?
Go get. What do you mean? What does that mean?
I don't know what being a gentleman means. What are you talking about?
Okay, be a gentle lady then.
All right, what does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know.
I'm telling you, man, you need to try that Camarena.
Go get your your special drink.
The Respado?
Yeah,
Reposado. Sorry, Reposado. Yeah, all right.
Do it right.
Maybe I might
do this. You're gonna do it right.
Yeah, you're right. I'll go to the liquor store on my first break here, or my second break rather. All right. I'll do that.
Take a chance, man. Be a little adventurous today and try the Camarena, the silver labeled Camarena. It's $34 a bottle for the big bottle.
Is that?
And it's some of the finest. I've had a lot of tequilas, and I'm telling you, man, it's.
But is it a mixing tequila or a sipping tequila?
If by mixing tequila, do you mean cheap shit? Is that what you're saying?
What color is it?
It's clear.
If it's clear, that's not mixing tequila. I think I'm saying that right. Yeah, that's not mixing tequila.
To my knowledge, there's no difference. I mean, the only difference is the tequila that's got color in it. They age it in an oak barrel.
So
it's just picking up a little bit of the burnt oak.
When you mix drinks, the goldish coloring on tequilas is the one that you want to use for a mixed drink. Let me look this up because I feel like I'm getting it wrong here. Hold on a second.
I've never really concerned myself with the aesthetics of what color it looks like in the glass and all that. I'm just going purely by taste. And tequila has long been my weapon of choice for hard liquor. And I drank just about whatever's been bottled. And $4 for dollar, that Camarena tequila silver is it's hard to beat.
Yeah, I got it backwards. You're right. Okay, so clear tequila.
David at the Walmart liquor store. You can get it at Walmart. Hell,
not in
I
Texas.
Just pulled liquor real quick. It's
not in Texas.
Walmart. Oh, you don't have liquor stores in Texas.
Well, we do, but not in Walmart. Yeah.
I got you.
But send me a DM with it, and I'll look for it when I go. Because I mean, we have specs, and that's it's a full on. It's basically a Walmart for alcohol, and it's just they've got everything.
I tell you, once I discovered it and did my own little taste test, and I was sold on it. I think you'll be pleased. I'll send you a link.
All right.
Hey, Casey, did you see Benzinga actually had a positive headline for us?
No way. What did it say?
Says, movie triumph, Bad Boys 4, Will Smith's comeback brings hope to studios.
See, that's what I'm saying. I can't figure out like why sometimes they go positive on some of them, and then sometimes they go negative, and I don't understand why. Because I feel like If was the one that they were saying, oh, it only brought in 50 million the first weekend on a budget of 150 million. The movie did terrible and this, that, and they were just basically like dogging on it. Now we've got this Bad Boys making 50 million in the same week. I don't know what their production costs were. I would imagine that maybe they were a lot lower, and that's why it's doing so well. Or I don't know. Some of the stuff doesn't make sense.
Gross 104 million, with international put in there, so over 100 million.
Yeah,
they're probably getting paid to say that.
Maybe. Alcohol's so much cheaper in California that when I was living up in Eugene, Oregon, I had my boss ask me when I was taking a trip down to go visit my parents. He asked me to buy 2 massive bottles of tequila for him while I was down in California because the price is so much cheaper.
There's a better hack, and you're not using it. When Bradley is in town, you have him take his military ID and go to the closest place that has a alcohol, and then military, like a class 6 is what they call it, and then you pay 0 tax on it.
So here's the deal, and I don't. He won't even use his military ID for discounts for himself. So I wouldn't.
No. I'm not talking about a discount. I'm talking about if he buys it on base.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like there's a liquor store right on base.
Yeah.
And it's just like going in and buying. When you buy golf clubs on base, you get a hell of a discount.
I got you.
You just literally, you can buy anything, but he has to buy it on base. And just like they have a commissary for grocery stores, and then they have a BX for golf clubs, they have a liquor store there. And you get him. The thing is, if it's a little bit of a drive, or if it's not as convenient, you have to make a commitment. Go in and buy a year's worth. Your whatever it is that you buy, but there's substantial savings there that warrant buying it at one time.
Yeah.
Doesn't work for beer. You go through beer way too fast. It doesn't work for that. But if you want to get yourself nice bottles of champagne or some decent bottles of wine, or more importantly, a whole bottle of Crown Royal, the big 1.75 liter bottles, it's something you need to look into.
Okay. I'll check that out. Make sure you send me that DM though on that tequila, otherwise I'll forget.
It's done. It's already there. You
Cool.
can share it with the class if you like.
Let's see here.
It comes in a clear silver bottle, has a wooden cap, and like I said, I've got on my bar right now. I probably have 4 or 5 different kinds of tequila. But I was such a big tequila drinker. That's what the gentleman who worked for me years ago, they would give me every year as a Christmas present. I would look forward to a bottle from my guys. But, I mean, there's tequila out there you can spend $2,000 a bottle on. I'm not talking about that. Yeah. The first thing I noticed was a big reduction in headaches because I overindulged.
Yes.
And that was important to me.
Yeah.
That was important to me. You drink the swill, you're gonna have that pounding head. And
Yep.
Now I get it. If you pound half that bottle, then you're on your own. But if you're just the kind of guy who likes to, kind of tickle the edge a little bit with maybe drinking just a tiny bit too much, then that stuff right there is the weapon I went with.
Yeah, I hate that. And there's nothing worse than like Melissa and I will go out to a concert, and I like Long Island's, which is a bunch of different clear alcohols that are put into the drink with Coke. And that's my favorite drink. But every time I go and get those, they always use like what do they call it again? Is it called well liquors?
That's
Like
because that's a well right behind the bar. That's the well that they keep the bottles in. That's your
Yeah.
bottom shelf, your lowest of the low.
Yeah, they use the
When you
well
ask for-
alcohols.
When you ask for
And
you
it's-
ask for a
yeah.
Long Island iced tea. That's what you're going to get.
Every night after a concert, I always have this like massive headache, and it's just like I know it's because the cheap alcohol.
The cheap shit.
Yep.
There's a reason.
Yep.
If they could, there's a reason why one bottle's $35 and another one's $3. Yeah.
It's funny though. I have for dinner for me, like 2 Long Islands is nothing. Like I can go through 2 Long Islands and it won't even faze me. And I always have like family members that go like, "What is that you're drinking again?" And I go Long Island. And they go like, "Isn't that stuff really really super strong?" You're like, "Not for me. It's not." So,
And if you're pounding food on top of it, that goes a long ways towards mitigating the effects.
yeah. Well, plus I feel like when you're at a restaurant, they never make them like they're supposed to. They're always weak. They're not like they would be if you made them at home.
All right.
Just about time for numbers. Got about 8 more minutes left here. Let me just check something real quick.
Funny with the ice machine before I have the cheapest headset that you can get from Walmart, but it's supposed to have the noise canceling feature, or maybe that's just a function of Discord. But it's incredible because some things that you would think would be really loud and everybody would hear, are non-existent, and so I'm still just trying to figure out what I have to mute, be prepared to mute for, and what I can get away with.
If you go to your settings, your user settings, do you know what that's at?
Hell no. Where
Okay.
in Discord you mean?
Yeah, in Discord.
Yeah.
Are you on your are you on your computer?
Yeah, desktop.
Okay, so on the bottom left-hand side, you'll see your little icon. There's a microphone, a headset, and user settings.
Yeah, the little gear.
Yeah, click the gear. Go to look for voice and
Done.
video. When you get to voice and video, about halfway down the page-ish, there's something called input sensitivity. Change that from automatic so that you can adjust it, and then just kind of passively put it all the way to the far left, and just watch your passive noise that's going on in the background, and then you can slowly over time slide that up.
I got to voice and video, but what'd you say after that?
It's called input sensitivity.
Input sensitivity. I see voice settings. I see input volume and output volume. Input sensitivity. Okay, what do you want me to do with the input sensitivity now?
It's probably clicked on automatic, so it's like check marks probably. You want to uncheck mark it.
Yep.
And then slide your slider bar all the way to the far left, and just kind of watch, as you're quiet, watch the passive noise in the background, wait for something loud to happen, and kind of slide the bar up a little bit so that it's kind of above that noise level. When it happens, you got to wait for that background noise. So at first we'll hear you all the time, and then as you slowly slide that bar up, we'll hear less and less.
All right. Well, I'll just leave it all the way to the left now until I get further instructions. Thanks for the hand holding.
But you should see some kind of like passive background noise that's showing
what
up.
it has is a green bar, and as you're talking right now, that green bar bounces back and forth, and so it's almost like a tachometer or something. It just bounces back and forth as we're talking. But right now, my house is silent, so there's nothing else to.
I would say you probably want to put it about at least 1/3 of the way up. Well, maybe a little less, maybe a quarter of the way up.
All right.
Done.
And then if we continue, if you see your microphone, if you go back out and you see your microphone's like still triggering constantly, then you're going to slide that slider up even further until you get to the point to where your microphone's just not registering as much.
Right on. Okay. Done. I'll work on that then.
Or we can do our entrance sound too. So you've got the foghorn. I guess we all need to come up with our walk-on sound.
Why are you gay?
That was, what's that, Rex's? Rex, did you just do that? Did I say good morning to you yet, Rex?
My apologies to the 272 people who had to sit through that ridiculous hand holding there. That's on me.
It's good to know for everybody, though. One timer, good to see you this morning. And Rick says, I don't care for tea, but Long Island's, oh yeah. That's how I feel. I usually, well, actually, now that I'm living in Texas, I drink more tea than I ever have before, but it's always sweet tea. There's a big difference in sweet tea here.
Manhattan every now and then.
What's that?
But, a Manhattan, it's like a couple different kinds of bourbon. It's been years since I've drank them, but I'm just never really a big fan of all the mixed drinks with all the sweeteners and stuff in them. Everybody's taste is different.
Chi-Town Turtle, you're welcome. I would like to give thanks to Funky Pizza Kitchen. I did that again. Funky Pizza Productions. Sorry. It's really kind of his doing a little bit, and the reason I say that is I had actually reached out to Kim a long time ago. In fact, I think I may have reached out to her shortly after I saw the movie originally, and didn't hear back from her. And then just more recently, Funky sent me a message like, "Hey, you should contact Kim and see if she wants to do an interview." To which I was like, well, I already have, but I guess it wouldn't hurt to try again. So I went ahead and sent another message and heard back from her almost immediately. So I was really surprised by that. And things unfolded pretty quickly thereafter. So, yeah. Thank you, Funky.
Funky Pizza must have some pull.
Did you say she wrote a book, Casey?
No. Shoot, I need to look up the name of the author for the book. The author... the book is called The Antisocial Network. Let me see who wrote that. Give me a second. I should probably know these things. I think she'll probably mention it in the interview today.
Ben?
It was written by Ben Mesrich, I think is how you say his name.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And actually, I'm supposed to be following him on Twitter, and I don't think I've done that just yet. So I need to get on that probably.
So what's the connection of this book and her?
Some of the characters in the book were based on her. Well, not some of. One of the characters was loosely based off of her experiences.
So was that the book? Was that the source of the movie also, or
yeah, the movie Dumb Money was the screenplay of the book, Antisocial Network. But I'll let her talk more about that later on because I don't want to steal from her her thunder. I'm sure she'll have.
What her skill set in nursing, what specialty or whatever. If we have medical questions.
So
that's not appropriate.
No. You guys can ask those questions, and I'll let her decide whether that's something that she deals with. I normally don't ask people beyond asking them, what their profession may stem around in an interview. That's what I'll ask, but I don't usually go into specifics because I don't want to give away details of somebody. Whether or not she chooses to answer in more depth as to what field, I know she already has answered that question before, so I don't think she'll have a problem with it, but. I've heard her answer that question before. I just don't want to. I don't want to speak for her.
I'm kidding. I'm not going to ask her medical questions on an open forum like that. But I do have this rash.
I know. I have a friend. You got to start it out with. I have a friend who may have some warts in weird places. How does one?
And his name rhymes with yucca.
Oh, that's messed up. You hear that, yucca? He's going to throw you under the bus. What the hell? Yucca must be tied up in work right now.
He's busy.
Yeah. All right. Well, what do you say? Shall we do some numbers?
Yucca just posted a message. He said, "That's bullshit. Those are birthmarks." I got you, Yucca.
Oh, that's
you
funny.
Pirate taking up for you while you're not here, as you were.
Let me plug something in. Very interesting. So, again, like I said, I was going to have to work on the volume predictor page a little, the volume analysis that I did a little bit here, because I'm realizing that I'm running into some issues with pre-market volume data that I was collecting and what is actually happening as the day unfolds. So I need to make sure that I match that up. But anyways, the number that it's predicting now is 45.9 million shares. Again, we'll find out how that looks throughout the day. I did give you guys the normal volume prediction that I would have based off of pre-market volume, and I said somewhere between 40 and 60 million. We'll see what ends up happening, though. It's saying right now it's saying 45,921,855 shares at this point, but that seems awfully high. Let me see what kind of pace we're on right now. Let's see, 11 o'clock. 18.09 million shares. 153 minutes. Right now we're pacing about 46. Yeah, so there's no way that's going to be, that predicted volume is going to be right. It's going to be lower. All right. Well, anyways, moving on. Let's take a look and see what we got going on for these numbers for the day today. I'm going to take you over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see if I have to do two-factor authentication. I probably do. Oh, maybe not. Maybe. I do. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to give it a secondary device, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Please make sure you guys are getting statements from your about your portfolio from your broker, so that you know what it is that you hold in case something should happen and you have proof of ownership for your own record keeping. All right, starting with me moving a couple screens around. Boy, I have to really go to the bathroom today. This is unusual. I don't usually have to go
Casey,
this bad.
do you get an email confirmation for each trade? Like if I buy a block, usually within 24 hours or so, I'll get an email. Do you?
I do.
I think that's good to have. I used to just erase or trash all my emails, but I've picked up the habit of archiving those. I think it's a good idea.
Yep, I do get those, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect off exchange to be somewhere right around 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Right now, we got about 57.3% of our volume going through off exchange, EDGX at 13.45. The combined total 70.75%, or about 8.75% more volume going through those exchanges than normal. That certainly would stop or prevent price from running up with price discovery due to that buy volume going through those exchanges. CHX volume is currently at 15,628 shares. Nothing unusually high about that number. Taking a look at GME's CHX volume for the day today, it's coming in at 33,811, and anything over 30,000 is a lot in my opinion. Borrow fees, according to IBKR, it looks like there's been an additional 150,000 shares borrowed since earlier. which means that in total for the day today, we've seen about 650,000 shares borrowed based off of IBKR's reporting, and fees are currently at 3.15%. According to Ortex, an hour ago, there was 2.29 million shares borrowed for the day. In total, it's now 2.12 million shares. That's going to cause the estimated short-share interest of the free float to stay the same at 14.14%. Cost of borrow ends at 2.73, average is 5.98, and max is 9.87. Shares on loan for the day today is at 79.85 million shares. That's 1.52 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating that about 552,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been before now was at a $5 strike, and that is still the case. We went from 8.8 thousand contracts an hour ago to 12.6 now. Highest amount of put volumes coming in at a $4.50 strike. That's it was $4 an hour ago, so it's gone back up to 4.5. At 4 an hour ago, there were 7.2 thousand contracts. At 4.5, there's now 10.4. So the market is now suggesting a closing price again between 4.5 and 5 instead of 4 to 5. So we could be looking at maybe like a 475 close or thereabouts price point by the end of the day. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is in number 2. Look at this buy-sell ratio. 69, nice. 69.19% more buys than 30 than sells. Sales are 30.81% of the total amount. And AMC, let's hope it moved up on the list because it was sliding down the list. It's sliding down a little bit even further. Good news is our buy-sell ratio is much better than it was. Bad news is that our order quantity is falling, and so we're falling off the list of top 30 most heavily traded stocks by retail based off of orders. But our buy-sell ratio is 58.95% buys to 41.05% sales. MMRI an hour ago was 292.07. It's now 291.74. Let's see what we got going on here. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates is 0.411. It was 0.415 an hour ago. Ooh, my stomach is upset. NASDAQ is up 0.28, Dow Jones is down 0.05, and the S&P 500 is up 0.12. We have 3,069 decliners to 2,506 advancers. The market is more advancing now than it was an hour ago. Sectors. The top performing sectors for the day today are the... Oh, that's really interesting. They're like totally exactly up the same amount, or at least they were a second ago. Utilities followed by energy are the two best performing sectors. Those are the recessionary sectors. The worst performing sectors for the day is financials followed by healthcare. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since Friday's closing price will get a shout out. FRC is up 50%. That might be the only one. Yep, that's the only one I see. Gold is currently up 0.6, 0.7 and trending up. Silver is up 1.8, trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 0.79, trending up. breaking the downtrend it was in. The US dollar is currently up 0.29, but looks to be stalling out a little bit, like it might be consolidating. I'd say the overall trend is still very, very slightly upwards here. Oil is currently up 0.43 and is consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.2 to 0.21 and starting to consolidate after a downtrend. SPY is up 0.15 and continuing to trend up on low volume. VIX is up 5.24, still trending down after the gap up this morning at 12.86. Futures suggesting it should be around 13.08, so the downwards momentum is leading the futures downwards. VB is down 0.03 and trending up. VBR is down 0.25, trending up. Tesla is down 1.21 and trending down. Amazon is up 1.27 and consolidating. Cinemark is down 0.06 and starting to take a trend up here. Doge is up 0.33 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.45, trending up. GME is down 15.52%, trending down. HYMC is up 2.19 and consolidating. NCMI is down 1.53 and I'm going to call it consolidating still. It looks like it's trying to break into a downtrend, but it's still consolidation. Hood is up 4.28, trending up, and AMC is down 5.5 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day-to-day, there's approximately $1.2-ish million more inflow than outflow. 18.87 million shares traded so far. After 162 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 45.42 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 40 and 50 million, but the new volume prediction was suggesting something more in the range of around 28 million shares, which is what we'll take a look at that a little bit later and see how that worked out as a price prediction. But it was getting about 28.6 million. And I've got some adjustments to fix on that over the today and tomorrow's trading before I'm sufficiently or adequately comfortable with what it is that I'm giving from the data from this. So just give me some time on it first. I want to make sure the data is looking good. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure on our side, 43.38, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side of 33.19. Which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side of, I don't know, because 30.83. And on a 5-minute time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side of 37.7, which is below average. And with that, it does look like we have some news. What's going on with entertainment stock? Looks like they're just blaming everything on DFV. It's his fault for everything. And I gotta go hit the restroom. I don't even know if I can wait 6 more minutes. I know. It's bad, man. I'm getting old, I guess. Can I wait?
I'd install a urinal under your desk.
A catheter? I'll just put a catheter in.
That's much easier.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna what am I gonna do? I'm going to mute my microphone, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Whew, feel so much better. DM, I didn't know. Sorry, man. AMC Hawkeye says Will Smith slaps it out of the park.
Tom D was asking about if there's a possibility that Kim Campbell could maybe open the door to other interviews. That's a ticklish one, Tom, because you don't want to give her the impression that you're just using her to get to to Keith Gill. You know, that would be kind of insulting. But I can understand how people would be like, man, I wonder if there's anybody else that she has contact to.
I didn't ask her that question at all. I guess I didn't really. It never really occurred to me to ask that question. Maybe it did occur to me, but I guess I just didn't really feel like asking. Maybe, but
It occurred to me. I thought, well, maybe at the end to close it up, you could say, you know, like, hey, is there any possibility? Is there anyone else you think you could reach out to? And because obviously, I was thinking to myself, maybe she could send a quick message to Roaring Kitty, but that's, you know, I'm assuming too much there. I'm assuming that she has the ability to even do that. But more importantly, I wouldn't want her to feel insulted, like somehow or another that we were just trying to use her as a stepping stone to get to a bigger interview.
Well, one of the things I thought was kind of interesting, and this doesn't have anything to do with Kim at all, but when I watched Yefe's video on Friday of his live stream, did you see him mention that he hasn't even seen the movie yet? Literally a movie based on him as a character and what he did or accomplished, and hasn't even seen it. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, that puts credence to what I'd heard. He had, nothing to do with it. They didn't consult him or anything.
Right. Which makes me wonder, if you don't consult the source, then how in the world how do you know you're getting the stuff right?
Yeah, anything that happened inside their house could be all conjecture at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how accurate it can be. It's like an unauthorized biography.
Big Sloppy says, I think he meant the movie isn't over yet. Well, he said he hasn't even seen it. He said he wasn't. What was the name of the actor that played him?
Bits and pieces and clips. He said
right, it's bits and pieces, but he had not seen the whole thing. So, yep.
As you're saying earlier with the media, everything you see, you have to take with a grain of salt as far as how accurate it is.
Yeah. It's very, very unfortunate because you want to believe that everything that you see and hear has some kind of validity to it, and it does to some extent, but then there's creative
license.
Yeah, creative license that's added to it. Maybe there's agendas that are added to it. Maybe agendas that take away from it even. Who knows? I mean, there's just... it's like Telephone. Do you ever play that game? Who hasn't played that game before, right? You pass it from one person to the next person, and the message keeps changing. And depending on how many people you put it through, the actual output or the result of what you get is drastically different than the beginning or what the real part was.
Pro Jeweler is asking, Casey, would you watch a movie made about you if you had no part in it? And I mean, I know I hate hearing my own voice and all that, but I guess seeing somebody else portraying me, I might be interested in what the heck they're saying or doing. I'm surprised Keith didn't want to see it or hasn't seen it yet.
I think it depends. So what if you couldn't imagine trying to go to see a movie like that and you walk in, and who's not going to know who you are when you walk into that movie theater? That's right. Like, I feel like everybody who's there to see the movie, everybody's going to be like looking at the movie screen, then looking over at you, then looking over at the movie screen. And that's if they didn't know who you were, and suddenly realizing, like, this guy that's sitting over here next to me is the guy that's on this movie screen. Why do they look so much the same? And he probably doesn't think that. He probably doesn't think that he looks the same, but other people might. And I don't know, man.
There's a really good clip going around YouTube about a baseball game, and they're playing the song "Don't Stop Believing" by Journey.
Yeah.
And the cameraman zooms in, and it's Steve Perry sitting in the crowd, and then the crowd goes nuts because it's, you know,
They don't realize it.
like this. The dude, and he stood up and he started singing. It was really cool because you could tell it was kind of organic. It wasn't something that was pre-planned. I mean, they may have played it knowing he was there, but his reaction to it was really cool.
Yeah, but Donkey Kong says Netflix. He could have watched it on Netflix. Maybe he doesn't have it. It's possible. I mean, if you were worth $250 million, would you watch Netflix? I don't know. That's why I don't know. Maybe people who are really, really well off, they have different hobbies. Maybe movies is not a hobby for those people, and maybe that's why they're betting against us. You know, movies is not for the one percenters. It's just not. They make history. They don't. They lived it. Like, why in the world would they want to go see it when they lived it? Yeah, see, AMC Hawkeye's he said he's living Netflix. Exactly. People who are well off, they're making history, and they don't have to. If you ever go listen, one of the things I find strikingly weird is the people who are the upper echelon of the world in power and money. They don't watch news. They don't listen to what other people are saying on social media, because they don't care. They don't care what anybody else has to say because they're just going to do what they're going to do. And, they are the trendsetters.
Because it doesn't matter for the most part. It has no effect on their life.
Yeah. So watching
he's a controversial figure, but Tucker Carlson, in an interview, he said he does not look at any social media about him, what they're saying, he's like, he has no interest whatsoever. And Chris Cuomo, who is just the opposite, checks everything out there that online about himself, and Tucker's point is it just drives you nuts. Why do it? It's not worth it. And I think that's probably a good strategy if you're in the media like that. Just don't fall into that pit.
Yeah. And quite frankly, I think yeah, we'll leave it at that. I have a feeling. Let me just say this. I have a feeling you all probably change your minds about how, when this is all said and done, there's probably a very, very good chance you all change your mind about a lot of that kind of stuff too, going down the road. I would imagine. Maybe not. Maybe your mind doesn't change.
Tell you what, though, I'm more willing to try a hams now than I was before I saw the movie.
More willing to try what?
The beer he had, the hams.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's setting those trends. I thought you were going to say something like, I'm more willing to try running outside in a lightning storm naked.
I thought he said try a ham sandwich.
Actually, that's probably, I'm with you. I thought he said ham sandwich too.
Is it lunchtime already?
It must be. Somewhere. Somewhere it is. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe life will change for you in ways that maybe Netflix will no longer be something that you're interested in anymore, and maybe your life will become exciting enough to where you don't want to go watch a movie because your life is that exciting, and movies just don't really do it for you anymore. Who knows?
Well, everybody's different. That there's a story out there, and I think it's true, about Warren Buffett. I guess every day he goes to McDonald's for breakfast. and his wife gives him the exact change that he needs to buy like a egg McMuffin, coffee, and a hash brown. Every single day, it's the same thing. He's got the exact change. And he said he splurges if he has a particularly good time in the market, makes hundreds of millions of dollars, he upgrades to the big breakfast. That's his treat.
Keeping it simple.
Yeah, a big breakfast. She gives him instead of $6.17, she upgrades him to $7.45, and that's his celebration. Tiger don't change its stripes.
ABC Pediatrics of Florida says, hello, Casey, do you know if T+1 applies to deposits as well? I don't believe so, but I will say this. I deposited some money into one of my brokerage accounts last week, and it did settle in a day, so which I think might have been a little bit faster than usual. No, Highway Frog. It doesn't mean McDonald's is the secret to living long. It just means that everything in moderation doesn't kill you. You can drink out of plastic cups, but just don't always do it. All right, I'm going to head to break. I got to run over to the liquor store and pick up some alcohol for today so I can have my adventurous ape. Let's see here. Let me check out. And I will see you guys in a little bit. I'm going to silence myself and put the message up on the screen, and I will be back at 12:10. See you guys in a bit.
I'm just yammering away, talking, and I got my microphone on mute the entire time. Oh well, what are you going to do?
Not the first, probably not the last time, right, Pirate?
No, it'll happen again, I'm sure. I had an early lunch while Casey was going through some of that stuff. I had a half of we had Firehouse subs last night. I had a meatball sub with extra sauce and provolone cheese. And I was only able to finish half of that last night. And it made a wonderful lunch. Mrs. Pirate banged out a plate of homemade brownies last night. And so I had a rather nice lunch. I'm ready for the remainder of the day.
Did the brownies have some of that special ingredient or just regular brownies?
No, we don't have any THC butter or anything like that. These are strictly store-bought gummies. These are just regular old brownies.
Now you guys are making me hungry over here.
I seen your comment, Papa Mac, about Warren Buffett being generous. Yeah, I wasn't trying to imply that he was a spendthrift or whatever they call him, but it was just, I think that was just his habit throughout his life, was to swing through McDonald's and get breakfast. And the more money he made, it didn't matter. That was just part of his routine.
Yeah, I'm not trying to just cast the dispersion one or the other. I'm just, I don't know much about his personal life or anything, but if you're a billionaire, hopefully you're not, watching every single penny and not sharing. I just got a message from Corey, aka 401 Doge. He sent me some more pictures about a buddy of his that I guess had committed suicide. He said if I wanted to use those images during that portion of the video. Take a look here. Interesting. The thing, he sent a picture of a group of friends or whatever. Is it's, do the others give permission to share their images? Is what I have a concern about. So I have to check with them on that.
I'm uncertain on how that works. If you take a photograph of people in a public setting and I take the photograph, I'm not real well versed on the legalities of how you can use that photograph. I know if you're going to produce a movie or if you're going to go into something like that, that I know they go to great lengths to get people to sign off and all sorts of things. But as far as
yeah, I can't
taking a picture or having somebody give you a picture that's their own picture and let you use it on social media, I can't speak with any authority on whether that's illegal or not. I wouldn't imagine it would be.
Yeah, I know that in a public place, like, I sell stock media on as a side business, and I can't have, a video of you in a public place without getting your permission. Now, if you're out of focus and you can't tell who you are specifically, then yeah, I can show a generic scene and they can use it in a commercial way. But
yeah, selling it and making money off of it's one thing, but I'm just talking about sharing it on a stream or a website. It's not like KC's non-monetized here, so it's like there's no basis for.
It's more kind of in a way, I guess, a professional courtesy. If someone sees something, go, hey, I didn't authorize you to use my image in a suicide awareness thing, then they could take it to court, and I'm sure you would have to take it down. Whether they would go to that much trouble, probably not. But just more of a courtesy thing is talking about a sensitive subject. Maybe they don't want their image associated with it for some other reason you don't know.
Yeah.
So apparently there is a connection between billionaires and McDonald's. Trump eats a cheeseburger every day, apparently. Maybe not from McDonald's, I guess.
Good morning, Pirate.
Morning, Stock Whiz.
There we go. Blinker time. How is it going? I saw GME down like 12, AMC 4. Yeah, they're 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 trying to scare people.
GameStop is down 17.7.
Wow.
Excuse me. We're down 6.5%.
What? AMC or GameStop?
AMC's down
17.
6.
Okay, gotcha. They're trying to push it down like to near the 20 level, right, for GameStop. But I think I don't know if it's gonna work, but I think there's gonna be massive buying pressure. But if they rinse and repeat it and put it in the dark pool, yeah, we'll see what happens. One thing is for sure, they are damn scared. Yep. They are scared.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, Blink.
What's up? What's up, Danny? How you doing?
Good stock with.
I'm good. My blinker is working. My car is fixed, so I'm good.
Perfect.
It was the anti-theft system that broke down. They had to replace it. in the steering wheel.
Okay.
I've never had that before.
Why? What was happening with your car?
It didn't. I couldn't start it anymore. Couldn't start the engine. So it was actually on the yeah, probably the system that is responsible for the anti-theft to work. It broke down, and it probably, I think it jammed up the steering wheel. So I couldn't move it anymore, or couldn't start the car. It was a safety thing, I think. I don't know. I'm not a mechanic, by far. I don't know nothing about it. I only drive it. I put gasoline in it, put it in drive, and I drive.
Huh.
You know.
Pirate would probably know about this. I had one time my car, the steering wheel was like stuck, and I couldn't start it. It wouldn't start the car, and I had to do something with the I had to do something with the brake, and I looked online and I figured it out. But it was I was like, oh man, this sucks.
Yeah, but this one actually, they had to tow the car, and then I towed it to a garage which one we're usually working with the company, and it was strange. He couldn't. He said I can't do anything with the car. I tried many things, but I can't get it to start or to even put it on a computer. And then they had to re-tow the car again, so I paid I had double towing costs plus this cost. Oh my god.
Jeez.
It's not. I was feeling so bad. I don't have to pay a penny, but it's for
That
this
sucks.
thing alone. For this thing alone was like €600. That's like $650.
Yeah,
Without
man.
and the towing cost is what was it? $150, like almost $380, something like that. So it was up to almost $1,000 for everything. Crazy. Yeah, something a lot of things. There's too much electronics in the cars these days. Everything is electronic. I heard in the news they had to I think it was it worldwide or was it only in my country? Like Volvo, they had to recall like 40,000 vehicles.
Wow.
Was something wrong with with the speed, the showing of the how fast you drive, the speedometer.
Yeah.
There was an issue with that. They had to recall the car, and it's a full electric. It's the EX what is it, 30, the new model. Yeah. A lot of people that are buying brand new cars, sometimes you have issues. You have to be lucky. In Belgium, in my language, we have a saying: if it's built on a Monday, you could have issues.
Exactly.
It's a car that was built on a Monday.
Oh man.
If you look at those companies, those factories that build those cars, if you look at how fast they can build one, it's sometimes you wonder, like, yeah, I don't know how fast they do it, but it's pretty fast. They can assemble a car. That's that I saw.
Yeah, I was hearing some issues. My wife's Volvo, the other day was acting up, but
Volvo or Volvo? Yeah.
I put her Volvo in place. I tell you what,
Yeah,
every now and then, you just got to do what I can do. Okay.
Oh my Jesus! I was waiting for that. I knew something was gonna come.
Oh, it did.
Okay. See.
Well, fundamentally, cars haven't changed in many, many years. At their essence, you can thank your government intervention for all the bullshit and the money out of your pocket, because this constant need to try to drive higher gas mileage or reduce emissions just adds more and more garbage to a car that is all prone. The more complicated something becomes, the more things you have that can break. The more things that can break, the more things you have to pay to fix. And it's just a result of that.
That's what's going on with the electric cars, right? It's too much. How should I put it? Like too much electronics in the car, right? Look at Tesla. How many Teslas were recalled? Is it?
What time is the interview happening today?
Power hour.
Okay.
So you have time to play with the Volvo. So don't worry.
I should probably be on better behavior today.
Rugged, I asked the same question, but I looked at the title. It's in the title of the stream.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, I gotta go, guys. I was just saying what's up real quick.
All right.
My kid is a doctor, so I gotta go real quick. But I'll be back on later.
See ya.
Right on. Off
Yeah,
you go.
see you, Rugged. All right.
See ya.
See you. Bud.
See ya.
My one of my good friends from my hometown works at a Volvo truck plant in Southern Virginia. During the trucking side, he's an engineer. Seems to be pretty happy there. I will say that I have had another European vehicle before. I enjoyed it thoroughly, except when this is it's typical. Such a pain when it's like when they're working, they're great, and when they're not working.
Yeah, that's what every car, right?
Well, I think you're front of the mill. Let's say less
Which
fun.
one?
Like let's say Honda, Toyota, for instance, or admittedly, we have a couple of those, and knock on wood, they're bulletproof. They just need the bare minimum of attention.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, shit. Those are so, I'm not spending thousands. You don't even have to rely on having a warranty, So it's like, I don't know.
Normally those Japanese cars and those they come with an extended warranty, like 7 years. Some do
Yeah,
like
I
10 years,
I
5 years.
bought those, and I don't know if people here know, but you can actually negotiate the extended warranty cost down. People just assume you just have to pay, and whenever I purchase, I always negotiate online through email only. I don't even step in the dealer, everything's done online through email. Cut out the crap, walking back and forth to the manager's office. But yeah, if you find a competing price for those extended warranties, that even through its OEM offered, some dealers just charge different rates. But anyways, probably not the most interesting topic right now.
So what did Casey tell about the stock? Because it's the first time I'm hopping in today. Anything specific that I should be aware of? Nothing new. Same old, right?
You can go back and start the stream from the beginning and play it on 2.5 times speed. It sounds a little funny, but while there's nothing but dead air on, you can pretty much get caught up real quick in the whole thing.
It's ever since he went on the stream Friday, they pulled us down big time. The boys of Wall Street.
Yeah,
I always said, the price. I will say it now. The price is fake. We all know that.
Yeah.
The price is fake.
Yeah.
It's just to scare people. We're not scared.
This is
We're
all
here
psychological.
We're here for 3 years. How can we be scared?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they are so pathetic that that is the only thing they have left. Is doing that. There's no other thing they can do. Okay, guys, I'm gonna catch you later.
Keep the blinker fluid filled up.
Yeah, it needs it.
Yeah.
Later.
See ya.
We'll see you.
Later, pirate.
Pirate, that sounded like nice meals you got going on there. Some brownies. I could use some of those.
It's hard to beat a little piece of brownie for dessert.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
AMC hit $4.57.
How
Intraday
much?
low. $4.57. Intraday low.
57? Okay.
Yeah, it's up 2 pennies since then. That was a few minutes ago. And then GME hit $23.06. Which Mrs. Pirate, she's wants to stick her toe in the water on some GameStop. I guess she got bitten, got a little taste of the FOMO bug, and she's thinking at $20 perhaps.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if it's going to fall that far, but that's what her little target is for the day.
Wow. Really? You can always set, your buys, So, interesting. It is interesting. It's okay. Everything helps the cause, so even there. Yeah. I've noticed since those of you who have you know, had or used Thinkorswim. They used to have TD Ameritrade, and now it's Schwab. Schwab does not give you instant buying power if you transfer from an external account.
Yeah,
And it's
they
kind
want
of
this
a
cash to
bummer.
settle. Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to wait an extra day unless it's if it's from a Schwab account, then it's treated as instant. If you have if you had a Schwab, like let's say checking account or something. But yeah, that's a bummer because sometimes I would get like this. I see this kind of a drop, and I'm just like, bam, okay, I'm gonna throw down, but it's gonna you have to wait now, unless you maybe do a wire, but I don't know.
I rented the Dingo, picked it up from the tool rental on Saturday afternoon, because if you go to a tool rental and you rent equipment, they're closed on Sundays. So if you rent it, tell them you want it for a Sunday, they'll let you pick it up Saturday afternoon. As long as you have it back first thing in the morning on Monday, you get it for the rest of the day Saturday and all day Sunday. You only pay for 8-hour rental, as long as you don't put more than 8 hours on the machine. So we went and picked that up and brought it home. And the day we brought it home, I couldn't wait to play with it to see how effective it was going to be. I'm not accustomed to some of these smaller machines, but I couldn't wait to test it out. And then once I dug into it, by the time the sun went down, I'd almost not finished, but I probably got 60% of the job done. So the following day, we finished moving all those giant boulders and had to top it off with fuel. It used $8 worth of diesel fuel for the time I used it. And they took a meter check on it to make sure I didn't put too many hours on it, since I had it for an extended period, no extra charge. We used it for 2.1 hours. That's another good tip is to turn the machine off when you're not using it. Don't just let it sit and idle. So despite the fact that we had it for almost 2 days, we only used the machine for a little over 2 hours. So the cost was $276 to rent the machine for a day. Another $8 in diesel fuel. But I think I calculated it. I moved 18 tons of boulders.
Look at you.
Yep.
Jeez, you should be making freaking pyramids.
So there's a rundown if you're thinking about going to a tool rental place and renting one of those little machines. That's kind of what you'll be looking for. I stuck a couple pictures. I stuck a couple pictures of the finished product on the Discord. I'm gonna eliminate those here in a couple hours. But I thought somebody who's been keeping up with the whole pool demolition might get a kick at seeing that.
Find that place that's closed on Sundays.
Well, almost all of them are. I don't know. Well, I shouldn't say that. Around here, this part of Florida, they shut the world down on Sunday. It's kind of the Bible Belt, I guess. But
yeah.
Now, some of them are different. Some of them you have to pick the machine up like right at closing time, which would be 4 or 5. But it's been my experience, if you go in after lunchtime, or call them, just say, hey, I need a machine for tomorrow. I need to pick it up today, bring it back Monday, but I don't really want to pay for today's rental. And then you take your cue from them. More often than not, they'll just say, come get it. You pay us for a full rental tomorrow and you can have it. What it does is it allows you, it takes the pressure off of you, as opposed to going and getting the machine on, say, a Monday, working furiously all day long with no breaks, because you're under that constant pressure that if you don't get the machine back, you got to pay another day's rental. And that puts a lot of anxiety on you. It can cause you to overwork. So by doing it over the weekend there, you can go out and work 2 or 3 hours, and then if you get hot, take a break. You can spread the whole workload out, and it's much more efficient.
Nice. It's good tips, folks.
Yeah.
Good tip.
It's something to fill the dead air with. Anything else to talk about? I thought you might. I know you're a big do-it-yourself guy, and I thought you might find it interesting.
I didn't do too much. I did a little bit of. I need to get one of those long, extended pruner type things to reach some of the back of these freaking hedge bush things or whatever. Can't reach the back of them. things are getting really high. So I gotta cut those down. I was out trimming some of that stuff last night. But and then a little bit of caulking on Saturday morning around there's just a little gap around the garage door entrance. Don't want water getting in there, so seal it back up. Looks like there's a Apple event that's about to start. Wonder what they're going to be releasing.
Are they having a big product reveal today?
I believe so.
Donna Maggie says, has anyone watched Richard Noble? Donna, I'm afraid this is the first I've heard of the name. Is he a TV personality or is it someone on the YouTube? She said it's Reddit, but she watches it on YouTube. Well, appreciate the tip, Donna. I'll keep an eye out. If I come across some of his work, maybe I'll lend it an ear for a moment or two.
GME back over 24.
Yeah, 2409. I don't know if it found a bottom there at 2306, but it got $1 back and it's kind of chattering along sideways there. So maybe 23 was it. Never know.
Be. It's yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It could be let's see here.
It's as difficult to call bottoms as it is tops.
Yeah.
I've tried it no less than 10 times on AMC. I was wrong every time. And every time I wasn't just throwing darts at it. I had a well-rounded thesis, a solid theory to support my move. And each time I was mistaken. It's immaterial. I don't need to have the bottom. I still needed the dollar cost average down. So the buying needed to be done anyhow.
I'm just a greedy pirate and I want all I can get. So if I'm going to buy, I want some of that bottom. That's the nature of the beast.
Oh, sure is. I'm just looking at the MACD and the TTM and the DMA, and they're seeing like these waves where it goes up. Like the first time it went up a little bit early. Let's see here. I mean, it just looks like the way things are swinging. If it keeps swinging where it's kind of hard to verbalize what I'm looking at in the chart here, but with these indicators, but it's kind of like the way it's going is the swing up, swing down, or start off smaller, and now they're getting wider, a little bit longer, and so the drops are there, but the rises are there, and I think it's just making its way. It's building. I see it building.
Paul Lovelace put a chat in and says, so if those stocks are controlled by quants and they're algos, then like how are we going to ever see true price discovery and supply and demand and basics like that? Plus halts doesn't feel like a W. Paul, none of that's new. It's been pretty much from the beginning. That's been the lay of the battlefield. We who gather here every day, we like the stock, we buy it and hold it because we are convinced that it's been oversold many, many times, meaning the float's been sold. They've just sold much more. They've sold many more shares than could possibly exist. And sooner or later, those books will have to be accounted. There'll have to be a reckoning. They'll have to cover those accounts. They'll have to close those accounts out. And by doing that, they'll have to buy. And when I say buy, I mean buy it at the money, ATM on the open market. And that means buying from us. And then when that happens, if let's just say, for instance, for every share that exists, they sold it for 4 times, it's our theory that they'll have to buy them back 4 times. Think of it like reverse rehypothecation, if you would. I know I'm kind of playing it loose and fast there, but that's our theory. And that when the time comes for them to say, all right, we need to start balancing these books back out, for every time they sold one of these, they have to go out and buy it. And if we are the ones who hold them, they have to buy from us and we set the price. That should, we hope, trigger a feedback loop, a never-ending spiral up. It's been commonly referred to as a squeeze for many, many years. So it's real simple. It's not a real difficult thing. We believe that the setup is here for a massive price run. No one can say when. But, so we've bought shares and positioned ourselves to wait for that time to come. So hopefully I'll shed some light on it for you.
Well put. I think that was good.
I have refined my when I'm engaged in conversations over a few drinks in the backyard. I tell people I try to keep it very brief. I say I try to buy things that I believe will have greater value later on, and that's what I'm doing. And I just leave it at that.
But what do you mean? Can you be more specific, pirate, and sell me?
Well, that's frequently the thing. Even with friends and family, they want to be sold. They want to be told that it's a guaranteed thing. They want you to explain all the subtle nuances to it. And I think a lot of that is just human nature, so that if it doesn't pan out, they can absolve themselves from personal responsibility. But Paul Lovelace said, I'd also be selling at massive loss. What does that mean, Paul?
They sold, yeah.
He said, I'd be selling at massive loss. Why would anybody sell at a massive loss? If I buy a stock and it falls to a cheaper price, I just buy more and then wait. And then
for me, when it does do the inevitable rise, that I shouldn't say inevitable, when it does what I logically think will happen is a run up in price, then I sell. But that no way, that doesn't equate to selling at a massive loss.
You know what I'd be curious to do at some point, Pirate? I'd be interested in taking a survey of those in the chat here, if possible, to ask how many are actually listening on audio only versus actually able to watch the screen. I think the numbers would be interesting. I think it'd be pretty revealing. So, you know, and not to tout, I'm not trying to tout YouTube Premium, but with YouTube Premium, you're able to continue streaming the audio with the screen off.
Yeah, I don't know. I know there's a lot of people that are at work. A lot of people are traveling in cars. So I think that you have I think there's probably an argument to be made that there's more people who listen only, audio only, than those who can sit and stare at their screen and engage in the chat.
Yeah.
But that's just an anecdotal observation. I have no data. I have no data to support that. It's just what I think.
Yeah. Especially if anybody in their vehicle or anything too. I just, when I'm driving, I go to advanced YouTube settings on the video playback, and I reduce the playback to like the lowest. I go to advanced, and then you reduce it to 144. What is it? 144 is the rate or bit rate or whatever. 144p. I forgot what it is, but it's the lowest one, so it uses the least amount of data. So anybody who's on a fixed data plan, you'd want to use you want to scale back so make sure you're not streaming at 720 or more. Otherwise, you're going to use up a lot more data if you're just, if you're on a limited data plan of any sort. You just scale back your data there.
I find myself increasingly impatient with my friends and family that I have kind of helped in this. They already have accounts. That it's not like I introduced any of them to trading or personally directed finance, but they to a person always wanted extreme specificity, and I would tell them, you should know better than that. The stock market doesn't work that way. There's no such thing as a sure thing. Nothing's guaranteed, and nobody has proof. If they did, they'd conquer the world. The truth of the matter is, everyone has to take the data that's given them and analyze it, and then figure out what you think is going to be a likely outcome based on your own calculations, and then act accordingly.
It's almost like sports. I mean, you don't know.
Exactly.
Some team may be more. There's always going to be a team that's more favored to win.
Yeah. You try to calculate what is the likely outcome, and then make your investment accordingly.
Yeah.
But so it's difficult. Ron McCumber says, I listen for Pirates plausible reality comedy. I'm not sure what that means. What is that, Rugged? What is plausible reality?
Plausible reality?
What is plausible reality comedy?
That's one of those new word things they got.
That's just fancy talk.
Um, plausibility refers to the believableness of beliefs, the degree of credibility, worth, trustworthiness we assign to a belief of or view of the world. Okay, so
I understand the definition of plausible reality. I just didn't know how it. I didn't know how it applied to comedy, though. I couldn't make the connection there.
Yeah, I actually have to look it up here a little bit more. So, plausible realities.
There's plausible deniability also.
I think they like your, you know, your
Positive sentiment.
No, I think it's not. Well, sometimes yes. I think, but it's also the reality, the reality of the reality. Hence the word reality. I think there's the realness. He tells it as it is. That's what you do.
Paul Lovelace replied, "Well, the more favored to win is the MIT quants, crime, and billionaires in politics. But I guess they could start eating each other, and we see some big runs." Oh, he's back.
Yeah, finally.
It didn't take long. You weren't gone very long at all.
Okay, good. Cool. What are we talking about? I heard plausible deniability, and that's about all I heard.
Yeah. Well, no.
Or something like
Ron
that.
McCucumber said he said he was listening to my piratisms for their plausible reality comedy, and I understood the definition of plausible reality. I just didn't know how it tied into comedy, and he was trying to educate us on that matter. And then we had Paul Lovelace is in. He's apparently he's a little uncomfortable with the price action and looking for some, shall we say, support. I'll just leave it there.
All right. Well, numbers.
Yeah, by all means. Before the numbers, how did your trip go? Did you manage to find a product?
I did. I sent you a picture. I'll pull up the picture here. Hold on a second.
I know you sent me a picture, dumbass. I was teeing it up for you. Jesus, people. Never mind. Just do the numbers. Just forget it.
Hold on.
Just go do the numbers.
All right. The picture. This is the picture of what Pirate wanted me to get on the page.
You people see what I got to do. You see what I put up with every single day. This is what I.
That's what you suggested I get. What I actually got was this here. So I went with the Reposado only because of the fact that I kind of want that smoky flavor, but I did get the same brand. And
nice. Yep, that's just as well. Yep. You get the smokiness. Well done. I think you'll be pleased. If not, send me a bill and I'll refund you the difference between that and that horse piss that you normally buy.
I've been switching so many different brands lately that
I know.
I don't have one specific one that I favor over the others. I feel like I've actually gotten this one before, if I'm not mistaken, but I've gotten so.
I'll underwrite this one. I'm willing to underwrite this deal. If there's a problem, just send Mrs. Pirate an invoice.
Apparently, I have an Aggie thumb. My wife has told me in the past, and I think it shows very well in this picture. I don't know if that's. I don't know what that means exactly. I don't know. Anybody know what that means?
The resting position is like a fish hook.
I guess. I don't know. I have no idea what it means. That's not how it rests, though. It doesn't rest. If it did, there'd be something wrong with my thumb. But no. Apparently, I have an Aggie thumb or something like that. I don't know. It's some kind of Texas thing, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, moving on. Numbers. Let's do numbers. Let's see here. You have a plausible reality thumb, apparently, Andrew says. Okay. I don't know what that means. I'll just take your word for it. Let me take you guys over the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on for these numbers for the day. Right after I log into my account, which means you guys get the two-factor authentication speech. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive an access code, you might want to go ahead and set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Please, last but not least, please make sure you guys are getting a statement of your portfolio through your broker for your position whenever it changes. That way you have for your own record keeping the positions that you hold. In case something should happen with your broker, you'll have at least some proof of what it is that you had. All right, let me move these screens around and we will take a look at these numbers. I can feel myself getting more and more nervous the closer the time approaches for the interview. Isn't that stupid? It's like literally you're just talking to somebody, but for me, I get nervous.
Yeah, just forget about it.
I can't help it, man. It's just like it's nerve-wracking. It's a little nerve-wracking, and it's just I don't know why, because it's just talking to somebody. Honestly, is all it is.
Right.
But I get nervous. All right. Starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see somewhere right around 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Right now we got 58.49% going through off exchange, EDGX at 13.92%. The combined total on that's 72.41%, or about 9.41% higher than it should be, meaning we are probably losing some kind of price improvement due to the amount of volume that's being traded through those exchanges. CHX volume is 15,669 shares. That's about half of what it takes to get me excited. GME CHX volume for the day-to-day, however, is 45,562 shares. That's a big amount of shares there. Taking a look at borrow fees and shares available to borrow, it looks like in the last hour, no change. I think it looks like there's been another 100 or 50,000 shares borrowed in the last hour. That's going to put us at 700,000 shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day. I think it was 750 on Friday, so that's pretty close to about what we did Friday. Fees are currently at 3.22. Taking a look at Ortex data, an hour ago there was 2.12 million shares borrowed for the day. It's now 2.84. That's going to raise the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 14.2%. Cost per arm ends at 2.73. Average is showing up as NA, which I don't know why it would be doing that, but it is showing up that way. And then max is at 19.21%. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 79.85 million shares. That's 1.52 million more shares on loan today than there was on Friday. And Ortex is estimating about 552,000 of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at GME's numbers, I'm getting server errors right now. Give me 1 second while I try to pull up GME's numbers again. Okay, so GME is showing a return of 4.42 million shares for the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. GME has a 71.04% buy to 28.96% sell ratio, looking extremely good on that. AMC was about ready to fall off this most heavily traded list based off of orders, but has managed to stay on the list, and we have continued to see better and better buying versus selling ratio showing up for the day. It's at 60.39% buys to 39.61% selling. This is beautiful. That's exactly within the limits that I'd like to see. I love it. I love it a lot. We had 290, MMRI was 291.74 an hour ago. It's now 292.58. 58. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates is 0.412. It was 0.411 an hour ago, so not really much of a change. NASDAQ is up 0.27. Dow Jones is down 0.06, and the SP 500 is up 0.1. We have 3,095 decliners and 2,547 advancers. The market is slightly more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. Very slightly. Less than 100. Sectors that are doing positive for the day today, the best two sectors, the recessionary sectors, utilities up 1.09% and energy up 0.96%. The worst performing sectors is financials down 0.6%, followed by materials, which is down 0.33%. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since last Friday's closing price. We'll get a shout out. Coinbase is up 2.97. FRC is up 50%. NYCB is down 2.72. That's it. Gold is up 0.79 and starting to consolidate a little bit after after trend upwards. Silver is up 2.02% and definitely trending upwards. Ethereum Classic is up 0.21. Currently, it's trending down. I don't know where this is going. I mean, it looks like it's testing right now off of a lower level of support. So the overall trend, I guess, we'll just call it up for right now. Even though it's current, I know the current conditions are down, but until it breaks through this, it's going to be an upwards trend. The U.S. dollar is currently 0.32, trending, consolidating after trending up. Oil is up 0.24 and is consolidating after a trend up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.26 to 0.29 and trending down. And SPY is up 0.1 and starting to break an uptrend into a downtrend with low volume for the day today. We're nearly the point at which whatever volume we have for the day today, if I were to run like an analysis on average pace, it would come in at volume would usually come in about that pace. So let's see what we're looking at here. 235. We're looking at like probably like somewhere between like a 25 and 30 million share traded day on I'm sorry, 25 million share traded day on SPY today, which is really super low. I imagine it might even be a little bit lower than that. VIX is currently showing up 5.56, but still trending down. Maybe a little bit of consolidation currently at 12.9, with the future suggesting it showing 13.08. So yeah, it's really consolidating right now. VBR is up 0.08 and on a very slight trend upwards. VBR is that was VB, by the way. VBR is down 0.11 and consolidating after a trend up. Tesla is down 1.39 and is trending down. Amazon is up 1.05. I'm going to go with consolidation right now. Cinemark is up 0.15 and is consolidating after an uptrend. Doge is down 0.12, trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.48, trending up. GME is down 15.31% and consolidating after a downtrend. HYMC is up 2.55 and consolidating. NCMI is down 1.53 and trending down. Hood is up 5.16 and trending up, and AMC is down 5.4% and consolidating after a downtrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, there's approximately $1.2 million more inflow than outflow. 24.03 million shares traded so far. After 237 minutes worth of trading, Volume is on a pace for about 39.54 million shares traded by the end of the day. In pre-market, I gave you my old predictions the way I used to do it and said somewhere between 40 and 60 million shares. Then I also gave you the new predictions based off the new system, which was kind of predicting somewhere right around 28.6 million shares traded by the end of the day today. So we're obviously in between those. My lower half, I'm already out. My numbers would have been off. I would have given myself 10 million on either side of 28.6. So I would have said like somewhere between 18 and 39 or 38 million shares. And it looks like we're pacing for that really well. So the new prediction style is holding up so far, but I got to tweak it a little bit. We're not going to go by that just yet. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.41, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.75, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.63, which is coming back up out of having been in an oversold territory, but is still below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.78, which is just slightly below average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp. Did you guys like that reboot there? We're in the middle of my talking. Like I just like reset for a second. I had a senior moment. Those are always fun. Pirate.
I find myself, Casey, with trailing sentences. I'll be prattling on, and this is Pirate about something, and in mid-sentence I'll just say, yeah, it's not even worth finishing this, and I'll just stop talking. It's like turning off a song in the middle. It's just, I don't know, it's just one of those things that happens. Perhaps if I thought a little bit longer before I spoke, I could probably prevent that, but I'll just be going on and on and on, and then after hearing the words come out, I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to stop on this. She tolerates me.
Yeah, usually what happens for me is I'll be talking about something and I'll try to switch to something new, but my brain still wants to like maybe think about what it was I was just talking about. And of course it's something new that I was talking about, not something I repeat over and over and over, which was the volume predictions. And I had this sudden thought in my head about, like, maybe I could tweak it like this and it'll make it a little bit better. And it's just that fleeting thought of like, trying to put that in the records somewhere where in the filing cabinet, and it's suddenly like the rest of my brain says, nope, we're not talking about anything else until I file this away. And so I'm like sitting there just like,
yeah. And then often I'll be halfway through one sentence. What's coming out of my pie hole is like, my brain is already onto something else. It's like there's this disconnect between my vocal cords and the part of my brain that formulates sentences, and they're at odds with one another.
Yeah. Let's see here. Marwood Sia says, "Hi Casey, can you answer one thing, please?" Of course, I can try. Liquor Store Vlog says, anybody seen Roaring Kitty's new tweet? He does have a new tweet out, and it's basically stating that he was a millionaire, or billionaire rather. Sorry, not millionaire. This was posted an hour ago. He says he's got a picture of him pointing at somebody pointing at themselves in a mirror saying, "You were a billionaire."
Or do you think he's pointing at the hedge fund saying, "You were a billionaire"?
No, because last week his options, I actually had mentioned this to Melissa. I was like, he made $500 million. He was worth $500 million. He made $500 million. He's a billionaire today.
Right.
I mentioned that to Melissa last week. So he was, I'm pretty sure this is about himself. He's pointing the mirror.
At that moment in time, all he had to do was click the mouse.
Yep. And I think the important thing to remember, though, and while I agree with his sentiment that his account was showing that much, obviously it was unrealized gains, just the same way as we would say it's unrealized losses. You have to say that as well. It's unrealized gains. So his net value was that much, but he did not have the actual gains yet. So But you know what though? Who cares? He can say.
Well, only one of two things is likely. Either he says to himself, "I don't give a shit about the money," which is possible, or he's saying, "I can do better." Either one. It's got to be one or the other.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
And I quite frankly think that he knows what he's worth, and he knows that there's more to come. I'm pretty sure he knows that.
It'd take a big set. Man. You have an open invitation to the Billy Club and say, "Yeah, I'm going to hold off for a better offer." I'd like to have that guy on my team, man. That's the kind of guys I like to roll with.
Yeah. Marwood's saying, why do I see Max Payne 5 and therefore Max Payne? Well, I don't know what you're pulling up on. I don't know where you're pulling it up from. I mean, some websites will report it differently than others. Let me just make sure that the website that I'm pulling from, because I'm pulling from MaximumPain.com, and they're reporting, let me refresh it, make sure it's still reporting 450, I mean. I am seeing no data. It's not updating for whatever reason. So I'll say this. What may be happening is that you might be using a different website. There it is. It does say $5 now. I didn't think this used to calculate intraday, though.
Is it possible that it's been there since morning and that the 450 displayed on yours was just because it hadn't been refreshed from Friday?
Could be. But I had it set to 614, I'm pretty sure. It's possible. So, yeah, I'm seeing 5. I am seeing 5 right now. I don't think they usually count. Okay, and I'm looking at the next week's as well. And those still stay $4. That's kind of... Okay, now what's going on here? What is the deal? Their website is acting so janky right now. All right, 621 still shows 4. Earlier this morning when I pulled Max Payne, it was showing 5. But what we could do is we could go back in the history and see, because it does show it. Oh, you know what? It doesn't show it on here, does it? I don't think it shows you guys a timestamp, and only I would have seen that. So I'm going to chalk it up to perhaps maybe the site wasn't updating, and now it's showing Max Payne at 5. Because I don't think that they changed this intraday. So it is 5. You're correct. But if it wasn't 5, the options trading that's going on right now should cause it to go to 5, at least. Marwood, you're welcome. Hey, Pirate, that slider bar that I was telling you about, slide it up just a tad bit more because it's still picking up like little tiny traces of background stuff, and your mic just cuts in and out constantly.
That's interesting because the only thing running, we have the dryer running some distance from me, and I think there's a quarter in there bouncing around. So thank you. Let me see what I can do with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. Now that you said that's what that was.
I don't dare ask you again. I don't dare ask you again how to do it. I can do this all on my own, like a big boy.
Set user settings.
Shut up! Don't leave me alone. I know training wheels. I got it, Daddy. Now let me pedal the bike on my own.
Okay, I'll push. No push, Dad. No push.
Run alongside me, ready to catch me if I fall.
You know, I thought for sure I had a road bike because I was doing triathlons, and I bought this because I really had fond memories of riding on the back of my dad's bike when he had a road bike when I was a kid, and because I just had a blast with it, and so I thought, well, I want to get a seat for the back of my road bike and put my kids on it because you know, I had a lot of fun when I was growing up. So we got them we got the little seat in the back, and I thought for sure maybe that the balancing or feeling the balance happening would help them to have balance when it came time for them to riding a bike. It doesn't help. But it sure is still fun though. It is a lot of fun to ride with your kid on the back of the bicycle until they start kicking you in the ass. And then it doesn't.
I managed to do that, and I just did an incremental increase. So feel free to give me feedback if it continues.
Sounds good so far. Yaka says, "Case you can sit on my lap." I have a lot of fond memories of them being on the back of the bike, though. Hopefully they do too. Although they say they can't remember anything from their childhood, so I don't know. It's so funny though. Now that you said that there's a quarter in the machine, I can hear it now. Like that's exactly what I'm hearing.
So you can identify it now that I've told you what it is. You recognize it for what it is.
Yeah,
so I need to go up a little bit more on the bar then.
Yeah, I can be silent. Just let me know when you're ready to look at it. I'll be silent. You can watch the sound levels, and watch for the peaks and drag the bar just above the peaks.
Well, the quarter comes and goes. It gets entangled in whatever else is in there, so it's not a consistent thing. But it's funny because now we're almost back to where when it was on the auto select, we're almost back to where it was to begin with when we turned it to manual.
Well, maybe you should just go
I'll
auto.
continue. Maybe I need to go. I should have gone maybe go the other direction, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. Yucca's saying sounds like a $2 coin. What does that mean?
Just let the record reflect. You only had to show me one time how to do this.
Okay.
I need credit for that.
All right.
There. I'm at the midway now. It's for the most part right in the middle. So. Highway Frog says, or a 22 shell. That's entirely possible, Highway Frog.
Paul, everybody admits in Wall Street that it's all ran on algos. There's not a single person in Wall Street who won't admit to that. They know it. They know it, and they admit to it all the time. So I'm not sure what your complaint is, because everybody knows it. But now you're finally, I guess maybe your eyes are open to what's going on in the Wall Street. Maybe that should give you some clarity into what it is that you're trading into, and realizing that the game is rigged for you, against you. Unless you play by their rules, of course, right? They want you to invest your money into their plans so that they can manage your money for you and tell you how you're going to make your money and at what rates you're going to be making it at. Remember, the whole idea here is for them to be able to take your money and invest it as they see fit because they're the experts. It's actually brilliant, Paul. It's called buy and hold. It is a strategy that the algos cannot counter because the algos expect you to sell at all costs. In fact, over 95% of the time, you fail. Historically. Probably 98% of the time you fail. So when you do the exact opposite of what it is that you're supposed to do, you defeat the algos. So that's the answer to your question. And that's the beauty behind the whole thesis of this, is to not have fear while you're trading, and to know that the market, provided that you're invested in a company with a strong thesis behind it, in something that you believe that people are going to continue to invest money in and people are going to continue to utilize, then the idea here is that you're investing in early in on a company that's severely over hedged in the wrong direction, and you're in early on some of the lower cost per share. Hopefully, you're at a lower cost than what everybody's going to be at in the future. I mean, I really don't know on a company like AMC. I really don't know. I mean, there has been times where price has been lower than this, but I don't know how you couldn't see this as like, a really good deal or a price to be able to get in at for a company on what it should be worth. So, I mean, that's an opinion of mine.
I ask Mrs. Pirate all the time. I say, do you think we're closer to the bottom or closer to the top?
Yeah.
I don't need to sell at the top, and I don't need to buy at the bottom. I just need those sales to be properly aligned, and I just need to be close to the bottom. And that's what I ask people. Do you think right now at $4.60 we're closer to the bottom, or we think we're overvalued? Real simple.
But these are all theses that you need to be coming up on your own, though, with Paul. Like, if you don't believe this kind of like if you look at a company like this and you don't believe it to be a valuable company in the future, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't give two shits matter what I say or what Pirate says or what anybody else, what DFV says or what anybody says. These are things you have to believe in. Either you believe in it or you don't believe in it. And if you don't, then you're in the wrong spot and investing your money in the wrong place.
If you're one of those guys who's fortunate enough that your father's still alive, call your dad up and tell him that you're taking investment advice from a guy who calls himself a pirate and has a dog with an eye patch on the internet, and that you put your full faith and trust in his direction.
Yeah.
And then just see how he reacts to that.
Yeah, this is why I love what DFV did on Friday so much. Like coming in there and just playing the part that he played.
They're telling him he's manipulating the market, and he's like, really? I'm the guy? Really? Okay.
Oh man, it was classic. It was so degen. I love it.
Yeah, what I found funny is everyone broadcasted on these national news stations thinking he was going to be all professional and maybe in a suit or something, right?
Right, yeah.
And he just comes out, like the first clip is him convulsing. Just hilarious. And they're looking at the screen like, should we even be watching this? Right?
I love the
But
fact.
so
he's late, and they get all upset about the fact that he's late, and then like you say, next thing you know, it comes live, and he's just sitting there, beep, beep, like he's on a.
And then he's
motherfucker back there is not real.
And he's so overacting it, and it's like somebody actually had the nerve to type in the chat, "He's acting. This isn't real." And I'm like, oh man, really? You think so? I'm like,
yeah, it was great.
You know the producers.
You got him. You busted him there.
You know those big producers must have been watching that and being like, I can't believe we're broadcasting this right now on national TV station.
But you know why they had to?
They dedicated an entire segment on CNBC. They had it like it was waiting for the Super Bowl kickoff, and they had the thing up. They had the banner across the bottom. They had the screens up, all that stuff. They had talking heads coming on there to pontificate about what they thought was forthcoming. And then the minute he shows up in that clown outfit, they just went to break. They completely switched to something else. It was like, I'm like, what the hell was that all about? Because it didn't go the way they expected. Funny stuff, man. Funny. If you can look beyond the obvious, it's funny stuff.
Yeah.
Good times.
And I love the fact that he's like sitting there and he's just like all calm and collected, just like no big deal, Oh, so what? Like in the matter of like 40 some odd minutes or however long it was he streamed for, he loses like $200 million, and he's like literally just sitting there going.
And he was laughing about it. He said, "Look, it's going down. Look, it's going down." Almost with a gleeful tone in his voice. I'm like,
man,
never seen somebody so happy to lose $250 million before.
It was great. It was.
I think the proper send off. What he did was a proper send off, right? It's like the way he said it, and he's pointing at the screen, and what happened. I thought that was genius.
Yeah, it was. But meanwhile, the media is portraying it as like he's this this complete like moronic person, and like how what in the world is he doing? He just lost $250 million. This guy is fake and all this, like just all these kind of weird things. But meanwhile, the guy's still got more money than probably a lot of those analysts have ever made in their like combined throughout their entire life. He's probably got more sitting in an account at that moment in time, and they're all just sitting there like criticizing him.
So that begs the question: who's the real clown?
Yeah. It was so righteous, man. It felt so good on the inside to see that. It was like, yes. Like if you ever
talking heads on a network that's dying because legacy TV is in its 1 foot in the grave, and they're playing intercorporate politics to see who gets the next big job, and they're riding the subway back and forth and fighting the crowds of New York City to go in and sit at the table and pretend that they know everything about financial markets. And here's a guy sitting in his basement on a busted down gaming chair making millions, and they're disparaging his character. Yeah. Who's the real clown?
By the way, I don't think he's in a base. Well, actually, I don't know. But the original videos were done, it looked like, from Second Story.
Metaphorically.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah. He's not sitting on the one Lytle place on the 34th floor in a big studio with a cameraman and lighting and makeup artist on him and a writer.
Yeah.
Teleprompters talking about how they're going to do a 10-to-1 split tomorrow, so you should get into NVIDIA. No. He's just a guy with a YouTube channel on.
But I love how people like come in and they panic and they're like, I've lost $150K on this so far. And it's like, dude, really? Like, come on. Look, like, come on. Really? That's what you're going to...
One thing I wish he would have done is maybe take off that bandage and had his red bandana ready.
Oh yeah, that would have been awesome. I know a lot of people missed that band. Okay, Pirate, that is way too much, too far. One of the things I think a lot of people wanted was to see that red bandana. It was
right.
Yeah, I think everybody wanted to see that.
I just wish he would have, like, as he took off the sling, he just started unwrapping his hair.
Yeah.
Bandage, and the bandana was underneath.
But he hung that up.
Red tie.
He hung that up for the hearing that he had, and I don't know if he's going to hang it up for good. I would like to hope that he's not going to hang it up for good, because I personally feel like this is like his calling card. But maybe he hung it up for good. I don't know. I'd like to think that eventually we'll see him back in it again, but we'll see.
It was a red tie, not a bandana.
Yeah.
Hello?
Are you sure it was a tie?
I don't know.
We can hear you.
I just watched it. I'm just watching the movie here a little bit ago.
I watched it like so many times. Like, how did I never notice it was a tie? I don't know why.
Yeah, it's a tie, not a bandana. Yeah.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. Again, I just watched the movie again for like the 100th time at work.
Huh.
That's what I was doing most of the afternoon.
Okay.
All right, Casey, you're gonna have to bring him on your show to interview him, so we can ask him that question.
Yeah. Just real quick, just give him a shout out. Hey, we have a question for you.
You know what's funny?
You can go back and look at his videos.
Is I would like the way that I would interview him. Like, I know I tell you guys, like, I want you guys to like ask questions that are going to help you for your future. But if I had an interview with him, I don't think I could even ask those kind of questions of him. Like, his future and our futures are not the same thing. Like,
we'll never see 40 Cent AMC where we can load up on.
I don't even, honestly, I would just shoot the shit with him is all I would do. I wouldn't even ask him any bullshit questions at all. Nothing. I would shoot the shit like we do every day in here, drink a beer, and sit back and watch the world burn.
Fuck you.
You want a guy like it. You want a guy like him as a friend. The last thing you want to do is try to talk shop with him.
Yeah.
Be a friend, and talk to him about
joke
whatever
about
else that he's interested in.
We'll shake up some 8 balls and some bobblehead Rosses.
You're just another person in a long line of people who just want something from him.
Yeah. I don't want nothing. He's given way he's given way more than any of us could possibly have wanted, you know, in my opinion, in my personal opinion, that's how I feel.
Yeah.
We've got about 8 more minutes, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers, and then I'm going to go on break. And like I said, the live stream will end probably around like 1:45 my time. So in about a little less than an hour from now, the live stream is just going to end abruptly. And so I'm warning you in advance so you know that it's coming. I'm not trying to scare you guys or nothing. And then approximately maybe 15 to 20 minutes later, it'll come back on, and it'll be the interview. So... and we'll have some fun. We'll do the interview, and once the interview live is over, if you guys head to the back of the Big Tramp, Kim and I will head over to the back of the Big Tramp and continue to talk with you guys off live.
Quick question: are we going to be able to listen to it from the back of the Big Tramp, or we have to actually
No.
watch it on YouTube?
Well, unless somebody decides that they want to stream it for you guys in the back of the Big Tramp, but I'm not gonna. We won't be back there at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Casey, I know I probably said it the other night, but that was a solid unplugged performance, by the way.
Say again? Wait. Oh, jeez. Whatever. No, stop.
Yeah, man. I second the motion. I tuned into that. I was playing cards, and Papa Mac and I listened as well, and I thought it was well done, man.
I was so freaking
take the
embarrassed.
applause, man. Don't
I appreciate it. Thank
false
you.
humility, no false humbleness.
I'm
Take
not.
the applause.
I'm not.
You did a good job.
I'm not. It's not false. I just. I'm a perfectionist when it comes to music, and I have a real hard time. And I'm such an easily embarrassed person. When it comes to music, and I even like I feel like I play an instrument to hide behind it, not because I want to play the instrument, but it's more of a place to just hide. And
like I told you, that's a safe space for it, man. There's a lot of fucking talent in that room, and we were amongst all of it, no doubt, man.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to catch. I was lucky enough to see it and catch it and listen to it, so it was pretty good. I liked it.
Well, I'm glad.
Yeah, I've been meaning. I've been hoping to see you in there for freaking months and months and months now. That was cool. I think I tried to get you in there like a year and a half ago. Like, come check it out. I'm playing here. You're like, no.
Well, I was hoping that one day I would do the live version here on this on the very first time that you guys would hear it live would be here. But
yeah.
But maybe eventually one day the live stream will start and I'll do a live version. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
That'll be awesome.
We'll see. No promises. Yeah.
I just told Mrs. Papa Mac at lunch that she's going to be getting a love song for her birthday this year. She doesn't know about this AI stuff, so let's keep that on the down low.
Okay, yeah. Make sure you tell it to your voice too.
Yeah, that's going to be the hard part.
Yeah. You know, the hard part for me was that one. It's not even really a high note, but that one note towards the end of the song. After a 5-day week of streaming, my vocal cords are extremely stressed, and I can barely. It gets almost to the point to where I feel like I'm hoarse by Friday, and so that was Friday night that I was singing it, and I was toast by that time. I mean, I was just toast, and I don't know how it didn't get out. The note didn't get out like it was supposed to, but that was the worst part of the whole thing. You know, in all honesty, in my opinion, and so I was grateful that was the only really bad thing that happened throughout it. But yeah, the worst is
pushed right through it.
The worst.
Made it all more real. You did a good job. It was good.
The other thing that you were always as a musician that you're afraid of is that you'll forget either the words, which I think I may have kind of screwed up a little bit, but it was okay. It wasn't that bad. But Or the other part is like forgetting the chords to your own song. Can you imagine how bad that is that you forget like your chords to your own song and then you forget how to play it. Oh, it's terrible. I've been in those situations before, and it's like the most horrific thing to happen to you because you get this like the stage fright hits you, and you're just like a deer caught in headlights, and you can't remember.
I was always told if you can't remember the second or third verse, just sing the first verse over again because most of the drunks in the audience don't even know the difference anyhow.
I had one time where I was performing in front of about, I don't know, 100 to 200 people, and I was playing a piano piece that I had written that had a violin. There was a violinist. Violinist, is that right? I think that's right. Part and she played her part that I had written, so it was a dual piece where I played piano, she played violin, and we were playing the song, and like I don't remember there's something happened, like maybe I looked out into the audience and saw all the people, or I did something happened. And it was that moment, like when you're talking earlier, where like your mind just suddenly has this like fleeting thought, and you suddenly forget about the music that you're playing. And I couldn't remember where I was at, and I just stopped playing. And she kept playing, and it was like I had to like come back in somehow and try and catch up to her, or not catch up, but like come in where she was at to get the playing, so it was back on again. Oh, it was horrific. It was horrible. It was the worst thing ever, and I'll never forget that. It was a tragedy.
Mistakes happen. I think it's what's important how you come back, and if you come back strong, that's what's.
And you can feel the eyes on you, and you can feel the eyes you can feel the eyes thinking or saying behind the eyes. You can see the eyes going like, "Oh, this is awful." And that's when you lose it altogether. You're just like, "Oh, I'm so done with this. Just get me off this stage. I don't want to be here anymore."
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Yeah.
I remember listening to Jerry Garcia talk one time. He I can't remember what show it was that he was talking about exactly, but he talked about playing music while like tripping acid.
Oh, jeez.
And I've only played music like eating mushrooms, but like acid's like a whole other like
that's a new
animal,
level.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, I felt like everybody was like looking at me, and he's like, I thought everybody was like, I thought I was playing for my life, like they were gonna kill me.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's kind of what it feels like.
Yeah.
You know?
It's not comfortable for sure.
But mess ups happen, and I find it. I think it's okay if somebody messes up. It happens, and there's nothing you could do about it in that moment. But it's how you recover.
Yeah, it is. It is all about the recovery, which I have none.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like once I lose it, it's all over. It's just done at that point. I'm stick a fork in it because I'm absolutely done.
Yeah, there's a guy who used to play piano with us in my old band, and he was kind of he wasn't like committed as much as everybody else was. So he would like sometimes he wouldn't show up for practice, and sometimes he wouldn't show up for gigs. But there was a couple times where we played out, and the same thing would kind of happen to him. And instead of just like stopping, he would just get like frustrated and like slam the keys. He would just, like get up and walk off.
He would.
Just to laugh at him, you know what I mean? Like,
wait, this is like in a legit like you're in a gig, you're doing a performance, and he does this?
Oh yeah.
No way. That's so wild. What do you do? What do you do when that happens? Do you just keep playing, or
the show must go on? The show must go on, man.
Oh man, I can't even imagine. I'd flip out.
Yeah. No, he's we he's just kind of a different character. So we were just kind of like, oh, okay, there he goes.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever had this happen to you where you're jamming with people? Maybe it's a real live performance. You're jamming with them, and it's so unreal, like good, like it's so good that you're sitting there, like you get lost in the music, and then next thing you know, you're actually really lost, and you don't like you almost just forget where you were at because you were just enjoying. You want to enjoy the music more than you want to play it. Have you ever had that happen?
Oh yeah, we played at festivals where, you know, it'd be like a track that, you know, we'd like recorded and we made, and it'd be like 7 minutes long, and you know, we're playing it live, and 30 minutes go by, and we're like, holy fuck, what are we even doing anymore? You know?
A 30-minute song, or there's got to be like multiple songs in there, but yeah.
Oh no, no.
Really? A 30-minute jam session? Holy crap, that's insane.
Yeah, the song that I'm talking about in particular was like the first song that we ever wrote, and I'm pretty sure the only keys in the song was like, I don't know, it was like A and B or something like, or no, it was in C sharp. It was like 2 chords, and oh yeah, dude, like we fucking, I mean, we would just get real out there, you know what I mean? Yeah.
I've had that happen only I think once or maybe twice, but it was like just one of those moments where you're vibing, and the music groove is just hitting so hard, you're like, shit, this is good. And you're just really like, you get like those chills, you know, the chills that you get when the music's just so good, and you're like, damn, this is, and then next thing you know, you're like, what the fuck am I doing here? Why am I here? Why am I a part of this? This shouldn't be this good. And then the next thing you know, it gets in your head, and you're like, oh shit, here it goes. Everything's gonna crumble now. It's like,
then you gotta apologize
it's like
for that.
You gotta what?
Sorry about.
Yeah.
Then you gotta apologize.
That's right.
Like talking about how we were just kind of doing our own thing.
Yep. Oh man, I do not miss doing live performances at all. I could.
I don't really.
Yeah. All right.
I think the only thing I kind of like the camaraderie you get with playing with people. And,
Yeah.
And do.
I agree. I do like that, but I like it on a private setting more than I do publicly. You know, like a live recording. That's great. I would love that. That's those are always fun.
Oh my gosh, it's the best.
Yeah, I do like live recordings. That would be my favorite atmosphere, I think, for live playing. But yeah. Anyways, numbers. Raul says, when will we know when the 75 million shares have been sold for GME? GME will put out an 8K statement letting us know that that they've completed their share offering. Sometimes that's like 2 to 3 days after it's been completed. I would look for. I haven't really been watching their volume levels very much. Let me pull up GME real quick here. Let's see. Do you know the date when they first announced it? I feel it was Friday last week, wasn't it? Or was it Thursday? Had to be.
It was Friday.
It was Friday? Okay.
It was Friday.
Last time I think they announced it Friday, and then they said it was concluded the next Friday.
Yeah, I would watch for volume levels to maybe return to maybe something a little bit more normal, like in this area in here. So maybe like a day where you have volume returning back down to about 43 million shares on average per day. Not like today, though, where they've got 101 million shares traded so far. More than likely.
Or a one Doge just tweeted out your Kim interview announcement.
Oh, cool. Very cool. All right, well, let's do some numbers so that I can go to break and we can get that started. Ooh, censored content. Censored content, good afternoon to you. How are you doing today?
Good morning. Not too bad.
Not too bad. Good. Okay. Well, excellent to hear. I'm heading over to numbers. Did you have something you wanted to say, or?
Go ahead. Color your bananas.
Work all night, gonna drink a rum.
Daylight come and you wanna go home. All right. Let's do this. Let's see here. What do we got going on here? Taking you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Exchange traded volume for AMC for the day today. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 59.05% going through off exchange, EDGX at 13.58. Combined total 72.63%, or about 8.63% higher than I would expect to be normally. CHX volume is 15,669 shares. Nothing unusual about that number. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 46,032 shares. That is definitely elevated. Borrowable amount of shares, according to IBKR, is still showing at 750, which was what it was at an hour ago. Fees have dropped a little bit to 3.22%. According to Ortex, an hour ago, there was 2.84 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 2.72. That's going to slightly, actually, it didn't change the estimated short share interest of the free float at all. It's at 14.2. Cost of borrow mins at 2.73. Average is 6.18, and max is 19.21. Shares on loan for the day today is at 79.85 million shares. That's 1.52 million more shares on loan today than there was than Friday. And Ortex is estimating about 552,000 of that is in closed short interest. Taking a look at GME real quick here. Let's see where they're at. 4.32 million shares returned so far for the day today. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day has been coming in at a $5 strike. That is still the case. It went from 12.6 thousand contracts an hour ago to 18.1. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4.50 strike. There was 10.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 13.8. The market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day today, based off these the option volume that we're seeing here. Orders by Fidelity customers, GME is number 2 on the list here with a 71.69% buy to 28.31% sell ratio, looking absolutely, the dip is definitely getting bought by retail. And AMC has been on the list all day long today and have been improving their buy-sell ratio. We are back into that territory of comfort for me with a 60.63% buy to 39.37% sell ratio. MMRI was 292.58 an hour ago and is now currently at 291.85. So we saw it drop a little bit. Remember, the closer this gets to 300, the more it's signaling for extreme risk in the marketplace. The 2-year and 10-year bond rates and the spread between them an hour ago was at 0.412, is now 0.416. NASDAQ is up 0.29, Dow Jones is up 0.12, and the SP 500 is up 0.2. We have 2,911 decliners to 2,789 advancers. We've seen a lot more advancers in this last hour, and definitely the market improving in the later portion of the day today. Still more on the negative side, though. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day today. The worst sector is financials, followed by materials. The top 2 performing sectors are the recessionary sectors of utilities and energy. Of the Mag 7, 4 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% from last Friday's close will get a shout out. Coinbase is up 3.36. FRC is up 50%. Let's see here. What else? Looks like that's about it. Gold is currently up 0.8 and is looks like it's starting to trend down just a tad bit after being on an uptrend. Silver is up 1.91, also looking like it's starting to move into a downtrend after, it could be consolidation after an uptrend. Ethereum Classic is up 0.4 and has not broken that level of support yet, so it's still trending upwards. US dollar is up 0.26 and consolidating. Looks like it wants to break into a downtrend. Oil is up 0.01 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down about 0.21 and making a reversal off of a downtrend back into an uptrend. SPY is up 0.19 and still trending upwards on low volume. It's at 16.28 million shares traded so far for the day today. VIX is currently up 4.34% for the day today and still trending down at 12.75. Futures are suggesting it should be around 1303. The VIX is leading the futures down. VB is up 0.17 and trending upwards. VBR is down 0.04, trending up. Tesla is down 2.15, trending down. Amazon is up 1.18, trending up. Cinemark is up 0.45, trending up. Doge is up 0.08, and I'm going to call this, it's consolidating. It's just consolidating. Get rid of some of my other lines in here. Consolidating. Bitcoin is up 0.74 and trending up. GME is down 15.24%, consolidating after a downtrend. HYMC is up 4% and is trending up. NCMI is down 1.93, trending down. Hood is up 5.18 and is trending up. AMC is down 4.58% and trending up after a downtrend earlier this morning. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, $1.8 million more inflow than outflow, 25.61 million shares traded so far. After 284 minutes worth of trading, looking like we're on a pace for about 35.1 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between my normal prediction would have been somewhere between 40 to 60 million shares. The new Excel spreadsheet that I've got going was suggesting somewhere around 28.6 million shares. If I would have done a hedge off of that by 10 million plus or minus on either side of that 28, I would have said 18 to 38. So it's looking like a much better prediction from that volume analysis that I had. But I'm going to still be fine-tuning it over the next today and tomorrow just to kind of make sure that I've got a good grasp on what it's trying to show me. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 44.14, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 34.85, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 36.43, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.7, which is average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp. How's your team doing? Sensor Content. I have not had a chance to check it out.
They're in the game. They lost the first game, but they played well.
Which is exactly what they did with the Stars. So they're learning.
It was exactly like the Stars' first game where they outplayed Florida, but they didn't put it in the net. Florida's just got really good goaltending.
Okay. So but that means they'll learn, and as long as they keep up the playing ability,
they need to adjust somehow.
Yeah,
they outshot them like 34-14.
Oh wow, that's a huge amount. So they need more defense.
No, Edmonton outshot Florida.
Oh, okay. They outshot them, but didn't score as much. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Our goaltending's sketchy. He let in the first shot of the game, and the first shot of the second period. And there you go. You're down 2-0.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I'll keep on rooting for those Oilers, man. Wolfie, good to see you.
If I was to pick a price that the stock would finish at, 468 would have been the price I picked for the last 5 days.
Really? 468.
Yeah, they love 468. They want to get it there.
Well, I know they've been trying to keep it under 5. Like they've been religiously trying to make sure that the price stays just under $5.
Put a line right at 468. That's where they want it.
Yeah.
Casey, I'm going to pinch hit my price prediction to centered content for the day then.
Well, it's hard to pinch hit when you've struck out already. So,
oh, shit.
Yeah, that's going to be... Yeah.
You've been thunderstruck.
Yeah, unfortunately. But actually, that's not entirely true though. Apex, you got 495, and the day's not over yet. So.
Oh, I know. I just like to play it more.
They could easily finish at 495, but they want it at 468.
Yeah.
Yeah, I anticipated them trying to get those 450s real quick, and then maybe it was going to have a spike in the end of the day here. Like, again, we still have what, an hour and 41 minutes, hour and 42 minutes.
I just want to
We'll see.
I just want to put a cyan. What's cyan? What color is cyan? What does it look like?
Cyan is blue.
It's like a bluish color, like this, like
yeah, cyan.
I don't know what it looks like. Like this.
Yeah, it's purple blue.
Purple blue. Okay, we'll go with like that maybe. All right, so let's see what this cyan looks like here. Increase the size on this. So I put a line in at 468 here, and let's just zoom out to like a 30-minute chart here, and get rid of all the other junk. Let's get rid of the Bollinger Band. Point of contact from going back as far as 514, which is when we really saw that big spike, or just before. Actually, let's go to 1 hour. So most of our volumes come in at 470. So our biggest amount of volume has been coming in at 470. So that 468 number, I think if you were to, yeah, it's pretty close.
I'm not a math whiz, man.
It's pretty close. So that means everything above 470 has been orders that they've probably scalped price on. And anything below 470 is probably, people are still doing pretty well for themselves on a price point around that.
Mm-hmm.
If you wanted to look at it from that perspective.
I'm hoping to be looking at it as like a hard bottom.
Hard bottom.
I love a hard bottom.
All right.
Okay, then.
It's firm bottoms around here.
Yeah, okay. Firm bottom.
They're all the rage.
I miss being here.
Oh, man. All right, let me tell you.
Dirty bottom.
Here we go.
There we go.
Tell us more about your bottoms. So here's the deal. Here's how the game plan is going to work. Just for everybody who's entering in right now, I'm going to keep the live stream running. Y'all in the back of the big tramp are going to get cut off just randomly at like one. Just imagine at about 1:45, I'm going to come in and just shut you down, and it's just going to be a hard, abrupt stop. So if you're not watching the time at 1:45, it's going to cut you off right in the middle of you speaking. So be watching the time. That way you know it's coming. I promise I won't turn it off before 1:45, but I don't know if it'll be exactly on 1:45, but it'll be right around probably after, sometime after. Then after that, the video for the interview, it'll be live. The live interview will start right around 2. It might even be a couple minutes late in DFE fashion. But as close to as 2 as possible as we can, we'll start the live interview, and we will have the live interview feed going where you guys can ask questions either in the back of the Big Tramp under the Kim section. Actually, you can't ask there. No, you can't ask there. Those questions are not in, but by the time the interview starts, you won't be able to ask questions there any longer. So any other further questions will go into the chat for the live stream. So that's probably where you would want to put them in at. But I will notify you and let you guys know when to ask those questions, because if you ask them too early on and I haven't gotten to the chat questions section, then you'll have asked too early and you'll have to put it back in again. All right, sound good, guys? I'm gonna leave you guys in the back of the Big Tramp here.
You're gonna open up the back doors and then floor it driving uphill. We're all gonna tumble out.
Yes. Yep. Exactly.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. I got my helmet on.
And
We're
then
good.
as you're trying to run to jump back in to get in, I'm gonna pull forward a little bit each time so that you miss. And I'll do that for about an hour.
Laugh and laugh.
Yeah, that's gonna be
I got
what
some
happens.
dumb questions I probably have some dumb questions that pertain to her in a movie, like were the Reddit, was that her title? Was she Stonk Mom in Reddit?
We'll
Shit like that.
We'll save. Well, I may ask one or two dumb questions, but we'll save most
I'll
of
let you do it.
Yeah, we'll save most of the dumb questions for the just chit chatting afterwards in the back of the Big Tramp, because she will go back there and we won't be live, and you guys can ask all the dumb questions you want to ask. So
All of the dumb questions?
yep, all the
No.
dumb any dumb question you want to ask. You know.
No,
Just
I had a question.
I deleted it. Yes,
Somebody
I did.
Deleted it.
I did delete your question. I feel like there's questions you don't need to ask when you can see with your own two eyes. So you just don't need to like those. That would be a dumb question that just wouldn't need to be asked. But yeah, just don't. But when we're not live,
My question would be: does she think that the person that portrayed her was a good choice? Because with a name like Campbell, I'm not thinking she's an America Ferrara.
No, that's from Canada.
Looking person.
well, you'll find out.
Yeah.
You're going to see her. You're going to see her live.
Kim Campbell was like a Canadian prime minister.
That's
for
who we're interviewing.
3 months.
Everybody was mentioning that earlier this morning about that. So I didn't know that. So now I know.
Did you see the
No, it's
meme?
half the battle.
Did you see the meme? The Simpsons meme, where it's showing GME at $1
Yeah,
trillion.
$1 trillion at the ticker. Yeah.
Casey, did you see that?
Whose meme is it?
It's your meme. Who do you think it is? I just said the Simpsons.
No. Who posted the meme?
These.
The Simpsons.
God damn it, man.
Who's on first?
I'm trying to go look up where this meme is, Yucca. Where do I go?
Internet.
Where?
Internet. You know how do you have internet? Do you have Wi-Fi?
Yes. No, I don't have any of that. Where do I go?
It's on your computer screen, Casey.
It's not. It's not on my computer screen right now. I see a bunch of charts and I see YouTube. Yeah.
Casey.
Yeah. Where do I go find the meme?
Give me a second, Casey. I'll drop it in the Discord.
That would be awesome. That's wow. Somebody who
Yeah.
wants to help out. That's awesome.
Yeah. I know. I saw it earlier and I probably liked it. Amongst my 18,000 posts.
It was on the internet, though, right?
Yeah, definitely on the internet. I didn't see it on the radio. There, I found it right here. Copy link.
All right, I'll wait long enough to see that, and then I'm going to take off because I'm only
I
going
went to Al
like a
Gore's
15-minute break.
webpage and I didn't see it, so it's not on the internet.
It's not on the internet then. Oh, see, you lied. You lied to me and told me it was on the internet, and it's not on Al Gore's website.
Drop it in the bubble here.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, sorry. I've been so busy. I have not been able to submit a question. Is it too late to submit it to the question section in
No.
Discord?
You have time. You have maybe 20 minutes left before that will be too late. When
Oh,
the
no, perfect. I had,
when the live
I
stream
had it
goes
all in, and I was like, shit, I should ask first. So
when the live stream goes when the live stream goes dark, that's when I will go in there and pull the questions and see if there's anything that I need to keep on a list of things that we want to ask her in the live. So
okay,
okay,
thank you.
Cool. Yep, no problem.
It's in the bubble. It's originally from Wall Street Bets post.
Okay, I see it.
yeah.
GME plus 1 trillion. I had not seen that.
Well, now you have.
Yep. When did that come out?
Oh shit! Now I gotta go back and.
Don't worry
Give me a
about it.
minute.
It's okay. I'm just curious. I was curious if it was post 2021 or pre.
A year ago.
Oh, a year ago? So it was okay, yeah. Well, that's not really predicting the future. We've been saying that for a while.
Right.
They're just repeating what we're saying. All right. I got to go, guys. Get a break in here, and then I will see you. I'll see you guys back a little bit later for the live interview.
Yes, sir.
See you in a bit.
All right.
You can do it!
Gonna be like a musical chairs game. Who's gonna be talking when KC cuts the feed? That's the winner.
What are we playing for?
Bragging rights.
All right, sweet. Well, if that's the case, I'm gonna scoot back here closer to the door, so I'm first one out.
In case you're wondering what it takes to get your question deleted, you need to have the word boobies in the question. and then your question will be deleted.
That'll do it.
I literally put the question in there to see whether he'd delete it.
Yeah, I got like silly questions. Like, is she still holding? She's still in it? You know, shit like that. That's not stuff I don't think Casey wants to say on air, I'd assume.
You see my questions?
I think at the end of that movie, she was down like 13,000, if I recall.
I thought it was more than that, but
I think it was only 13K. She was down.
Okay.
I'm almost positive.
Did you see my questions?
I'm looking now. What the fuck? Have a brain fart moment. There we go.
It mostly pertains to like the movie and stuff.
Who's talking again?
Tech.
That's what I thought. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering that myself too, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I think that's why I put the thumb there. Or if you didn't, I did. I know I was going through and putting like, yeah, this one here, definitely fucking ask that. I wonder if like after the movie was made, if any of these actual people that were portrayed got together. And kind of like we all talk about having like an after MOAS gathering, you know. I wonder if they had done anything like that, had a campfire, you know, something like that.
That'd be an interesting question afterward, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like they probably didn't know each other except for the few that knew each other, you know, within it. But saying like after it was all said and done and the movie was put together, they, you know, like sat back and like, oh shit, there's some other people, you know. Or were they talking to each other in Reddit before it all went down? And just interesting things, you know, just like little curious things.
Yeah, or whether it was like the apostles, they all scatter.
Yeah, right.
I what is it? I never knew GME. I never knew GME. I never knew GME.
I was taking in my daily dose of internet earlier today, and I saw this video of I think it was in Puerto Rico. I think it was originally a state, and it was in Mexico. But these people fell off a balcony, like eight or 10 of them, and they all just freaking just out of nowhere fall out of the sky. I'm like, holy crap! A couple of them hop up and run out of the way.
Well, it makes you.
Like the first thing I saw this morning when I turned to open up Twitter, I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is how I'm starting my day.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, right? Like, Casey's talking about like a lottery ticket, like
yeah.
After this, you just like never mention that you were in AMC in the first place.
Right.
It's a calling card,
Yeah. Oh man. I was trying to get Casey to see if he'd play that song, the Diamond Hands Rocket song that I've pinned. I think that'd be solid for like the 21st when those contracts come up, like next Friday. I don't know if you even know what I'm talking about, the song I'm talking about. Somebody made a song years ago.
Yeah, I heard it.
Cool video. Yeah, it's banging, dude. I actually found a soundtrack too. The Saga GameStop Saga soundtrack. There's like 9 tracks or 10 tracks on there. I drive around campus here when I'm delivering, like just bucket bumping the shit out of it.
And I'm fascinated. I think this week Max Payne is like 28 or something, and then next week it's 20, probably because of his.
Oh, you can guarantee it's exactly why they want it there.
And we'll see what happens the week of with after if the capital raise is done, maybe.
Yeah. Well, I saw something about a quad witching. It's a quad witching day. Like they're having an earnings call today after hours, right? I mean, there's all kinds of catalysts.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think he knows exactly what he's doing, man.
Crazy month.
I'm excited. I'm excited. Like I said, I think I said this a couple weeks ago. Like I can feel it. The nostalgia's coming back. Where everybody's getting excited again. And that's what I really liked when I first got into it. It's just nice to see all that coming back again.
after and get it stuck up. Okay, go see.
Hey, Pirate, you're unmuted.
Better. What are you doing? Put her sit down.
Hey, Pirate, you got a live mic.
You don't like it, man? Thought you'd enjoy it.